All right. After yesterday's Mahjong-a-thon, we finally got the Mahjong CP, and then we tried a little bit of the billiards thing. I'm gonna put that on hold. I really want to hit up the rest of the sub stories, so then we can juggle into the Yakuza 4 sub story. So let's take a look and see which ones we're missing. Apparently, there's this one. Hmm. Uh. I don't think we got this one. There must be something else before this. But let's just walk meander over there quickly here. No, you. All traffic stops for Kitty. Oh no, there's that dude waiting there. Just, walk around. Nothing's. All right, fine. Fine. And you rotate. Oh, okay. No target hitbox when they're attacking. Wow. Ooh, I could have done like the 4+ speed action to speed things up. Doesn't do as much damage, but well, blocked all of it. I'm surprised he picked up the guy instead of the flag that was dragging on the floor. Usually that's what happens. Wait. Alright. Let's see. The answer is... Hey, worm. The answer is absolutely no. Alright. Alright. Back to the sub-story board. Let's see what else we have. Alright. Did I complete this? Yes. Alright. Interesting. Haruka specific one that we didn't do. We gotta hunt these down now. They have a bit of an inconsistent elusive trigger. So I really want to get all the the story thing. I am doing my utmost best not to just hop into Yakuza 5. Oh, it's a tough tough temptation. We'd be hopping back and forth a little bit too much, even for myself. All the temptation makes it even more exciting when I finally get the opportunity. Alright, so Haruka. We need Haruka. And maybe it just shows up on our map? Yes, it does show up on our map. Okay. Haruka. We've done this for over 5 years now. You know the drill. You pick up those legs, and you run after me. All right? Just stick with Kiryu. Just pick up those legs. 5 years of jogging around following Kiryu, you should be a sprint star by now. Or even a marathon runner at this point. We want to avoid that guy. That guy is toxic. The dude that was just standing there. Okay. Is it this one? Where's my mini-map? Excuse me. Have either of you seen a tall, skinny man with glasses around here? No, I haven't. What's going on? Why the big fuss? One of my subordinates left a message on my cell saying he was going to jump off the Millennium Tower and kill himself. Oh, okay, well, that escalated. But sir, Akimoto just came back from a vacation with his fiance. Shouldn't he be on cloud nine? Oh no. Is it the same Akimoto? The one that's in love with Mizuki? I think Mizuki was there. It can't be that Akimoto, right? This is Akimoto we're talking about. You know how unpredictable he can be. I swear, that man's caused me more trouble than anyone I know. Hey, Uncle Kaz, do you think this Akimoto-san is the same one we know? Oh, it is him. They got a mainline VO. It was part of the main story quest. I guess now this is the feed forward. Akimoto has been featured in every single mainline except Yakuza 0 because Akimoto was not around yet. So in Kiwami 1, we saw him on the top of the building that was close to Dragon Palace. And then they sorted out. We didn't commit suicide. Because Mizuki is basically a gold digger at this point. Or they're trying to make it very, very sussy that she's a gold digger. And then Kiwami 2, he was trying to jump off another building, but I forgot which building it is now. And then in Yakuza 3, they went on beach vacation. He was going to jump off the cliff around Morning Glory. And now, here we are. This is speed forwarding again. I really hope it isn't, but you're probably right, Haruka. Should we go and check it out? I don't think we can. Only authorized personnel can enter the Millennium Tower. Uncle Kaz, what should we do? Let's go check it out. Yeah, good idea, Uncle Kaz. I mean, it's kind of your idea. Haruka. Oh, we can enter Millennium Tower? Oh, that's interesting. Hold up, Haruka. I'm looking for stuff. Okay, I'm looking for sparklies. Oh, this is a supporting sub-story. Whenever there's like a multi-layer green orb thing, we're in for a treat. Wow, we're so high up. Let's find Akimoto-san and head down as soon as we can. We've been on top of this Millennium Tower quite a lot, man. Oh, the Hitman one too was up here. Good idea. I don't see him anywhere though. Huh? Look! There's something over there. Oh, there is something over here. What in the actual... Okay. Wait, are these Akimoto-san's shoes? And that letter must be a suicide note. We were too late? Akimoto-kun... Oh gosh, it's freaking Mizuki.
大好きなみずきちゃんへこんなことになってごめんね僕バカだからいつもみずきちゃんを
困らせてしまってでもみずきちゃんはそんな僕にいつも優しくしてくれて 悩んだり悔やんだりした時も励ましてくれたね。本当に嬉しかった。僕結局水木ちゃんに愛してもらえなかったけど、でもね、ずっと楽しかった。水木ちゃんといられるだけで幸せだったんだ、今まで。本当にごめんね。ありがとう水木ちゃん。それじゃあさようなら秋元。
Akimoto-kun, are you really dead? I don't know if she's crying for Akimoto. It's a little sus. Miski-san. I thought we'd be together forever, just as we always were. I'm sorry I caused you so much pain, Akimoto-kun. Don't worry. I'm coming to be with you. Then we can be together again. Hey, what are you doing? Don't stop me. I did such horrible things to Akimoto-kun. The only way I can make up for that is by paying him back with my life. That's not really how that works, but alright. Don't be stupid. You really think that'll make Akimoto happy? But it's all my fault. Mitsuki-san, even though you did these terrible things to Akimoto-san, I still love you all that time. It won't be easy, but you have to live on, Mitsuki-san. Oh, Akimoto-kun. I can't leave these shoes behind after I jump. They're so worn out, and they stink too. I wouldn't want to embarrass Mitsuki-chan. Good thing I realized it before going through with it. It's all thanks to her. Is that Mitsuki-chan? What's wrong, Mitsuki-chan? Why are you crying? Wait, did this thug do something terrible to you? Wait, what the heck is going on? Dang it! How dare you make Mitsuki-chan cry? I want to make you regret that. Akimoto-kun, you're alive? For now, I was just about to jump. I wanted to swap out the shoes I was leaving up here, so I went back to my place to get the right ones. Oh, I thought of the shoes you told me to buy when we were in Okinawa. Since I'm ending it all, I figured leaving behind a newer pair would look better. You idiot. What?
秋元くんのバカ。
うわー、落ちる。
危ない。
あれ、水木ちゃん。水木ちゃん。あいた。危なかったな、もう。こんなところで死んじゃったら自殺できなくなるところだったよ。
Yep. Ow! What was that for, Mitsuki-chan? Hold up, I gotta blow my nose.
い、もう死ぬなんて二度と言わないで。
僕生きてていいのかな。
当たり前でしょ。あなたがいなくなったら私。
水木ちゃん、僕たちやり直すことはできないかな。あの日出会った頃のようにもう一度やり直すことはできないのかな。
私でいいの？
僕でよければ。
秋元くん、
水木ちゃん、ごめん。
My bad. I missed the mute button when I was blowing my nose. I don't think
こ
they
れか
should
らは
start over.
ずっと
That's
一緒だよ。
pretending like none of the life lessons have happened. Well, I guess we'll be back here, we'll be back here in another year.
ああ、そうだな。
See you guys in Yakuza 4.
大好きだよ、水木ちゃん。
私も大好き。
See you next year. Yep. Without a doubt, we are going to see them in the next game. Yeah, that phrase, pretending or living the early life or something, that's a mindset that's really dangerous. Because if you're in an abusive relationship and you're trying to resolve issues or like dissidence between the couples, rinsing your hands off and starting fresh is, that doesn't address the dissonance. It's repeated cycles. Alright. So is that a check mark for that one? Yes. They never learn. That was it. That's another featured supporting story. So we had one for Date, one from Rikia. These guys, they've become a mainline. I'm not entirely sure. We saw a Haruka one. And then we did there was one with like Miracle Johnson and stuff. That was fairly mainline sub story. Alright. So what do we have? Why does this always go to the bottom every time I click back in? That's not helpful. Oh, the Murder at Cafe Alps is the supporting one. The Stardust one. Not really. This stuff was oofers. We haven't finished the instant ramen one. We don't know how to trigger it. Let's take a look again. We got lost somewhere when we told the guy to go and check out the soba stand. Oh. That's because we probably didn't even go to the soba stand for the longest time. The instant ramen guy is a pretty long series, actually. It's his name is Ueda. Ueda dreams of making an instant ramen version of Kyushu Number One's recipe, or not technically the recipe. They just want to imitate it in an instant ramen form. And he's going around discovering ways to make a tonkotsu ramen, instant tonkotsu ramen. Speaking of that, there's this one that Nissan that's only in Japan that gets exported here. Back in my graduate school days, I really loved it, but it was really expensive. Holy heck, to get it imported from Japan through Amazon. But it was a tonkotsu broth too. It smelled really funky, like when you're prepping it, but man, was it delicious. They really nailed the bone marrow like pork bone kind of quality of tonkotsu ramen, but it ended up being like $4 a package, and that's not a sustainable expense. So, but it was amazing. Oh, whoops! I chose the wrong thing. I was trying to get. We might as well use. I need to pitch Haruka away because I'm not sure if it's dependent on having Haruka here or not. Usually in this game, you want to pitch them. Okay. Yeah, so this sub-story reminds me of that. Like the one of the one of the drawbacks of making like noodle soups, or not drawbacks, but one of the elements of making noodle soups, especially Asian ones that deal with marrow and bone soaking, is the process. The soup process takes a really long time, and slow process is like the goat, but doing it at home is very difficult if you live alone. You have to like prep it while you're out and whatnot. Wait, what is this? This is another sub story. So I do enjoy having access to convenient, not like it's obviously different, but convenience in my place for noodle soups, or go out to restaurants that do that. Swindled manager. Oh, this is the resolving the tuna fund thing, right? Yeah, Sawada went and got himself arrested. Police found him in his office all roughed up. Indeed. Kiryu roughed him up. He's returned most of our money, but now he wants to repay the rest in tuna. How is that going to help? I can't pay my bill with fish. I mean, you could sell the tuna, sort of. Scammed retiree. Oh yeah, this is the old guy. I guess we should be happy he's trying to pay us back at all. And it's not every day we get to have an entire tuna to ourselves. Oh, it's just a little, okay, it's just a little extra for those people. Some closure. I guess they, got paid back in tuna. We got a tuna too, after, we roughed the dude up. Alright, let's go back to Okinawa. We have, roughly 39 sub-stories. Or actually, now it's like 29. I think we're close to 90. Yeah, so 31. Am I doing that math right? Yeah, we have 31 sub-stories. Technically 30 because one of them's Amon. If we get close to Amon, we're gonna start doing Yakuza 4 sub-stories. Get up. No time to sleep. You guys wanted to fight, right? How's that? Yakuza 4's Steam achievements are actually arguably shorter than Yakuza 3's. That Mahjong thing really really took the cake. I did like, it was 5 times longer than it should have been. Hey, thanks for the directions. I finally found the spot. Here you are. One helping of piping hot refute soba. I don't know if that's a Japanese word or not a Japanese. Interesting. And since you seem so enthusiastic about it, I added a little extra pork on the house. But that's soba. I don't think I've ever I've had some pre-cooked. So like a dehydrated pre-cooked soba, like in a like the way pasta is before. I used to had these and substitute for pasta noodles or like spaghetti noodles. I would buy these soba noodles, which also was not very cheap per unit. When I still back in my graduate school days. This stuff is incredible. Heck, I could eat it every day for the rest of my life and still get ravenous for more. Rafute. I suppose that's Okinawan for braised pork. Oh, that would explain why I'm not familiar with that term. Okay. But man, it's a real treat. Did you know they simmer it with the skin left on? It's to die for. Yeah. Oh, and the way that the collagen oozes out from the pig skin straight into the mouth, pure deliciousness right here, right there. It's like a supernova, sweet and succulent. Succulent. It's that good, huh? Well, I'm glad you found something you liked. Wait a minute. Now what? This is it? This is exactly what I needed. Okay, explain. I've had a vision. A vision of pig skin. Oh, okay. It's this collagen, you see. This is what my instant ramen's been missing. Good pulverize collagen too. If I gingerly wrap the bone marrow in collagen-enriched pigskin, yes, I can taste it now. This is the foundation for. All right. Are you heading back to Kamurocho now? Now all I gotta do is whip up a sample with pigskin, and the owner will be singing my praise from here to Kamurocho. Heh. Wait till I see the look on his face. All right, I guess we're heading back to Kamurocho. What was with that kid? He had a total of 10 bowls. I could do 10 bowls of braised pork soba. That sounds delicious. Sneak by that guy. That guy's up to no good. Standing in the streets. Not moving. Those are the ones that you avoid. Alright, we're just gonna go down the list. As opposed to like willy-nilly. Let's go down the list, see which ones we missed. There isn't a taxi spot over there. This game only has 3 taxi spots. And they actually conveniently make this triangle. Yeah. Will your stomach be okay with that? Yeah, usually. I eat large volumes. Quite a lot of large volumes. Serving sizes. I would imagine the serving size is like 1 serving size per bowl. In the United States, I would probably eat 3 or 4. They're like 3 to 4 serving size per bowl. Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah, I generally make it I'm often, if I go out and the place serves like some sort of specialty soup based thing or anything that's slow cooked, if their specialty is something slow cooked, I'm all over that. I'm on top of that cuz it's one of the things that is very technique heavy to the point where it's time consuming technique heavy. It might not necessarily be complicated, but it's time consuming and I'm willing to pay for that. And when it comes to soups, like noodle soups, oof. I love it when people still have those types of shops. because it takes a really long time. Another great example is the difference between, yes, I really love like stuff like what Conroy is known for, which is in this game, featured in this game, and that's a barbecue, specifically like Korean S, Japanese S barbecue. It kind of strikes me as it's a franchise. I think it's a chain, and they do like Pan Asian stuff now, for like more global appeal. But Southern barbecue in the United States, like Texas barbecue and stuff, that stuff takes average of 6 to 8 hours, like plus. Like they start prepping way in the early hours or even the day before, and they cycle and they're slow cooked for a really long time. That's the stuff that I would go out of my way to fine dine, or not fine dine, but drop by and pay for. Because like I just say I am unable to do that. I mean, you could do it once in a while, but man, heck, that is time consuming. That's the stuff, man. Although nowadays there are certain things that you could potentially do that could alleviate like technology for automation and stuff, but it's a really big art form. To get slow cook process that meticulous. Let's see. We're going to Kyushu number 1. One pragmatic argument a lot of times is people would say something like, oh yeah, but it's really expensive for the costs, right? Like the cost of the ingredients and the process. Like the restaurants are making a lot of money off them. It's like, yeah, good for them. I hope they make a lot of money off of that, because people don't put a price at the time it takes to make it, not how complicated it is. Like a lot of times the value proposition of something is based on how complex and quote-unquote difficult it is, but rarely do individuals overweigh or counterweight the time investment to do it. It's a big case in point. That's like a really big misconception in terms of valuation of people's products. I go to a restaurant to buy into their service. And part of the service is to spend all the time I wouldn't spend monitoring that's the service they offer. But a lot of times people think about the ingredients, like the cost of the ingredients, the upfront cost. Like, oh yeah, this is expensive. It's hard to balance the taste of caviar on some 3 or 4 exotic ingredients. That's typically the more superficial foodie response. In my opinion, gourmet cooking comes from the excessive technique and methods that is cultivated through a restaurant's history. And when you go, you're buying that, but you can't see it. You can sort of taste it, sort of. Unfortunately, you can't see that guy peeling or doing this thing or sitting and simmering and roasting this thing for hours. You can't see that without actually seeing it. You know, like what I mean by that is like going in a restaurant, talking to the guy, or spending a day trying to do that. So that stuff is lost. And that's kind of the disclaimer that I tend to have when I say I'm a foodie, but I have to make a distinction that I am not a cook. I know I don't cook a lot of things that I talk about because the time investment is incredible, but I'm a foodie because I like to enjoy and dine in those places, being able to appreciate the process. That's kind of the thing. It's like watching a great runner, right? Or watching YouTube. All those really great people, they do these things, and their job or their appeal is that when you watch them, it's like, oh, it looks so graceful, it looks so easy. I can do that, and that's inspirational. That's great. And some of the passionate people will follow through and inspire others. However, the idea of the uncontested example of excellence and whatnot is that they do it so well that honestly they're not concerned about how good they look. It's just through that effort, it looks simpler than it is. And when you try to place a value on it, like food, when that person is offering you a service, it's hard to appreciate that. Because you look at it, it's like, oh yeah, this is fancy food. Why would I pay $100 for this? I mean, there are bad apples who are opportunistic, absolutely, for sure. And that negative appeal will stick out like a sore thumb. But for every one of those, there are 9 more of individuals like, here's a bowl of soup. It's like, it looks simple enough. Like, but it had so many generational cultivation. Like, you look at it, it's like that bowl represents years of refinement or generations of refinement, and I would totally pay for that. Which is kind of what this sub story is reminding me of. Well, how was it? That bone marrow extract just about kicks you in the teeth, but then the pigskin comes in to soften and sweeten the blow. It's a fighting fit tonkotsu for sure. Not to mention, the broth's so darn good, you could drink it to the very last drop and still want a whole nother cup. So what do you think? Worthy of the Kyushu #1 star name? Well, I'll be darned. That is actually pretty good. First thing I noticed was the bone marrow. Goes down smooth like gravy on a water slide. I'm not sure if I've heard that idiom before, but man, that would be something that would come out of an American's mouth. That's for sure. Like, that's pretty good, but I myself haven't heard the idiom before, but it's very American. Smooth like gravy on a water slide. I like that. I gotta say, wrapping it in pigskin collagen was the right choice. And those thin noodles, absolutely brilliant. Tastes right at home with the broth. I noticed you put a few other goodies in there that balance out the flavor. And as you said, I could drink it to the very last drop. Now this is the rich tonkotsu that puts us on the map. It's amazing you could condense all these complex formulas into a cup of instant noodle. Nice work figuring all that out. Well, it quickly became obvious that I couldn't just use your recipe. There was always something missing. It seemed so I had to think outside the broth. That's a I almost feel like that was a pun, but it came off as a pun, but it's actually the phrasing you would use. So I focus on methods unique to my industry in order to really pick apart the magic of how it's made. That's that is the hot take or the deep cut that I was referring to. The process. So often you diminish things and you talk about like, oh, but this can't be good as this can't taste better than this. But it just diminishes how much hard work it took to get a product. And that product is just produced in a very different manner. So when you compare something because you focus on the end product, like, does this taste like that? Like, well, yeah, at one point it's kind of the fault of the advertisement too. Like when they say this tastes just as good as that, it is preying on people's comparisons in order to make a competitive product, but at the same time, they aren't the same thing. The consumer is concerned with the end product, but the products are fundamentally different. And that's kind of what this highlights, and I like this sub story quite a bit. See, in order to bring out that rich tonkotsu flavor, I had to crush the pork bone. And I mean, pulverize it, probably like dehydrate or flash freeze it and then crush it into bits. Otherwise, the collagen wouldn't leak out into the soup. Yes, I mean, I wouldn't use the word leak. It wouldn't like suspend into the solution. Well, whatever you did, you got the flavor down packed. This is the kind of noodle I'd be proud to put my logo on. Aw. Then does that mean my creation passes the test? I say it passes with flying colors. You may use the Kyushu #1 star branding with my full support. Yeehaw! That's not what he said, but now I can eat Kyushu #1 ramen whenever and wherever I want. Wait a minute, young man. You mean to tell me this was all just so you could eat my ramen anytime? Ha ha ha. Well, that was a big part of it. So your tonkotsu finally made the grade. Good thing you kept at it. Well, if it wasn't for you, it never would have happened. I really ought to thank you. I mean, who else would have thought to use sweet, succulent pigskin from Okinawa? And the way you crushed those thugs, it was pure artistry at work. I mean, I would kind of be traumatized from witnessing that, but alright. Now, I like to find some way to thank you, mister. Ah, I never caught your name. It's Kazuma Kiryu. Kiryu-san, I really do appreciate all going out of your way to help me. Here, take this ramen sample as a token of my gratitude. It's a test sample, but it's been approved by the master, so it's good as anything you'll find in the restaurant. Interesting. I wonder if this is featured later. I did finish the mahjong. We did it. We did a salty run back and we did it. So we managed. Now we're finishing up the sub stories. Because I really thought I was gonna finish the sub stories. They're doing the mahjong thing. Well then, Kiryu-san, it's high time I mosey on back to the company and boot up the assembly line for these babies. I'll send you the finished product once it's ready to go. I always imagine his voice to be a lot lighter, but the vocal sample that he had was a lot deeper. Thanks. You really pulled it off, huh? I'll tell you. That kid's got a lot of heart. Looks like you found yourself a worthy protege. Indeed. Wish my son had half the spark that kid does. That's a deep cut, but we'll save it for another day. Never thought my logo would end up on a cup of instant noodles, but you know what? I can hardly wait to see it. This is like 2009. The year is 2009. That's a uh that's a uh uh uh, that's a deep cut into the present day. In fact, this is a common occurrence now in terms of the pipeline between the relationship between like uh the indie mom pop shops and expanding their appeal in Japan. The only the real reason I kind of know that is the story I was talking about earlier about graduate school and how a lot of the imported stuff it's expensive, but if you have money like in the outside of Japan, that stuff rakes in a lot of profitability, far more than the local spot because it's difficult to get out to Japan that way, especially the post Sea World, the big Sea World, right? And yeah, this is a deep cut. Uh, this game is a little bit later than 2009 now, I think. It might not be. I forgot the original release date of this one. But you know what? I can hardly wait to see it. Now, I have to work extra hard to keep my customers coming to the restaurant instead of just buying it at the store. At any rate, what you have been what will you be having today? Nothing apparently. We don't. We're gonna have something here. Oh, we already tried all their stuff. Oh, just kidding. We're fine. I need to use the HP bar for something else. That's a nice quaint conclusion for that. All right. All right. All right. Got to go back. Okay. Uh. All right. Okay. I see one. Where's this? Did I finish the prerequisite? See, the tough part is, these ones have prerequisites. So if I didn't finish the other ones, it's largely why I don't see it pop up on the menu. Yeah, I don't. So, okay. We need to do this one, which requires us to do another one. Yeah, we didn't do this series, so now we have to find out where their series starts. They're all connected. No, that's not it. It is. Did I do this one? Which requires... Oh, wait. I think I did do... I'm pretty sure I did last month's winner. Last month's winner is the guy that had the lottery ticket. But he was gonna pay me to escort him, but he was like getting paranoid and freaked out. But turns out he had the lottery ticket. Oh, no, I did give you the pickpocket. This is the one where the girl bumps into you and she puts her wallet in your pocket and then blames you for stealing. But that went into fisticuffs and then we're good. So I've already lost where we were going with this. Oh. These things. Okay. So did we do a sub-story called Catch the Shoplifter? Probably not, right? Doesn't look like it. Okay, no catch the... Alright, alright. How do we trigger this? Okay. Alright, let's see what happens in his sub-story. Leave me alone. Alright. Apparently, if we walk by here... Oh. Okay. I had to go in and then come out. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You think you can just waltz out of here with that? What? I mean, shoplifting. At your age, Kiryu's 39 right now. You should be ashamed of yourself. I think you're making a mistake. I haven't taken anything at all. Yeah? That's what they all say. Why don't you just save both of us the trouble and hand over the goods? Well, still think I'm a shoplifter? No, no, I don't. Sorry to have put you through all that. One of the part-timers must have made a mistake. Regardless, there's no excuse to be embarrassing a valuable customer. Here, please accept this along with that. What? It just gives me 1,000 yen. Don't be don't be so quick to judge next time. I mean, idiot looks like the way he does, right? I'll try, sir, but you must understand, the shoplifting has been absolute out of control lately. Even with our high-tech security cameras, the thieves are still getting away. Alright. Took me a little bit to believe that. Sometimes it's makeup, other times it's the latest toy or gadget. They're practically robbing us blind, and I simply refuse to tolerate it anymore. Sounds like you've got it pretty rough. I really hate to ask this, especially after what just happened, but would you mind catching some of these morons on our behalf? Huh? Why would you ask me? Well, those hooligans are already familiar with my staff and security, but if a stranger like you were to be a stakeout, they'd never suspect a thing. Now, please, you've got to help us somehow. I'll be willing to give you compensation, of course. You can earn part-time wages just standing around. So you want me to do undercover security? I could do that, as long as it's just staking out the area. If anything, I'm cut out for this type of job. Indeed, he is. Oh, you're really serious? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Come on inside and I'll fill you in on the details. This aisle gets hit pretty often with all the magazines, makeups, and other expensive items. Really? Even though it's out in the open like this? Well, at this angle, it's hard to see from the register. Plus, makeup is so small and it's easy to steal no matter where it is. Guess it's popular to sell to friends and such. People really do that. Sheesh. What is this world coming to? Anyway, I need you to keep watch right here. If you see anybody suspicious, confront them before they leave the store. Think you can do that? Yeah. If I see somebody trying to pull something, I'll get all up in their face, no problem. That's what I'm talking about. There's a lot of shoplifting at around this time of day, so I'm sure you'll find someone if you watch closely enough. Now go get those peeps. Alright, I'll see what I can do. There's a dolphin poster over there that kind of reminds me of a... Is it Free Willy? I think it's Free Willy, right? Oh, but Free Willy is a orca. And maybe Flipper? Flipper is a dolphin. Fair enough. I'll let you know when the time's up. Good luck. Okay, so there are 3 customers in here. A young girl looking at makeup. A young guy looking at manga. And a businessman looking at bento boxes. One of these people could very well be a shoplifter. Is this like a unique minigame? Interesting. Convenience stores do sell pretty decent makeup after all. How wonderful. Excuse me, lady? She's on her way out. What should I do? Nah. Hold it right there, Missy. I don't believe you paid for that. What? You think I look like a shoplifter or something? I bet you just wanted to fill me up, you disgusting creep. I'd rather fill up the merchandise you took. Now let's see it. So, did you find whatever I shoplift? No. Oh, okay, so you do get red herrings. It looks like I made a mistake. I'm very sorry to have bothered you. Get a life, you perv. Jeez. Guess I blew that one. It's fine. Sweet, they got the new issue I've been looking for. Did that... Oh man, watch it be the bento guy? It's like... I mean, she did the thing too, but... we might as well just stop all of them. Hold it right there, Buster. I don't believe you paid for that. What? Empty out your pockets. Let's see what you got. Oh, crap. Aha. What's this? I haven't seen you pay for that yet. I was just about to take it to the register. Yeah. So maybe we need like a complete field of view. So that guy's back is turned. Maybe he's okay. Tell me about it in the office. Or you could tell that to the police if you prefer. Well, bingo. Looks like we caught him red-handed. Say, would you mind keeping a watch a little longer? You know, in case anyone else manages to slip through the cracks while I'm occupied. Alright, so there's the bento guy. I can't actually see him, though. So sick of these bento lunches. I mean, we don't see it, but I'm still gonna stop him just because. Yes. Hold it right there, mister. I don't believe you paid for that. Excuse me? I don't have anything on me. You wouldn't be trying to shoplift anything, would you? What a rude accusation. I've been buying lunches here for a while now, but maybe I'll take my business elsewhere. Fine, but before that, cough up what you took. All of it. There. Are you satisfied? Yeah. So there's just red herrings. It's fine. Come on. I might not make much, but at least I'm not a thief. How about treating me with some respect? Yes, I blew that one. I really appreciate all the help you've given me. Can't believe you found a criminal in such a short time. You have been a great help. Guess I have a knack for finding people like that. It just stopped all of them. But you also accused someone else of shoplifting, even though they didn't take anything at all. I'd rather not make our honest, paying customers feel uncomfortable, you know? Sorry about that. In any case, here's your day's pay. Wow, $10 for a day? Sheesh. Thanks again for your help. Hope to see you around soon. There are good completions and just completions in sub-stories. So I was just curious what happens if you just drop the ball. Because you still get completion marks for them. Like the check marks. We don't have to complete them perfectly. It's slightly a deep cut about what the person is saying, where you don't want your loyal customers to feel uncomfortable, but you're also looking for shoplifters and whatnot. Generally speaking, it's a one-sided perspective. You're having the perspective of the customer going first, and then it's from the perspective of the person who's managing. But generally speaking, when you're enforcing and you're trying to reduce something, you take the hit to uncomfortability to non-discriminately enforce and deter shoplifting. So ultimately, I took that approach more seriously than the approach where you're guessing. You non-discriminately enforce checks, and then you reassure the customer base that we're trying to like be transparent about it. That typically ends up coming out even more loyal than it is the way that person was portraying it. So you explain to your loyal customers that it's for an inconvenience temporarily. That kind of thing. But, you know, that approach was half measure. It's a half measure approach to reducing shoplifting. Being disproportionately loyal to loyal customers is judging in its sense anyways. So that person was worried about the feelings of the loyal customers, only to perpetrate the same, ironically, or hypocritically, the same thing. So they started judging. So you need to do judging, but when you're enforcing something like that, you indiscriminately just check everyone and take the compromise of using transparency to cater so that your loyal customers understand that the business is having shoplifting problems. That's usually the more effective compromise, if truly shoplifting was an issue there. At least that's how I would approach it when it comes to enforcement. Half measures on enforcement make the situation, typically it worsens the situation. All right. So we stopped the shoplifter, and now apparently it allows us to do this thing, going top to bottom. Okay. I'm trying to go top to bottom, but they're not in order. The sub-stories are not listed in order. So they bounce back and forth a lot. And you don't really know where they are anymore. Now that we're down to like the last 10%. 15%. We still have like 28 more sub-stories. Oh. Dang it, I'm not looking for you. Can I have this gun, please? That's not what I wanted. Give me this. Oops. Oh. It has a unique animation for the extra hit. We only recently acquired the extra hit on a heat action. Perug girl. Alright. Why does this have a big text that says save before doing this? Alright. Sure. It's probably because of, can you fail? I haven't had a sub-story where you could fail before. It's supposed to be here somewhere. Yeah. Maybe it's a different time of day. We'll go swap the day. All right. Let's go swap. Swappy. Oops.
Kiryu-san.
Okay. Off we go. Okay, alright. Oh, there it is. I see the marker. Alright. Oh, man, that guy's up to no good. Let's see if we can run behind him. Nakey. Alright, my friend. What are we getting ourselves into? Is he lost? At that age, shouldn't be wandering around town alone. Wah! My balloon flew away. What's the matter, little guy? Are you lost? My balloon. It flew away, and if I don't have it, I'll never see my mommy again. Wait, what? Why do you need a balloon to see your mom? Oh, is that? Mommy said that if I had a red balloon, she could always find me, even if I was really lost. And, wow. Okay. So he needs his red balloon to reunite with his mother. Alright. I guess we're going for it. Alright. I'll tell you what. I'll get that red balloon for you. If you dry those tears and stay strong. Can you do that for me? Uh, okay. You really think you can find my balloon, mister? You bet. Wait right here. I'll have it back to you in no time. Really? Okay. Oh no. Control, okay. Uh... Wait, do I have to like hit it with my first person camera or something? It's not that agile. Oh my gosh. I don't think I can get right under it and move the camera in time. Does it get snagged on something? So I can like interact with it? Or am I supposed to tag it? Oh, it's descending. This balloon is pretty much deflated, but maybe the kid will want it anyway. Excuse me, sir, but is that your balloon? No. Some kid who got lost asked me to get this for him. He told me he couldn't see his mom again if he didn't have it. And after seeing him cry the way he did, there's no way I could turn him down. By any chance, would this kid be around 10 years old? Yeah, I'd say he's about that age. Wait a minute, you wouldn't happen to be his mother, would you? Yes, I am. Could you please take me to him? Sure, follow me. Huh. Mommy. Mommy? You really came to find me. Of course I did. But Masakun, how did you get here all by yourself? It was easy. I had the red balloon, so I knew you'd come to get me. Just like you promised. What is he talking about? Well, my husband and I went through a divorce last year, and my ex was given custody of my son, Masakun. As a condition of the divorce, I was never allowed to see my son again. Mommy, I'm so happy to see you. Whenever we went into town, I always used to give him a red balloon so I could find him if he ever got lost. I told him that as long as he held on to it, he'd never be far away from me. That he could always see me again, no matter how scary things got. So that's what this is about. Oh, I miss you so much, sweetheart. This is all Mommy's fault. Mommy, are you crying? Well, these are happy tears, sweetie. At the same time, you're not legally allowed to see him, so let's just say you two met up by chance today, and leave it at that. After all, you can't let a child go home alone in a city like this. How about you take them most of the way? Oh, I doubt there's a problem with that. Yes, you're right. Thank you so much, sir. Oh, and here's something for all you're done. I'm sorry it's not the best of shape, but I hope you find it useful. Okay. Well, so long. Hi, mister. Thanks for finding my mommy. Ah, yeah, that's divorce. Yep. That's a story that are is far more common nowadays in I would even say in a Western society than Eastern ones. But yeah, it's tough. All right. Okay. So, um, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. So this is the okay. Well, this is the batting cage unique sub story. We got the darts. Okay. We got the darts unique sub story, and we just got introduced to the billiards, the pool sub story by playing. We have not done the batting cage mini game completion stuff yet. But I reckon it was locked behind because we didn't do the other courses properly. So let's see if we can trigger this quickly. Batting gauge is kind of terror, just a little bit. It's mm, it's still not worse than pool. I pool is terror. Uh, unless it's triggered if I walk around here. No? Okay. Batting cage is a little worse than golf. But pool is at the bottom. Alright, so let's do the courses. Oops, not this one. This is so we need 1800 points. So let's grab the 1800 point. We already did the middle one. We only need 1800 points on all the courses. I think it includes this one. So we need to hit 18 of the... Is it only fastballs? So we need to hit 18 of the 20. Unless there's like a multiplier? There's usually a multiplier of some sort. We'll see. Maybe like a three ball multiplier? No. 18 out of 20 is kind of a lot for the easy course. Oh, there are curveballs too. Okay. Are there sinkers? Doesn't look like it yet. The Haruka's trust thing was nuts. So this is a little bit relaxing. We just jumped to the deep end because of Haruka's trust. We can only miss 2. There's no multipliers. I still can't believe Mahjong took longer than the Haruka's trust on this one. Because it took an hour and a half the previous day, or 2.5 hours, and then an hour after the consolidation on the following day. Mahjong took over 10 hours. It artificially ballooned our completion time by a lot. We don't have to aim on the easy course, so it's substantially relaxing. There's only one element to pay attention to, and we still have the legacy skill and timing from our Haruka's request stuff on the batting timing. When the camera is not shifting from aiming like this, it allows the timing to be very focused. And you don't need the muscle contractions on the gamepad from your left hand as well, because you have to keep your left hand steady while slightly tensing your right hand to push with enough force on the button. It's a lot harder than it sounds. It's to the point that quite a vast majority of people would use the mouse and keyboard for this, and I would agree too, for those who are less stubborn than I am. A real Yakuza use gamepads. Oh wait, is this the thing that... Oh no, never mind. I was kind of hoping these were the beads that keep like encounters away, but I don't think that quality of life item exists yet. Oh, I don't think I did the normal game. There are 4. There's normal, easy, normal, hard was the thing that we did Haruka's request in, and then there's extra hard, which has some shenanigans that I'm a little scared of. That's where the terror begins. But let's see. Batting cages. Yeah, you need 1,800 points. On normal, we got 1,700. I guess it might introduce... Oh, it's 3 zones. 3 zones, and it introduces the sinker. Iwami 2's one was amazing, because you had to, instead of focusing on where the home runs are, like where you're gonna aim to bat, which is this game, it's a mix of just knowing the timing of the pitches and then aiming where. In Kiwami 2, it's about the different pitches, so there was it ballooned in it. It was strike zone dependent on where the pitches are. It was a great change, or like great difference, a different way of approaching it. It's not a change per se, because you're not really changing it, or you're not like comparing them. You're it's a different way to play this game. It was a great mix-up. Whoops. I think there's a score multiplier on this, so it's fine. We need to hit less balls, basically. Because there's a multiplier. Right? Oh, yeah. There's the bullseye. It's not a multiplier, but an alternative. Unless you miss. And then now we're back to square one. So we can't miss. We have to hit at least one bullseye. No, because we already missed 2 balls. Adjusting for the camera angle is what the challenge is. There are other ways, but I don't particularly like the other ways to focus on. Like syncing the timing of Kiryu's body. How much is that worth? 3? It gives us 2 balls back, which isn't too bad. I like looking at the ball, so I typically just look at the ball. But there are other ways. You can look at Kiryu's body and language to time it. It's not my jam, so I don't usually do that. That was a sinker. I thought that was a fastball for a moment there. If we hit all the balls and still miss the next bullseye, it's fine. It's enough balls. Gotta get used to the sinker again. One theme about this game is the easier it is, the more consistent you have to be. The harder it is, the better multiplier there are. Whoops. I have to hit all these. Oh. I should focus instead of trying to juggle talking. It does require a little bit of adjustment. We typically do mini games all together at once because it takes conditioning. We have to warm up. Most of the mini games are fairly unforgiving. For the CPs. It's kind of funny, I spent so much time on the Mahjong thing, but in the end, luck-based stuff, like some luck-based stuff, is a lot more relaxing. Because you're just playing until your luck lines up. But mini games are terror. Because if you suck, you just suck. That's it. Like, there's no, like, you don't RNG this. You gotta get good. Like the mainline mini games are terror. Some people would say like, no, but you know, if you're good, you're good. It's like fair. That's fair. I just prefer a little bit of balance of both. I'm not spry and consistent these days. Not as consistent as I want to be. Variety is the spice of life for me. That's why I love the Yakuza series. But we are semi-completionists as well. We're going after Steam achievements. So a lot of the tasks involve very small room for error. We accomplished it, but we have to finish. We can't quit early. I'm not about overachieving either. Perfectionist runs are not what we're doing. We are not perfectionists. That ship has sailed a long time ago. Over 10 years ago. Oops. In this game, we have like a 95%. Oops. We have like a 95%, 90 to 95% consistency margin, which is sufficient. But I'm not sure about the extra hard course. I don't know if that's sufficient. We might have to go higher. But this game does push the limits. It's one of the things about this Yakuza 3 specifically. Its threshold is really high. It's past 80%. I would stick with 80% usually. Like the toughest completion task should be within 80%. But so far, all the mini games, the final CP requires 95, like getting close to 95%, and that's tough. That's a really tough ask for margin of error. We already did this. This is scored really, really high, which is the course that we did for Haruka's request. I mean, we could try to do batting right now. There's only one course left. Yeah, see, we needed a 3,000 or higher in the hard course. The extra hard course has something new, though. It's when I was hanging around, it's been memed with some jerry rigging. So let's see what the thing is. My guess, if I had to guess, the hardest thing they could possibly do is make the board harder and take away your crosshair. If it takes away your crosshair, it's gonna be Bunka S. It took away the crosshair. We're so screwed. And all the balls are different. Dang, like different speeds. Oh no. This is terror. Okay, yeah, there are different speed modifiers for the balls. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow, those are some high speed modifiers. Holy heck. Oh, that is so floaty after the high speed ones. Okay, we're gonna need to, yeah, we're gonna have to. I need a center point. Unless I know where to focus. Let's see if my... No, I don't think my judgment on the... Okay. It's already hard enough. I'm not... Like, what I mean is, it's already hard enough to see the pitch. Wow, those speed modifiers are hecka scary. I think I know where my aim is. I can imagine it on my screen. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's a little higher when it's up there. Nope. Maybe it's like here. Those are some fast pitches. And then suddenly a slow fastball. It's more of a straight ball. They should have just called it straight. Alright. I can see why, but do we really want to put in the time to... Well, it's fine. Did this guy? Here's a hot tip just for you. Oh, okay, this is it. This is a sub-story. A professional baseball player came and played here earlier. He was incredible. He was hitting so many balls, he broke our facility high score. I mean, I can't be too surprised. He is a pro after all. I should have gotten his autograph. Maybe I'll come back to play sometime. Maybe he'll come back to play sometime. I sure hope he does. Professional baseball player comes here. That's pretty neat. Maybe the ladies at the hostess... Oh. Is this related to... I'm curious if it's the same guy as Kiwami 2. No, okay. Oh, wait. Pretty impressive stuff in there. You ever play pro? No. Never been in the pros. But Kiryu has many years of experience though. Got the eyes of a fighter. I like that. In more ways than one. So, I'm wondering if you do me a favor. What is it? A man in a baseball uniform will be stopping by a little later. I'd like you to take him on. Why me? I'll pay you for your trouble, of course. Don't feel pressured, but I appreciate the help. Take your time deciding. Is this like one of the coaches trying to get light a fire under kids behind by pitching them against a rival, like matching it up with a rival? The old man wants to take... Okay. Can't say it's the strangest request I've got. No, sir. That's a very regular day request compared to our usuals. I don't think it's too bad. I think the last course isn't too bad. I'm gonna have to do something though to help with my aid to speed up the process. Nope, it's not the same guy. Not the same guy from Kiwami 2. A guy in a uniform. This must be who the man was talking about. What's with you? What do you want? Oh, it's you. I heard you were hitting up a storm in here. Even better than me, they say. Which I find pretty outrageous. 10 years ago, I wanted the high school nationals, was a #1 draft pick, and went straight to the pros. You really think they're better than me, old man? What are you so worked up about? I was in prison 10 years ago, so don't expect me to know who you are. What? Have you been living under a freaking rock? Everyone's heard of me. Don't they have TV in jail? So you're a big shot pro ball player, are you? Shouldn't you be somewhere more important than getting toned up for the getting tuned up for the season? Toned up? That's a weird phrase. Shut up. I'm playing second string right now, so I don't have to worry about stuff. Second string, huh? Okay then. What the heck is that supposed to mean? I'm a professional. Why do I have to waste my time messing around with an amateur like you? You've never beat me. Hey, I never say I wanted to challenge you. Shut up. This isn't about what you want. This is about me and what I need to do. What I need to do. You've got a big head there, kid. There's no way an old, inexperienced dude like you could out-hit a professional like me. Old? Yes. Inexperienced? Absolutely not. Guess we won't know till we try. I just might surprise you. Then let's do this stuff. We each get 10 balls and switch off after each one. Whoever ends up with the most points is the winner. Watch closely, old man. I can talk a big game, but I can walk a bigger one. Alright. Let's do this. Heh. I'll show you how it's done in the pros. Oh, I saw a key back there. Alright, alright. Oh, we're doing double. Oh no. We're doing this. It's the hard course. Dang it. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Oh, and we get to... Oh, it's kind of like cricket. Oh, interesting. This is a great mix-up. So every double panel we hit, we save a ball, I guess. Does he ever miss? Oops. Oh. Wait. How did he get... Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, he's completing the... Okay. You get bonus points for completing the lines, so we better do that. Oh, there's some strategy to it. Does he ever miss? Interesting. Oh, hitting the middle is worth more points. Oh no. Oh, this is... Oh, Okay, so I didn't go for it. What if I just take the middle out? Oh, no. Never mind. So it's more like tick... So do we stagger or is he going for 3? Does 3 count? I'm guessing diagonals count? No? Alright. Let's go for 9. Score the point bonuses. So it's more like tic-tac-toe at this point. That's sweet. I love this mix-up. Okay, diagonals count. I see. Ooh, that's scary. And we want to go for 6. Or miss. So we want to go for 1. So he doesn't miss. Huh. Alright. Oh, he could hit the bullseye. I forgot. I was like, you come back from this? Well played. Well played. If you want, yeah, let's go again. You didn't tell me the rules, my friend. You didn't tell me the rules of the game. I almost not want to hit. Just wait for him to complete the line. But I guess if we start first, we can complete a line first. I think we quit on that one. Try again. We'll get ahead with like one pitch and then be okay with that, I suppose. Curious if it's random. Let's see if it's random. What square he picks. He doesn't pick randomly. Oh, no random picks. So what, 2? Oh. Oh boy. That was it was a curveball out of my line of sight. That kind of sucks. That setup is kind of risky. So we get the bullseye. And he gets the 3. Okay. That's not recoverable. Alright, well, it's the hard course, so we have to get reacclimated to the hard course again because of the camera movement. And the speed change up. The hard course introduces ball speed change ups. And then the extra hard does everything else. It is random. It was just coincidence that he picked the same one twice. The alternative cheese is to hit double the panels that complete the line early. I don't think we need to do that to win. They're gonna do 5. Oh. This is the curveball, I think. Yeah. Pitches are in the same order though. And then he's gonna go for 3. 3 is unavoidable. Yeah. And then he gets the bullseye. Unless he chooses not to bullseye the first one. He didn't bullseye the first one the last time. Yeah, he went for 7 again. Oh, wait, but I could strategically miss this one. Or hit both of them. Alright. So now we're back in sync again for every other panel. That's a slow fastball. I hit early. I need to hit 2 panels here. So he has to go for the 5. He saved me the 5. Interesting. Is this the fast sinker? No. Alright. And then there's no way you can score that many points. Okay. Fair enough. It would have been closer if he went for the 5, but we would still be ahead. That's the fast sinker. Okay. Alright. How the F did that happen? I'm a professional baseball player, dang it. How could I lose to an amateur?
Oh yeah.
That's because you're, oh yep, it's the manager. Yep. Pitching against a rival to humble someone, to light a fire under their butts. That's because your overconfidence got the best of you. Manager? Manager. I thought he was some random old man, but it looks like something else is going on here. This guy's got stronger willpower than you. That's what it takes to win. Well, yes and no. No matter how many times he may lose, the man with the strongest willpower always comes out on top. Yes or no. You were the #1 draft pick, but your ego was so inflated by those credentials of yours that you were bound to lose from the start. That's a more consistent corollary than the willpower thing. They're kind of true, but it's less consistent. One is less consistent than the other. Makes sense. I got so full of myself that I lost the will to play. Would you help me get back into shape, sir? That's my job, kid. Now get back to the stadium. Light a fire under his butt. Thanks for taking on such an odd request. He really needed that. That kid that the fame gets to his head and his effort went out the window. Well, yes and no. That's compartmentalizing. But he's got what it takes to be an all-star. He just needed someone to beat him back into shape. I think that little batting session may have knocked some humility into him. We just hit a few balls in a batting cage. Whether it sinks in or not is up to him. That's kind of funny. I don't know if that was an intentional pun, but, you know, sinkers are a pitch pattern. Heh heh heh. Ain't that the truth? By the way, would you be interested in a career in professional baseball? This is not the first time that was asked. With that swing of yours, I could get you a nice deal even at your age. I've got too many things to take care of, but I appreciate the offer. You could also be a professional dart player, a professional bowler. There are a lot of things. I understand. You must be a man of high stature in whatever it is you do. No, but yes. Oh, yeah. I promise I'll give you something for your trouble. Please take this. A spiked bat. That's not for hitting baseballs. It's for hitting other balls. The noggin balls. Well, I better be off to training now. So long. Alright, Godspeed. Okay. I've been staring at this key for a while now. We don't need all the keys, but we do need specific keys for cheats. So, for cheat items. To get our gambling CPs. Yakuza 0 did not have gambling cheats, but it's kind of nice that they kept this. This is a mainstay, some gambling cheats to complete CPs quicker. Alright, so we did that. Let's go look. What else we got? We do have to do the billiards thing at some point. I'm just going down the list just so that it's easier to manage. We were at... Alright. Okay, so... Oh yeah, we had to go to Okinawa to do the pool minigame related sub-story. So let's go. I want to, oh, come on, bud. I wanted to complete the sub-stories in this, so then I can do the sub-stories in Yakuza 4. I want to be able to, like, relate the two if there are any overlapping stuff. But I think we've gotten most of the mainline, sub-stories. What I call the supporting sub-stories. Because they're recurring in the games. I like that there are random sub-stories that they may or may not follow up, but the really good ones in the future, I would love to see RGG in the future poll maybe content creators or poll the audience using an in-game mechanic, like statistical in-game mechanic, poll them on which sub-stories in the current mainline series have the highest, like, feedback rate, like positive feedback rate, and then those end up being the next mainline supporting sub-stories in their later titles. Because right now, like during this time, like Yakuza 3 and stuff, they probably written something and thought, yeah, this is pretty good. So they have already selected, in a way, internally, what sub-stories get follow-ups between the games. So not only do the mainline stories get additional continuity, some of the sub-stories that get knocked out of the park, sort of, internally, I guess, popular ones internally, also gets follow-ups in the games. And I enjoy doing that. Like, sub-stories aren't just a one take. they're a mix of one takes and continuation. So that's why I'm doing the sub-story. I'm very sub-story focused after the MSQ run only. So it stays fresh in my mind. It's still really hard. There are a lot of sub-stories. So up to this moment, I've done 92 of them out of 119 in this game. The other 3 games, that would put me up to like 500 sub-stories. So it's really hard to keep them. Whoa, that S is gigantic. To keep them all straight. But it's wonderful what you can remember. Or I'm trying to retain as many as I can. So we meet again. It would seem we're bound by destiny after all. Who are you again? Named Shiraishi. I'm in the bet collection business. Bet collection. I make sure folks pay up on bets they lost at casinos. That guy over there, an owner of a bar, lost his fortune at the poker table the other day. In his final hand, he bet the deed to his bar. Yikes. And well, he ended up losing it. So, I'm here to collect. But you know, it's no fun grabbing stuff away from a bawling crybaby. That's why I figured I'd go my usual route and let him try to win back the deed. And what's your usual route? When there's a lot of cash on the line, I challenged a poor sap to a game of pool to decide whether I should actually collect or not. They're hanging on by threads, see? I give them one last chance to see if they got what it takes. It's a pretty crooked hobby, messing with people like that. Maybe so. That crooked hobby has also saved a share of people too. I've seen it happen from time to time. Oh, are we playing for that guy's bar deed? Okay, what does any of this have to do with me? You just wanted to share some random stories with me or what?
Yeah.
No, that's not it. I was actually hoping you could be the stand-in for the bar owner, that is. Are you kidding me? Please, I'm begging you. I'm the owner of the bar you were talking to Shirashi-san about. Please, won't you help me? For the love of all that is good and noble, I need your assistance. You've got to take my place at the pool table. What if he's better than me? Because I'm not particularly great at pool. Sorry, Kiryu. And why would I do that? Because I've never played pool in my life. Not even okay, fair enough. Can't you see I'm doomed from the very start? He wants a worthy opponent. I'm the total opposite. So there you have it. Where's the fun in playing a game I know I'm gonna win? That's where you come in. Rich people problem. I tell ya, rich people problem. You really are a manipulative old cogger. Cogger? You know that? That may be. But if you manage to win, you'll be saving this poor fella along with his forfeit bar. So what do you say? Think of it as a charity match. Honestly? If there wasn't like a really sense of failure and disappointment in this arrangement, I would love to do something like that. The charity matching, like it's a very big euphemism that guy is doing, but there's obviously big stakes. But that would be pretty cool to do something to give an opportunity to a person. But the losing and taking away that opportunity, I don't think that part does not appeal to me. I like my bottom line where you either default, not necessarily negative like what this guy is doing, or if you win, you win. It's icing, right? This isn't an icing situation. This is more of a do or die situation. Please, I'm begging you. All right. I'm not that great. Sorry, Kiryu. Fine then, you're on. Excellent. I could tell just by looking at that you were a true warrior. In so many ways than one. So he hath been told. The game is 9-ball. 9-ball pool. Whoever sinks the 9-ball first wins. Alright. You've got to win this one. I swear, there's a reward in it for you if you do. I think, in my personal opinion, the reward is stop gambling your bar away. But anyways, that's just me. Now, let's begin. Don't let me down. That's the I'm a sap, I guess. But the best reward when you get someone out of trouble is that they hope that you hope that to tell them they won't get into that type of trouble again, in my opinion.
Yakuza.
Giving is a thing, truly giving is a thing that opportunists, I can't relate to opportunistic people, expecting reward for a voluntary choice of gifting someone something. So if I accept an offer or a challenge, I understand that if I fail, I'm also not expected to deliver, much like the person who I'm trying to help. So it's a mutual understanding that if I win, you get everything. But with the expectation that if I lose, you get nothing. But I also don't expect to get something. That's kind of like how I roll. Shortcut. That's a hot take about myself. So whenever people like request things from me, like, oh, can you get this done? Or like, can you do this? I hope they understand that I will try my best. But at the same time, I don't expect anything in return. So therefore, the expectation of me delivering on things are also equated to that. It's an icing. It's a additional perk of trying anyways. One of the downsides is if you're a person that cut corners a lot or feel like there's a big barrier for motivation, the thing I described is not a approach that would be very positive reinforcement for someone who lacks motivation. I am not an individual that struggles with motivation, so it's often fine. I need to find up a system of how to do this. So let's say I want to hit this thing, right? And then I want to hit the 9-ball combo. So I want to bank, combo the 9-ball. So I guess I'm drawing a straight line to where I think I want to hit the ball. So if this is true, I will end it. I will end it with one shot. But the reason why I'm not good at this game is when you pull down on the right analog stick, the pullback has left and right adjustments to it. So if you don't pull down straight, which my stick is not guaranteed to shift straight down because there's some drift, it can just rear off course just a little bit, and this shot is really long. The longer the distance it has, the higher chance I'm gonna deviate, which is kind of like regular pool, right? So let's find out. Yeah, see? It was nowhere near the projected target, even though I attempted my best to pull straight down and up and push up. It's nowhere near, and that's why this game is tough. You cannot, there's not enough zone, there's not enough like dead zone from left and right that it's brutally punishing. You can't even make straight shots if you want. Unlike darts. Darts was like the GOAT for me because we were able to gauge exactly, it has like notches, so it snaps in at different notches and you can reproducibly produce that, reproducibly throw where you want after you get the hang of it. This game, the goal of this game, my approach is we try to get a combo shot into the 9. or a cannon shot. Or they're called karam shots, but I don't know what the difference between a cannon and a karam shot is. I think a cannon shot means it's like really long, like the cue ball travels a long distance, but usually that's the case for most of the shots anyway. And it doesn't bank or something. Maybe that's the... For 9 ball, we just wait till the AI sinks most of them. Sometimes I take the free ones to speed it up. See, like, I know how pool works. Like, this is the angle I want. But the ball is going to have a slight chance it deviates left and right. Yeah, so you deviated left. It didn't hit the spot that it was supposed to. And it was such a light tap, too. Luckily, the AI is kind of forgiving in this one. For this sub-story. But we're not going to try to sync it. We're trying to get an opportunity at a combo shot. That was unintentional. I wanted to move the 6 closer so I could get a combo shot opportunity. I mean, we might as well practice. Like drawing lines. We haven't been the toughest opponent. Yeah, see, that went to the right. It bared right, so it didn't hit straight. It went off to the right a little. I'm like looking at my stick while I'm doing it and trying my best to pull down. I think we're gonna have to modify our controls so that it doesn't enter left and right during this game. That's probably the way to go for this. I don't want it to hit left or right no matter what. Like most of the time I don't. Even shots like this is a gimme shot, but it's too long. Like this is the line I want to play, but I'm not confident that it's gonna get hit straight. Oh, thank goodness it did. It's such a gamble. All right, we did it. We got that guy's bar back. It's fine. This pump, the awkward, like that's a really awkward animation. I'm sorry, RGG, but that gesture is not the greatest. But anyways, we'll let you fist pump a little bit. Oh, and that animation is great too. How they celebrate. If you just leave it here, they're just gonna get a lot of exercise. The guy has some Converse on. Those are some really those are not the type of shoes I would expect on a guy like that, but you know. You did it! You actually won! Yes! Oof. Not bad at all. I ain't played a solid game like that in years. You have no idea how grateful I am. Now I can keep my bar open. Oh, this is fantastic. What about the money he owes the casino? Do you just pay for it out of your own pocket? Sure do. I got plenty tucked away, so money ain't no thing. It's just that at my age, I like having a front row seat when people suddenly gotta play for keeps. It's either the desperation or the determination that spices things up for me. Old age. Affluent old age. You really do have a crooked way of thinking. Not particularly. That actually happens quite often. Human condition, Kiryu. Ah, I suppose you're right. Actually, that's kind of a deep cut because I don't think Kiryu would be surprised. I mean, he didn't say he's surprised. He just made a comment. But actually, his lifestyle makes him encounter such people most of the time. In this frame of context, it's a lot bit more, I guess, lighthearted to accept, as opposed to like organized crime. I suppose you're right, but get to my age and you'll see what I mean exactly. It's actually a fairly common thing. The context might be unique to this guy, or maybe less happening, but actually this happens really regularly. It just is guised in different contexts. It's a really deep human condition. A digression, which we won't do today. I wouldn't count on it. Oh, and just out of curiosity, what would you have done if I had lost? So here's the thing. Kiryu is already doing it at the age of 39. Or at least the player who's playing Kiryu is already doing it. He's constantly taking risk, trusting people in scams and helping them out. That is the same contextual crooked way. Just Kiryu is foolhardy, altruistic in a way. So he like sees it as doing good or failing to do good, but it's still an attempt to do good. So his moral compass is making it look like it's not crooked. But what he's actually doing is he's forgetting that he's expending himself. The gamble is a risk to himself. That is a crooked way of making your life spicier by going out of your way to take care of people or like try to help people. It's crooked because Kiryu is risking himself. It's not self-preservation. But because it's for a greater good kind of thing, the moral compass flips the script on why Kiryu can't see that. But yeah, the old guy, he doesn't actually have to see that Kiryu needs to get older. The older Kiryu gets, the more risk he's placing himself into for his reward or his payout. And he's keeping his life spicy by taking on those risks. The older guy actually has a more consistent, pragmatic approach than Kiryu does. Kiryu is the embodiment of risk-taking in old age. And the older you get, this risk-taking at the expense of self continues. In both cases, they're taking risks to themselves. Their money, their legacy, or what have you, their, person. He's risking money that is already owed to him. Kiryu is risking his life every single time. Kiryu has a way crookeder when it comes to pragmatism, but the moral compass makes it sound like it's different, and that's kind of like a slight deep cut, but that's kind of why you can see that the difference in when emotions and sentimentalism comes into play. But effectively, the underlying human condition is the same. It's very similar. Alright. Oh, and just out of curiosity, what would you have done if I had lost? So, if they're going like full throttle on a rich guy, it would probably just continue to offer the chance for someone else to win, because it's providing his life entertainment. So if you're in that age of time, like if you've gotten that old where your life is outside of yourself, like introducing things uncontrollable to your life because you spend most of your life controlling it, to live it up a little, he would probably say, which we'll find out after I hit A, he'll continue to do it until someone wins. Because he technically wants a good game, not necessarily to win or lose. He's willing to risk the things he's willing to part with. Unlike Kiryu, who his sense of justice puts his life at risk, which he doesn't necessarily want to give up. Although one could argue that Kiryu's okay with giving up his life for a good cause, because he is full-heartedly like superhero justice guy. Alternatively, he could just say, well, it's no skin off my back, I'll give the deed back to the bar anyways for a good game, which is what they just had here. Heh. Mighty fine question you asked there. I'd probably get the deed, take over the bar, and put this guy to work as the manager. That's really pragmatic. That's a way to repurpose your investment. And honestly, it's ironic because the one that seems the most reasonable pragmatically is actually this guy. Shiraishi has the most pragmatic approach, as opposed to Kiryu, who's focused solely on the moral compass of like what's right and wrong. It's a great juxtaposition. I really like Kiryu's character a lot because it reflects something that I'm not most of the time. And it's fun role-playing as Kiryu. Shiraishi is closer to something that, like a mix of what he is doing is probably closer to what I would do personally. Because that's a very pragmatic way. It gives that, and to add to this guy's thing, he would put the guy at work as a manager, and eventually down the road would offer this guy the opportunity to take his bar back. He gets to make money on the side. He gets to rehabilitate and teach the bar owner a lesson, but also be able to productively help him, you know, focus on the thing that matters. And then ultimately what he did was he get to flex what he does, get a little philanthropy in, enter a different thing that he didn't want to do to keep it spicy, and at the same time, in the long run, you make a new friend. Or you at least make a new supporting person, right? And that's kind of reinvesting in people. So that's really cool. I think RGG wrote really well. Just these one-liners are fantastic, in my opinion. It's a great life lesson. That's what you were planning to do all along? Of course. That's what happens. That's the fine line between someone who got to his position and someone who doesn't. He didn't really become rich and like foolhardy and full of many opportunities by throwing opportunities away or acquiring and closing opportunity. He continues to make more opportunity. Let the money work itself. Well, for a sap who gambles all day and night, it takes a hard lesson to smack some sense into you. That's what he did. That's the approach. Shiraishi would teach the former bar owner a lesson about gambling. And that's fantastic. I love that they wrote this out. It's such good writing. I get it. He saved up a bit of cash and you give him back the deed. Is that how it goes? There it is. Full circle. Right there. Called it. Now. It just wouldn't do for me to give away all my secrets, would it? But listen, it was a great game. I wouldn't mind giving you a real match one of these days. then I'll be waiting for that day to come. Ah, well, see you around, young man.
どうも
You don't know how much this means to me. I'll never gamble again, I swear. So here's the thing, right? Kiryu won. You're role playing as Kiryu. So the thing about altruism and like the learning it in the path of least resistance without a guarantor is that the likelihood in this scenario, in like a realistic setting, is that this bar owner is going to fail because Kiryu succeeded. Shiraishi winning would likely more guarantee statistically that the bar owner would succeed over time. Kiryu is not a person who is involved in this like give or take and repurposing and reinvesting stuff. So he did the bar owner a favor and a disservice at the same time. He does not guarantee that the bar owner isn't going to gamble again. The idea is how the bar owner reacts is reflective of Kiryu's personality. So the people you invest in or impress upon, Kiryu has rescued him through a sheer act of luck. So this bar owner has not learned a lesson, and not only that, has reflected Kiryu's good faith. So this sentence reflects that good faith. I'll never gamble again, I swear. That's just simply not true in a realistic setting. A person doesn't flip 180 immediately due to a serendipitous encounter with life. If you win the lottery suddenly, it doesn't mean you're gonna grow instantly to have great money management. If you were poor and you suddenly won the lottery, you will most habitually and likely, the realistic outcome is that person is going to lose all that money again because they do not develop these skills overnight. And that's kind of the harsh lesson in the human condition. So it's great that Kiryu is succeeding and being his like Superman self. This has turned into a digression, so we might as well get in the digression, right? It doesn't teach life lessons, and it's so great in my opinion. I love this type of writing. It's so good to illustrate. This is applied to most things. It's difficult for humans to appreciate a lot of times the process of how you get from point A to point B without experiencing it. But there are things that that are experienced with great consequence, that if you had the opportunity to have someone who can guide you in that process, it often leads to a more consistent transition than someone who's out to do it just out of generosity. Because Kiryu was just in the Kiryu is not making this guarantee, right? Like, you can even reinforce that Kiryu as a character would probably agree that he did very little for the bar owner. He just happens to be at the right place at the right time with the skills necessary to basically undo his mistake with no strings attached, because Kiryu is a great guy. He wasn't here in this place to give a life lesson to the bar owner. Shirashi was. It's not every day that and here another realistic hot take, slight digression of the digression, is that Shirashi is not the typical loan shark either. He was still gonna repurpose it to give himself gains, but rarely, a lot rarer is a person who is trying to teach a lesson without bearing the person. And that is so good, because I really love that they illustrated that that can be a possibility. And overall, He's gonna gamble again. That's the most realistic outcome. You could bet, which Kiryu will bet. His character is about constantly trusting, but blind trusting, as in he doesn't want to get involved directly. He believes in the goodness of people's hearts, will carry them to logical conclusions and pragmatic conclusions. And that's naive, but that's why I love the character that Kiryu is. It's the thing that personally, including myself, and maybe a lot of people strive to be. Realistically, he's still a character in a video game. And there's largely a reason why he sticks out as a great character, because he is a video game character. He is not a realistic character. Like, what I mean is, if this became autobiographical and the space, that's rarely does someone get shaped into someone like Kiryu in their approaching their 40s. It's so uncommon because there are things about the human condition that it's great to work around them. So, like, what Kiryu says next is probably, oh, you know, what he would usually say that would be consistent is, I didn't do very much. I just played a game. Good luck. And that it ends there. As opposed to someone like Sorashi, no matter win or lose, he's gonna have an investment in the bar owner's future. So ultimately, winning this pool game, which is kind of funny because I don't know if you have to win these to complete it, if you know what I mean, because you can get a check mark or something. Personally, if I was the character in Kiryu's shoes, I would have discussed what his plans are before playing the game, because ultimately I would have chosen to lose instead. But here's the icing on the cake thing. If I won, the bar owner gets his bar back, so that's icing on the cake. The true winner is losing, actually, and giving the responsibilities to Shiraishi to manage the bar, and ultimately down the road, which is what Kiryu said, like, oh, okay, so you were a good guy, but he was playing on the side of the devil's advocate, so he was suspicious as opposed to trusting, which is a little bit contradictory to what Kiryu says. But Kiryu was really open to the idea. He looked for the nice explainer to what the guy had planned, and that's so good. It's kind of like the whole give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach the man how to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime kind of deal. So Shiraishi, being someone who's financially well endowed, probably handles a lot of these situations, he's very seasoned to understand what kind of person this bar owner is and how this bar owner got into the mess in the first place. And it's so great that, to the point where I feel I had a romantic vision, those who are interacting with these parts are often like Shiraishi, because that would be great. But that's not the case most of the time. People who are loan sharks make a lot of money, right? They self-select themselves with a personality that would allow them or enable them to make a lot of money and make these decisions. So often that doesn't come with compassion. However, they threw in a curveball. Shiraishi is old. He is much, much older. So he's building legacy now, which checks out stronger than pragmatism. If Shiraishi was younger, he would probably repurpose the bar or sell it off to the highest bidder to get that early cash and then turn over as much as possible, because younger people tend to be more opportunistic early on, because they still have aspirations of acquiring more assets. So it was great. Like, man, it's so difficult to get through these sub stories because they're so filled with life's deep cuts, and this is a great one. It's kind of the thing that often, one like slight digression to the side, that I've kind of touched upon before that's related to this is the idea that it is without a doubt that both Kiryu and Shirashi are two sides of a coin in this conversation, but their experiences with hardship and like they got into this situation because they both gone through roller coasters. It's safe to gamble that Shiraishi understands the situation the bar owner is in order to come to the conclusion of the pragmatic approach that bar owner has, because there's a level of empathy that's required to suggest that. And then Kiryu being able to see the compassion in Shiraishi's plan all along comes with that hardship. So the deep cut now is onto the current state of the internet and stardom and instant stardom. When someone at a young age skyrockets in stardom, which typically nowadays that's kind of the ones that get the spotlights, right? You tend to see a lot of extraordinary people who may have shot up. But the truth about it is, when you start to imitate or start to look at what their advice is, you can kind of pick out the Kiryus, the Sarashis, and the bar owners. And what I mean by that is there are a lot in between. They're on a spectrum. But the bar owners are the ones that I particularly focus on when it comes to the internet. And those are the hustle people. And what I mean by hustle, the bar owner has a pure heart. Kiryu has a pure heart. Shirashi has a pure heart. They're all motivated. But the level, the limit of their experiences put them at three opposite corners. Kiryu is not affluent or rich because he have reached a state that isn't dependent on being affluent. The bar owner is not affluent, but is a consequence of the lack of experience, and Shirashi is affluent because of experience. So you have like the trifecta: the lack of experience and failure, the experience but not affluent, and then you have the affluent with experience. Well, when we think about content creators, right? When you look 5 steps to do these 5 steps and you become me, or I do these 3 steps and that's all you need to succeed in life. Well, depending on how that's presented, you can pick out which one of 3 of these are. The most concerning, unfortunately, is it's a nuance that is predicated on a person's personality and experience. So if someone is really young, the likelihood of which 3 of these situations would be most appealing is the bar owner. If you're, say, middle-aged and you still haven't made it big, you're probably still the bar owner. If you're older and you've already achieved the satisfaction of happiness, you're Kiryu. If you're older and you have been extremely career and success oriented, not like necessarily happy, you're Sarashi. There's a few more archetypes, but I'm only picking the ones that forward this without ballooning this into other territories. So the bar owner is not necessarily happy and content with their life. That's why they're seeking this, right? Kiryu is self-sacrificing. He's reached a point of happiness. But that is, when you reach a point of happiness, it doesn't guarantee that you need to seek resources. You've become content. So then you go through a period of self-sacrificing. The bar owner is desperate to get resources and they're sacrificing their livelihood because they're inexperienced. So you have like the 3 steps. And when it comes to content creators, a lot of the stuff I watch, I focus on my major interest is the well-being of the generation that's coming up, like mentorship, education, and self-help, right? So a lot of it's the biggest trends, right? It's one of the biggest trends, in my opinion, on content creation, is the pervasive use of designing directed content towards what people think they need or want. So in this case, in this triangle situation, younger, inexperienced individuals would promote a mindset through their advice, out of the generosity of their hearts, a mindset that will land them in where the bar owner is struggling right now. The end game would be where Kiryu is. But ultimately, the most consistent of getting both of those factors are people who are approaching mentorship and success like storytelling and showing, like educating people, is Shirashi. He is the GOAT here in this situation. Like, of the very compartmentalized situation here, Shirashi is the GOAT. He is the most consistent of both the processes. Kiryu is the end game. You often are looking for a state in which you reach a state of life where you have no problem sacrificing yourself because you're happy. The only way, the most valuable thing is yourself now. Like, you're out there to give back. You're no longer self-absorbed to the point where you need anything more. But Shirashi has a balance of that. He still seeks something to make his life fulfilling outside of sacrificing himself. So he's playing it safe still, where I'm going to reinvest. It's not my dime I'm losing. I'm willing to lose it. I only sacrifice things I'm willing to lose, right? And but his pragmatism is offering a lesson that demonstrates that he knows how failure is. He knows how long it takes. He knows that lessons need to be learned, that you have to be taught what you have done, maybe not for the purpose of what you're going out to get. Unfortunately, in content creation, the vast majority of people are the effects of the founder's effect, which is this. A lot of the ones that are most sensational and will likely appeal to inexperienced kids and younger impressionable adults is the people who were the founders. And the founder effect is just this. You found Kiryu early in life and you got lucky. When you got lucky, you have a limited time window to learn as much life lessons as you can. But unfortunately, when you find Kiryu shuts the door on life lessons. You don't get the experience. You usually don't get the experience of falling from grace, taking criticisms, having many of your projects fail. You have the founder's effect. So when someone comes online, like on Twitch, right? No matter what they do, they'll have 5,000 viewers. Because the founder's effect produced a bottom line 5,000 viewers. Can they persist that? Yeah, they can, as long as they're consistent. But what I'm going to probably gamble is at some point, their personal life, they have placed all their refinement of learning potential on pause outside of their founder's effect. So at some point, burnout is going to be self-created because they did not have any of the life experiences to mitigate and prevent that from happening. So at some point, maybe like 4 or 5 years down the line, how fast they're burning, it's going to expire. and they have to reinvent their life. And then at that point, they'll learn all the life's lessons that Shirashi could have imparted on this bar owner already. So in the end, it still works out, hopefully, for those people. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for everyone, and typically it's the ones that get lucky. And sometimes I think one of the grandest questions, the hot take in this huge digression, is you got to ask yourself, do you know yourself well enough that you can handle luck and all the consequences that come from it? Or are you a hard worker and you are a grinder that is more consistent and prefer to be consistent? A fall from grace is not the end of the world. I would say that when I was young, I was more like this bar owner. I was most definitely a burning bright star. And now having this discussion on a Twitch platform with, feeling as young as I've ever been mentally is the consequence of what I would really say. I got lucky. I got really lucky. Things lined up. The chances of someone with my background to end up going to the university and getting the education that I have and the financial security that I have younger than Kiryu by 3 years in this game, in my my mid 30s, right? It's I say it fairly often. I am very grateful how lucky I was, but I am extremely consistent at reminding myself that my life experiences are incredibly limited because of how lucky I was. So when I spend most of my time looking at life lessons, observing people's human pattern, is to compensate. So I could call that luck too. By happenstance, I'm lucky to have a personality in a career that promotes myself to critically analyze all the things I lack. So it stopped me from falling off the boat, having a career pivot, and regretting, sitting here saying I regret most of the things I would change this, I would change that. I don't regret anything. In fact, it's to the point where the things I do, I don't even concern myself with whether I like it or not. Like, I don't do things because I like to do them. I don't do things because of what they have to offer me. I do them because there are people who are interested in them. And the chances of that happening, it could be 1%, it could be 0.1%, it could be 300%. It's irrelevant. I do it because someone cares about it. And that's the greatest part. That's Kiryu. So instead of me burning out and falling into bar owner territory, which could happen, like for example, I spent quite a bit of money to buy video games and whatnot, but it could have been the bar owner's level where I fall from grace. Now I'm looking for a new niche, so I pivot so hard that I spend all the money I've saved, reinvest in a irrational midlife crises, like, hey, I want to become a professional comedian all of a sudden. All right, let's just go buy like $3,000 or thousands of dollars of camera equipment and go for it and shoot for the stars like I was in my 20s. That would be the bar owner. You would gamble everything away. The whole gambling situation of bar owner, getting a quick fix for his debt problems, that is not different, very different from over investing in like a SM7B and like buying like $10,000 PC and hoping that it somehow turns you into a career pivot into a professional entertainer, right? Online. That is the bar owner effect. We'll call it the bar owner effect for this discussion. I stopped myself from happening in that. Actually, COVID kind of helped too. It pretty much grounded me from making such a irrational mistake at the time, or like an irrational life lesson that I lacked. So over time, all that extra time allowed me to reevaluate, find a working lifestyle situation that normalized where I am now, and I got to a state closer to Kiryu because I was in Shirashi's position for a really long time, only with one lack of baggage. I got lucky. Like, there were so many things that luck had to do with it. For example, a great example is my parents. They had a lot of experience, so they opened up in like the restaurant. They knew all the they had a network that supported them on all the like tens of years of experience on how to get that restaurant up and going. For me, my parents don't know anything about going to elementary school in the United States. They are not educated in English. So I go there, it's a one shot. It's the only public school. Somehow I aced it. Great. Then we moved to a better school system because we're moving up. It's the first and only school. I don't know if it works out. Then we went to the first and only high school. And then when in high school, I only applied to one college because I didn't know anything about college. And then I applied to the only thing my college suggested because I trusted one person. And then because of that person, they had a lot of experience. And I trusted that person. So even then, though, everything I did up to my PhD and post PhD was a one-shot deal, or it kind of expanded. So my choices became 1, 1, 1, 1, and then at college it became 3. I had 3 choices. I started branching out because at the moment I got to college was the time I was given a choice. I met friends that I won't normally meet. I was not pulled down by the baggage of everything that is weighed on me as a kid who's just basically experimenting. And then when I had the choice, I remember everything about it. My college professor, friend, colleague, I guess I can call him a colleague now, he was everything to me because he had over 30 years of experience that was relevant to my life's trajectory, and it was the first source of it. And I saw that opportunity and I took it. So that's the first time I've ever had a choice. So imagine all these things working out. That's statistics. I was statistically unlikely to be successful using those series of events. The insurmountable amount of experience my parents have was not going to be statistically favorable for me in a different country. Like, all their elements of, yes, there's some of it is transferable, but the reason why it takes multiple generations for having a transplanted multicultural family to ultimately reach out of their like legacy is because it takes more than one generation. But for me to leapfrog past that, oh, I'm an intermediate generation to the 1% is super unlikely. So my life is filled with lucky happenstance. I happen to meet the one person, the one school, the one college with the one advisor that finally gave me choices, and all those choices were viable, those limited choices, and then the one choice I made led to the one person that led to the one university that filled all the requirements. And then I finally got to where I am now. And here's even crazier thing. because of the nature of all this stuff and then the awareness, COVID stopped me from becoming like just spiral out of control. So the one time that it stopped me from crushing me into the ground, COVID happened. And it put my life on pause, like my career on pause for my life. So if there's any luck, it's the one time something could ground all career advancements, like just to put everyone in the same line as I am. It happened during my life. And it might be, this narrative might sound very convenient and whatnot. It's like, yeah, it's paving a narrative, but that's how I'm seeing it. So I've reached a point where I'm in Kiryu's mindset, where you look back and you can't see how you can't see beyond being grateful for it, because your conclusion, the person you are now, and the things you can say with a smile. Like, I was bullied when I was all up to college. I was bullied. It was miserable. I had so many episodes where there's premeditated, self-harm. All that stuff happened in my life, and they're all linear. Like, there weren't the feeling of I could have gotten help or all that stuff. It just got all the way here, and those provided some life lessons. But the luck removed a lot of other different life lessons. And I learned that vicariously because I reached an old enough age where I was in a career by coincidence. I chose the career that would ultimately let me come with multiple perspectives so that I can compensate for the learning lessons that I lacked as a kid that my parents don't provide, because they're in a different country. So they're not going to be able to provide a life lesson on how to acclimate growing up in school around people that think you're a communist. That's not a joke. That is literally the early days of my life because of the way I looked. So that's kind of, my parents can't advise that. It's unreasonable to say that. So all the way up, it's so crazy. And that's kind of what I'm trying to inculcate. I guess that's my niche right now. My goal is to provide a counter perspective, maybe a counter perspective. I don't necessarily think it's the only perspective that counters it, but the current hustle culture is very dangerous. And the purest of hearts can have the unintentional effects of the most inexperienced and gullible people. I would not go out of my way to name names, but it's really up to, in my opinion, empowering the viewer what they can control on the stuff that they're taking in, because right now the ones that are controlling the infrastructure have not determined how to moderate it, how to regulate, like guide, use what Shirashi said in this character. Like, there aren't Shirashis on YouTube or TikTok or something. What I mean is the infrastructure doesn't make it so that it's mandatory for everyone. It's, you either choose to run across someone like that, which there are great content creators that are like that. They're all wonderful in doing what they're in, like, they're not being malicious, but it's a chance. You have to get lucky to see who you come across. The first person you like, it's hard to tell a kid or a younger, inexperienced person to, hey, you might really like this person, but you might want to get out of that headspace and try to find other people who are very different that you don't care about because you walk past them and they don't. It's like, it's hard to convince someone. It's like, the person you dislike first, you might be able to learn something from them too, that kind of thing. It's very difficult to rip dopamine from a younger person. So when you talk to a younger person, an experienced person, or a lucky person who's a content creator, when they're speaking, you'll hear it. You'll hear it in their diction, the way they present themselves. It's like, oh, you're gonna like this. It's like, this is what you would like. This is easy, super easy. I know you're gonna love this because it's just easy. I'm gonna make this look like it's easy. You can do this. That is an inexperienced person, in my opinion. It doesn't mean they're malicious or anything, and it probably worked for them. But you can also counterbalance this with someone who says, yo, you know, I know you guys asked for a routine. I'll give you that routine. In 10 steps or not, that's still a stardom guy. So, but a different one would be like, yeah, I'm not very strong, but hey, guess what? This is what I do. It's sufficient. It keeps myself healthy and it enables me to do things that I love. So it's a big contrast between someone who makes you feel brimming with energy all the time and someone who makes you think about whether you want to be excited or not excited about this. Unfortunately, the system favors one over the other because the vast majority of viewership is still relatively young and inexperienced. And then the older viewership tends to be inexperienced in a different way, like technologically. So their viewership still caters to the person who simplifies things. And what's on top of that is simplify things based on the experience of thousands of other people, and so they leapfrog the lack of experience. That's the internet expert. That's what I personally use the phrase internet expert for. They're not malicious people. They're vicariously interpreting things without experience, much like myself. But I use, in my opinion, just to safeguard myself, I'm telling people what other people say, like vicariously, the statistics. It's not my own personal experience because I don't have those experiences. I can only speak for myself in this situation because I'm telling you what I observe, not what I've experienced. What I mean is experience personally. I am experiencing my observations. So one could make a technicality where like, oh, but your observations that you're telling me are through your own lens. And it's like, yes, that's true. But I have not gone through those, like the actual events I'm talking about directly. So we turned this into a digression because it's a really important point. It's a central point. It's the thing I care about a lot. And that I hope in my most naive Kiryu way is that a human being goes through all three of those stages. You go through a bar owner stage, you go through a Kiryu stage, you go to a Sorashi stage. And what I mean by that is being aware of all of these things, whether it's firsthand or not. I hope it doesn't devastate you to a point where you don't get to experience all of that. I am biased in the sense that being aware is the GOAT. Outside of pretending to ignore something, selectively self-selecting yourself into things because of your biases, and that stuff puts a cap on your enlightenment. You can reach Kiryu without ever being in a state of enlightenment. That's perfectly fair. Like, you live life really, really happy. Do what you always love. That's great. If it works out. If you're not, the people I'm talking to are not those people. Not those individuals who continue to be lucky their entire life. I'm not a person, I'm a person who got really lucky most of my life, I would say, but have chosen not to continuously be sheltered as a lucky person. Like, I know what I say sometimes sounds really, really harsh, but I still think I'm lucky. That's what happens when you become enlightened, in my opinion. That there's the bottom gets ever deeper and the top gets ever higher. That's the state of enlightenment. Not, oh, it can't get any worse. Like, for example, I can't even say thinking of driving off of a bridge on my way back home for Christmas vacation is the bottom. There's probably even darker bottom, but that's what it takes to elevate yourself, to keep on looking and keep on safeguarding yourself. And in the top, no, the PhD is not the top. Like, it's not even close. So, in fact, it's to the point where I downplay higher education more like and play up what the life lessons and experience that comes with tackling a thing that has a lot of stuff you might not like and the stuff you like. Obligating yourself to a PhD is what makes it valuable, not the context of the PhD. If you obligate yourself to something that takes many years of consistent effort, that is the value, not how much you're paying for it or how much you're gonna make from it. I mean, it could weigh in for sure. Like, we're not trying to compartmentalize. I'm not saying they're irrelevant. I'm trying to emphasize one of the bigger drivers that most people lose sight of, in my opinion, is the value of the life lesson. So for me, that's what basically gravitates me toward, enables me to tackle anything. Like, committing yourself 14 years to professionally being an educator, I don't think my life is going to be long enough to keep on doing that over and over again. So, but relatively speaking, most things do not obligate myself for more than 14 years. So, take it for what it is, you know? Oh, you're talking about, Josh, and you're referring to doing consistent effort. Consistent effort, you know, we're going back to the subjective contextualizing things. So that stuff can be worked around based on subjectivity. So we're not going to go into any of that stuff. I like to just focus on probably reeling it back for human condition. One of the core human conditions, there are a lot of them. I'm compartmentalizing, that's why there's a lot of them, but one of them in the big web of interconnected aspects is self-obligation, commitment. Shirashi is committed to himself to reinvest, to benefit himself in a sense moving forward, but he has obligated himself. The reason why he would repurpose this guy's bar owner, because he obligated himself to the bar owner. Not the bar owner didn't ask for it, like what he was about to do. Kiryu didn't ask for it. The bar owner did ask for it. So the bar owner is inexperienced. The other two represents two different states of mind that obligates themselves to it. So I am way past the situation where I need to even find motivation outside myself. Like, if someone tells me a good job, that's great, I appreciate it, but it's so small compared to my own obligations, my self-obligation. There's also a place and time for it, but that's also talking about contextual nature of the human variation. Becoming, like, jumping really far ahead robs you of the natural transition. So if you're a young person and what I'm saying sounds like you, there's a detriment to that. It stops you from other things too. Like, you won't learn how to enjoy yourself. You won't learn self-care. You won't learn, you're leapfrogging. So if at a young age you become what I'm saying now, if you resonate with what I'm saying about self-obligation, incredible self-motivation, and like unconditional passion or something, that might be a little early as well. Like, that creates the other extreme where you have not learned to love yourself, to take care of yourself, to be able to take care of others. That stuff you like often leapfrog over when you lack a feeling of hardship, right? And then eventually you'll tackle it. So at some point, just putting yourself in newer situations when you can, right? Cue my digression on the net positive mindset. If you are not in a net positive mindset yet, being not ready for new experiences and constantly placing yourself in new experiences will exacerbate the stressors. But often hopefully a person develops enough awareness to obtain a net positive mindset to be able to place themselves in new situations. For me, I've said this before, because of the big C and how lucky life was and weird about my life, I've reached a state, at least currently, in a stage of life that I don't ever feel that I'm not net positive. So I'm constantly spiraling with ideas and taking new ideas because the bad or the good or the disagreeable, I'm ready for it. I'm generally a plus 10, and a 24-hour period, not even a 24-hour period, it's usually like a 14-hour period, 8 of which is in front of Twitch. That's at most a -6, if it can even get to a -6, and that would be like someone dropping in and telling me that I don't have a life, or they hate Chinese people or something like that. It has to be really, really bad, and I still can offset that. Like, I mean, that some of that stuff happened quite a few times already, but that's over the period of 4+ years, and not even close, because my life did spiral. I did have hardships, but in the end I still feel like I was lucky, and because I felt lucky, I was compelled to offset that luck, because I don't want people to rely on luck. Like, if I had a desire, life, you get lucky sometimes, but it's not luck when you want it. Like, you can't control luck. It's great to have luck, and I definitely feel I have luck, maybe even more so than the average person would believe. And so because of that, I'm trying to become aware of what has luck substituted for in my life, so that I can better understand and empathize with people who don't feel that way. And that's the goal. At least that's the goal of my social experiment. Starting 4 years ago technically, but I have a better vision of it recently, maybe like 1 or 2 years ago. I have a better vision of how I'm going to go about promoting a positive, net positive mindset, and maximizing luck-based occurrences while improving consistent high-frequency activities to promote a net positive mindset. It's really wordy. I don't really know how I'm gonna reword that stuff, but it's coming together in a way. In my head, it's coming together. It's constantly being rehearsed in my head how I'm going to go about that. And the first thing is living by example. I go on a digression not because I have an agenda. I go on a digression because it's my living by example. When someone says, you talk the talk, but do you walk the walk? I tell them, I'm walking while I'm talking. And I'll let, whoever sees this, which will end up becoming a video on somewhere, I'll let them interpret what that means to them. Because I'm not going to explain that. I'm walking while I'm talking. So it is I hope that's self-explanatory. I won't explain what it means because I'm walking while I'm talking. They're one and the same. That's my goal. I think the brand that I'm promoting is you don't have to talk. You don't have to walk to back up what you say. And you don't have to say to back up what you want to show. You do them simultaneously. Because one can impact the world quite incredibly through words, vicariously. And one can do the other too. There's no reason they should be different. Yeah. So that's kind of the idea. And Shirashi did that. Shirashi is the GOAT here, the guy that's walked away off screen. Alright. We'll cut right there and proceed. I need more games that are trying to world build, because world building, every single time I have something to say about it. Character driven games, it's not as interesting. What I mean is, it's not as interesting to digress about. It's more interesting to talk about the character itself, and that might not be relatable to most people. I can comment on two people in the background. I can comment on the two people in the background. They're sipping pretty often. True. If we were in the streets, Josh, it happens more in the later game. It happens more in the earlier games, right, Joshing? When you like stand in the streets and you're talking to somebody, you just get pop-ins, and then you see like the random NPC just get stuck on the pole if you're near a pole. Those are the great moments. Like I love those moments in like older games. It happens less in like Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1 and 2, especially 2, because 2, the engine has more dynamic like routing and whatnot and collision models when they're doing simple tasks. But older games, it's great. Like someone just like photo bombs you in front, you know how they like walk in front of the camera, or like you see the inside their skull because they clip through the virtual camera. I don't know, I think those moments are fantastic. Anyways, okay, so you don't know how much. Oh, just as a quick background, Josh, so basically we played a game of pool. I don't know if you were here, but we played a game of pool with a guy named Shirashi. This bar owner gambled and lost their bar deed to Shirashi. And Shirashi offered Kiryu to play for the bar deed. So if Kiryu won, he gets the bar deed back. And this guy pleaded to Kiryu to play in his place because he's never played pool before. But at the end, we won, right? We won. And then Kiryu asked, out of curiosity, which is very great example, he asked, what were you going to do if I lost? Because it's important to know, right? As opposed to, hey, I won. All is well as ends well. That's more of a less enlightened thing to say. But he asked, and Shirashi said, well, I was going to take over the bar, run the bar. I was going to place this guy as the manager. I was going to place this bar owner as the manager. And then Kiryu was like, oh, I see. and then sometime down the line you'll give him the opportunity to get the bar back, right? And that's exactly what I was foretelling. Like when I was digressing as I was going through, it's like I hope they go a different route. And the RGG, the person who wrote it, whatever group wrote this, nailed it. Like that's the greatest lesson you could, in my opinion, one of the greatest way to make something so innocuous become so meaningful. So the idea is like Shirashi and the character Shirashi literally said to teach this guy a lesson. Yeah. So in the end, I was thinking, this can't just be, Shirashi can't just do this, right? A natural person, like what I mean is a person in his position would not think of it that way. They wouldn't just, he's old, he's an older person, so he focused on his age and stuff, and you start thinking there's no way they could act like a young person because they're old, and the characterization was great. So yeah, so the idea is, in the long run, ironically, Kiryu has done a disservice, but he is acting on his self-sacrificing thing too. Yeah. It was literally written on there. Shirashi wanted to teach a life lesson to the bar owner while making sure he succeeds off Shirashi's success. And win or lose, he was going to get his bar back anyways. But on the one hand, he's just going to get the bar back and get good faith from Kiryu. On the other hand, he was going to get it back after the guy makes sure it's successful, because he is getting more out of it by making the bar successful and reinvesting in this person, and that person is going to be successful and passes it along. I think generally speaking, this is the type of theme that most of these sub-stories take, where Kiryu is the one that's offering the lesson, right? And that's so great. Like there are two different people offering a lesson. And then what this guy said was exactly what I mean about getting lucky in life. This person says, I'll never gamble again. I swear. He doesn't know that. A lucky person who gets a lucky break would say that, generally speaking. They wouldn't say, oh, well, I'll try my best to not gamble again and hope that I don't make poor mistakes, because they don't know that they made a mistake. They got lucky again. Kiryu saved them. Kiryu bailed him out. So it's easy to say you'll never gamble again. But you know. Yeah. Anyways. Let's keep going. Here, I promise you a reward. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. Kiryu would just say, no, I didn't really do all that much. 100 yen. Alright. That's a lot of money, actually. But see you later. I gotta tell my wife the good news. He has a wife, too? Oof. He bet the bar? And he's married? Yikes. Kiryu is just waiting to get out. Oof. This guy gambled the bar on poker. And he has a wife. Yikes. That's rough. That we didn't even know that detail, but anyways, that's tough. It seems like completing sub stories in Yakuza 3 is gonna take a really long time. And now I need to go to the bathrooms. I guess he's divorced now. Imagine, imagine coming home. It's like, honey, I, I have some bad news, but good news. Uh, I gambled our bar away and I lost. But here's the good news. Some, stranger, local, got our bar back. And then you just think about being in the other shoe. In the other shoes, like, you gambled our bar away. And then you got lucky. What happens if we have a child? Or open another bit? What happens next time? Oof. Yikes. Anyways. Alright. So we're at 93 of 93. Let's see what else we... Okay. So... Alright. So let's scroll. Okay. And then, you know, the bar owner would say, there's not going to be a next time. You know? Like, there's not going to be a next time. It won't happen again. It's like, well, you got lucky. How do I know that it won't happen again? Like, the person didn't say anything about what they learned, right? The likelihood of that person not saying it because they're emotionally compromised. They won't naturally say, well, you know, I've learned my lesson and this is how I'm going to reflect on it. You can't reflect on an experience you don't have. If you know what I mean. Like, you dodged the L. You didn't fix the L. That person didn't learn how to deal with their problem. They didn't get a new solution or learn something from it. It went away. So the likelihood of it happening again, you can't convince someone who's rational that it won't happen again because you didn't demonstrate anything you've learned from it. So that's kind of the thing about getting lucky. I did learn from being humbled. I got humbled way early in life, so it's okay. Grad school humbled me pretty hard. It's fine. I've learned that I'm not a rock star. It made me a lot stronger and a lot happier, obviously, in the long run. But the reason I took a break from PhD is because I understand I wasn't a rock star anymore. If I ever were a rock star to begin with. Okay, the difference between me streaming and someone else streaming because they enjoy it is light years because of what I just said. But we'll let people interpret what that means. Kiryu, okay, hustle, alright. I found one. Okay, alright, how do we initiate this? They require... Oh, okay. Okay, oh, that's why this... Okay, this hasn't happened because I haven't played one of the mini games. So we're, like, missing most of the mini game related sub-stories. So we did batting, we did pool, I think we did the karaoke stuff. So every mini game we played already had a sub-story, or most of them. Mahjong didn't have a sub-story. Even though we just spent, like, 11 hours on Mahjong. We did the golf one. We did the fishing stuff. Fishing related stuff. I don't know there's a shogi one. So this one is, I'm gonna guess it's the first one. This question mark. Because the place that the person says it occurs is not familiar. And I think it's Seuss. So time for some Seuss content. Let's Now I know where Yakuza... Now we know that Yakuza is a callback to this, probably. Whoops, that's not a save point. Yeah, Yakuza 0's inclusion, or at least the situation, is a callback to this. Curious why didn't they make the cut on adding something like that. At least I think it's the place. Let's look at the map just to make sure. Yes, it is. It is the place. Okay. You know something sus is going down when you're heading towards the former pleasure district of Kamurocho, right? Oh, come on. And then get interrupted by a chungus, a chunkster with an unusual sweater pattern and has armor. Oh, I don't have a universal guard. I kind of thought I did, but I guess not. No, not violence. Don't mind me. Just tasing some people relentlessly. Wait. Oh, dang it. I wanted to yoink him. Give me this golf club. That was different. That was a different type of kick. Or at least the angle was weird. Man, the latter games, or the earlier games, they just give you the healing items. So you don't buy healing items with your money. You just get them. You get the max stuff like off the, you don't have to buy them or go out of your way to get them. They just completely saturate your inventory with healing items. Like toughness infinities and stamina and sparks, they just throw them at you. It's so different from like Yakuza 0, Kiwami, like the post Yakuza 0 ways. You have to like find ways to get them, like the max potions. Oh, I just walked by the place that I was trying to go to, but yeah, like I have to empty my inventory so often because they give you so in the end, like at least the combat part is really offset, and I kind of understand what people mean. I guess for the elitist peeps who wants like consequences and stuff, they would be like, oh, but you know, it sucks that I know people who uses healing items and stuff and it's not rewarded. Alright, sure. But I can see where it's coming from. Like you don't even need to go out of your way to get them in the earlier games. They just give them to you. And it's true for Yakuza 4 as well. You fight people for the incredible healing items. You don't, a lot of times you don't even have to work for find your way of where to get them. They just land in your inventory. Does this guy know? No, none of them do. You know, he became the Dragon of Dojima, right? He became the Dragon of Dojima 14 years ago. Like, it's been 14 years since he's become the Dragon of Dojima. And there are still people who don't know him. 1995 was when he became the Dragon of Dojima. The year that he took the blame for the murder of Sohei Dojima. It was 1995. And then he went into the clink until 2005. And that's the vast majority of Kiwami 1. And the rest is history. Alright. We're here. The Seuss. Alright. Hello, sir. This is your first time here, right? He did. 1995. The Kiwami 1 starts at 1995. And then it fast forwards to 2005. It was the same year. Or it's implied that the peak of his life as the Dragon of Dojima was right before he went to prison. but he probably became longer. But in Yakuza 0, in the end, right? Uh, uh, Yakuza. If you look at Yakuza Zero's end, the epilogue, it just said he climbed the ranks until the day of 1995. So he for 5 years they climbed the ranks from 1990 to 1995, which 1990 is the end of Yakuza Zero. It went from 89 to 90. So you're assuming that the highest peak of his rank, his like notoriety, was right before he went to prison. So I don't know when he acquired the name though. No one really said. The only moment that the name was mentioned, Dragon of Dojima, was that scene you played in Kiwami 1, which is 1995, the incident that happened in 1995. Yeah. So he's been around, at least officially by title that you know of, up to Yakuza 3 for 14 years. He's been the Dragon of Dojima for 14 years. Not only that, we already know that he renewed his true Dragon of Dojima after he kicked Shibusawa in the face 8 billion times, right? And then like got his tattoo. Like there were so many rites of passages that made him more of a dragon than he's ever done, and still there are still freaking Yakuza encounters where we're like a substory. We're the Tojo clan's subsidiary family. Haven't you heard of us? It's like, haven't you heard of Kiryu? if you, you know what I mean, like, we're, and they keep poking at fun of it. Like they keep poking light of it. Like Kiryu's like, yeah, and then at the end, right? At the end when they're like huffing and puffing, it's like, what? Who are you? It's not like you're the top brass of the Tojo clan. And Kiryu's like, I'm not so sure about that. Or he would make a remark. He makes a remark something like, for someone in the Tojo clan, you really need to catch up on your homework. No, he doesn't say those words, but he says things like, you should really review your Tojo clan stuff. Like, you should really know you're trying to scam over and over again. You should really know you're trying to scam. I'm so curious if Yakuza 5, it still happens. Because at some point, right, between Yakuza 5 and 6, it's going to be it's intentional. Well, you know what I mean? Like, in Yakuza 6, if I had to guess, or maybe all of 6 or before 6 or after 6, at some point, the whole point of Yakuza 6 is he doesn't want to be noticed anymore. But to make it stronger, to make it more appealing and strong, it should feel like, to draw a contrast, everyone should know him. And then his task in Yakuza 6 is to get people to forget him. And it's the same in Yakuza 3. He's trying to get people to forget him. But it's ironic because when you're in Kamurocho, no one remembers him. Or like no one knows him. Only like the few select people know him. And so he achieved his goal. In Yakuza 3, he wanted to disappear. And he did. But it keeps coming back. It's so weird. They're actually so lucky that they target Kiryu. True. That's such an understatement. It's so true. If it was anybody else, if it was like who's still alive right now? Oh, right. It's Yakuza 3. Pretty much no one's alive anymore. I was thinking, wait a minute. Who's alive from the original Tojo clan? No one is alive. No one's alive from the original Tojo clan at the end of Yakuza 3. I'm sorry. Gosh, I'm sure you've seen this coming. Like, you look at like Yakuza 4 and 5's cover, it doesn't have anyone you recognize from like anyone that you recognize from Yakuza 0. Like no one is recognizable from the Tojo clan. But there are people alive though. There are people alive, like Daigo from the beginning, like from the very beginning, because you meet young Daigo in Yakuza 0, right? And you sorta know his mother, so they're still there. Oh wait, oh yeah, Majima's still around, so there is Majima, but he's not like really there anymore. He's like incog. Majima is like incognito most of the time. I can't tell you anything, Josh. You're gonna have to find out. Although, you met Shinji in Yakuza 0, which is cool, right? And then in Kiwami 1, you immediately meet Shinji again. They pay out the sub story. I went the other way around. I met Shinji before I found out that Shinji was one of the bigger sub stories. Yeah, yeah. Shinji graduated. I my one of my favorite some of my favorite moments in Yakuza is when a sub story character graduates to mainline story, and we just finished one of them. We finished a mainstay sub story of two characters that are more of a joke than anything, but they're mainline characters in Yakuza 3. Like there's a literal main story quest featuring those two characters that started as a sub story in Kiwami 1. You'll see them in Kiwami 1 at some point. I won't tell you which one they are, but it's pretty good. Anyways, hello sir. This is your first time here, right? Let's then allow me to explain the rules. Okay, oil massage rules. Oil massage is a minigame where you mash buttons. Oh no, to keep the gauge going past the top or the bottom if it does. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? This is more like the Kiwami 2 new game, the peeing game. This is more like the peeing game. I don't know if Kiwami 1 had something. No, there's no something like that. I can't believe Nishiki forgot how to sing Judgment. Oh, yeah. It's more of a retroactive thing. They did add a lot, though. I looked at the list of what they added for Kiwami 1 to flesh out the connection that Nishiki was established in Yakuza 0. I still don't feel like it's enough. The gauge is divided into 5 parts. The higher the gauge goes, the more points you earn. Go for the most points possible by keeping the gauge as high as you can without letting it go past the top. Okay. If you make it to the end without letting the gauge go past the top or bottom, the finished gauge appears in the center of the screen. You win if you fill up this gauge before time runs out. Note that the gauge is harder to fill if you score 2. Okay. Okay, which massage would you like? The standard massage is 5,000 and the oil and ear cleaning is 8,000. Wait, is it for me or for someone else? What? All right, so let's do the standard. The mini game is just to do both and then get a good rating on both. So let's just do them. All right then, please wait while we're in the waiting room. We'll prepare your room. Okay. I hope you weren't waiting too long. Oh, hey, it's Ayaka. We know what she looks like because of, Is this the same Ayaka? My name is Ayaka Tsubaki. I'll be your message therapist for this session. I look forward to working with you today. This way, please. Alright. Okay. B. Do I ever need to... Okay, so B and A. Alright. What? Finisher A and finisher B? That's a pun now. Finish her. Alright. Oh! Okay, it's not that rapid. It's slight tapping. It's not that rapid. It's not. I tapped like 4 times very quickly. You shot out the top. Oh. Sorry, Kiryu. Kiryu just Minuteman. Minuteman that. Not even, it was like 5-second man. That was too soon. We didn't speedrun. Next time, try to relax more. You'll never make it to the end. You say all that stuff. Okay, for real though, that's what would really happen. I'm just saying. Like, Majima's used to masseuses, right? I don't think Kiryu was. He's a little tense, you know? Come on. He has an orphanage with 9 kids. You know? Like, he freaking takes care of 9 kids. While juggling all the other kids you have to take care of, like Daigo. all the people in Tojo Clan are his kids too. Not only does he have actual kids, he have like kids. You know, adult kids. All right, let's try that again. Okay, so it's more like single tapping. All right. Oh my gosh, you have to actually wait for this. Wow, they legit make you wait for the massage. All right. I'm back. This way, please. All right. No, it's not skippable. Wait, what the heck? It just kept going up. Oh, maybe it's more the other way. Maybe you're trying to keep it down? It doesn't work the way I think it does. We're just gonna throw a bunch of money at it. Alright, let's try again. Yeah, this isn't skippable. When a dialogue is auto-playing, it's not skippable. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's try again. Ah! Oh my gosh, dude. It's actually really hard. Holy disappointed dragon. Oh my gosh, that's such a lewd joke. Okay. That's a lot. Oh, that's a lot sensitive, and you can't tell if it's going up or down. I don't know if the heartbeat thing is talking about how much score you're getting, or how if you're anticipating it. Cause I need some. It's called aroma massage. Okay. Apparently it's higher than disappointed dragon. Obviously. All right. This feels like the bathroom game where you just have to do it a couple times to really fill out what the heck's going on. Because all the instructions are is you keep the gauge. That's the only instruction. But does it end? Like, is there a point where you can't get more points? Like, I can't tell.
たかったら言ってくださいね。我慢しなくていいんですよ。どうです？気持ちいい？溜まってるんじゃないんですか？疲れ。今度はこんなになるまでほっとかないでくださいね。そんなにここがいいんですか？我慢しそんなに我慢し
Wait,
なくて
wait,
我慢しなくて
wait, I don't understand. Serene Dragon? Is that it? Wow, your body is totally relaxed. That makes it so much easier for me to give you the perfect massage. How do you feel? Refreshed? Revitalized? Yeah. I'm so glad to hear that. Okay. Let me walk you out. Yeah.
ありがとうございました。
the the it's kind of funny, but let's see. Is that all we needed? Oh, that's all we needed. Oh, okay. All right, let's go back in for the oil and the ear cleaning. Okay. Dot, 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 the dot, 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 .com. All right.
いらっしゃいませ。
Okay. All right.
お客さん、
Oh!
どうです？
I hit the wrong button.
そんなとこばっかり見ないでください。恥ずかしい。
What is this music?
ちょっと派手すぎますよね。もうどこ見てるんですか？
Holy, oh my gosh, dude. Calm down. Kidding you.
ちょっとユーモアしますよ。すごくいい体。お客さん、モテるでしょう。しっかり見てくださいね。力。リラックスしてくださいね。
Holy. Kidding you, please. Control yourself. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. That's so hard. Holy. What? Okay, that's tough.
ありがとうございました。
Yeah, the baby is just like the snooze fest. Like you're going too low. But oh man, that's actually really tough. It swings so rapidly. Holy heck. My hands are not like it's not that great on my hands. It's like you're tapping a lot and then you're suddenly tapping a lot and then you're tapping like very low. It's almost like fishing, like going left and right, but it's rough.
お客さん、どうです？似合いますか？そんなとこばっかり見ないでください。恥ずかしい。ちょっと派手すぎますよね。もうどこ見てるんですか？目つきがやらしいですよ。ちょっとゆるゆるしますよ。すごくいい体。お客さん、モテるでしょう。しっかり見てくださいね。力。リラックスしてくださいね。抜くところは抜かないと体が持ちませんよ。痛くないですか？我慢できなくなったら言ってくださいね。さあ、どうぞ。 ダメでしょ、もうダメじゃん。ちょっとそんなに動かないで。気持ちいいでしょ。いっぱい取れちゃったね。我慢目つきがやらしい。我慢できなくて。
Okay. Alright, alright. We're fine. We did it. Wow, you're okay, okay. Alright. Yeah. Alright.
ありがとうございました。
You know what's weird about these mini games? Just like the dancing and the karaoke. Most of the people are experiencing what's happening. The person playing is not even close to even paying attention to what's going on. They're just you're just constantly like fixed on the meter, so you have no like I have no attention span for what's going on. just I was so focused on filling out the bar. I know how that sounded, but you know. So apparently this is supposed to trigger something, but it doesn't. Oh, maybe we're missing the other sub-story? Well, do we have... So a lot of these are in serial, and we need to complete prerequisites. So it's kind of tough. Let's uh um I rarely am able to ever be able to spell hors d'oeuvres. Man. Oof. Hors d'oeuvres, man. Okay. This isn't the one that we're trying to unlock, but let's try this one. Okay. Alright. We have to go back to Okinawa for this one. Okay. Maybe it's only nighttime. It might be a only nighttime event. Well, for whatever it is, once we like zone back in to the area, it'll probably show up. So let's do this one while we're juggling the loading. We don't need any more money because we got a lot of things we can sell because of all the stuff we did. Our Mahjong thing took 2 days. Like, it took so long, we actually got to rank 1 and got stuck in rank 1. That's the first time we played so long that we got to the top ranks. Dude. Oof. Did not get lucky enough. Okay. There's supposed to be something in here. I don't think we have to win this. And we might as well save it just to see what happens if we win. You can actually not perfect sub stories. That's kind of interesting. I guess Yakuza 0 kinda sorta had a little bit of that. There were a few sub stories that give you rewards depending on your performance. But I don't think there's anything that has ever denied you completion if you fail. Like, hey, sorry, but you gotta do it over again, kind of thing. But we're just gonna save it just in case. It's unprecedented. Is it this guy in the back? Oh no, that's Kaede. Oh, gosh, were you here for the Kaede story where there's the girl that went to Tokyo? Oh, hi, Kiryu-san. Hey, how's it going with the inn of yours? It's going great. Right now, we've got contractors remodeling Momiji's family home. My dad is ecstatic. My dad's ecstatic. He's excited to give the inn one more try. Think he'll make some money out of it? Here's the thing. When I called my customers in Tokyo and said that I was going to start an inn, reservations started flooding in. We're going to be booked for an entire year after we open. Dang. Wow, that's amazing, Kaede. At first, I thought people from Tokyo weren't very friendly, but I'm so thrilled to have meet so many warm-hearted people there. Your kindness and sincerity won their trust. Now you gotta make sure you don't let them down. I won't. You better come visit me once we open. I wonder if the place exists in later games. So it's not that guy. It's not the dark dude. And this is just the bartender, right? Yeah. What? See, I can't trigger these things. They're not supposed to have a prerequisite. Maybe it's the time of day. Let's change the time of day. Okay. One more time to get it tonight. At least I don't think anything happens at dusk. Ugh. Get turned around. Okay. The answer is no. Okay. Okay. Let's so where were we? Maybe we'll get him. Let's okay. What else we have? Uh okay. Get those. See how these things are not triggering. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, here's something. Oh, some of them are not marked on that. Okay. My ears, my ears rose for a moment when I heard karaoke ken, but no, no karaoke. Feels bad, man. There's very limited tracks, and we expanded the karaoke. Oh, what the? Is this a regular guy? Okay. Dude, what's up with your red hair? Oh, this is the special thing. Headbutt contest. Get kicked. Is that a gun? I can't grab him while he's squirming on the ground. I want this gun. Alright, guys. Don't bring a gun to a fist fight, my friends. Okay. Oh, these guys. I'm supposed to run into them. Ah, ow! It hurts. Oh, suck it up. Hey, watch where you're going, butthead. Huh? Go walking around hot smachi, act like you haven't heard of us? You better learn who you're screwing with. I probably capped your boss, but okay. Aren't you kind of overreacting? We barely touch each other. Are you alright, Aniki? What's wrong? You broke a bone or something? My shoulder. I think I got a compound fracture. The pain. How do you even know that? Oh, the pain. That's awfully specific. Sorry, pal, but this got serious. Our Aniki's hurt real bad. This is all your fault, clumsy butthead. What do you got to say to yourself? For yourself? I don't have time for your little game. Ain't you got a conscience, pal? You broke his darn shoulder. Apparently, compound fractured his shoulder. We really ought to sue you for the hospital bill. We ain't no we really ought to, but we ain't no savages. How about you just hand over 10 grand and we call it even? Let me think. No. Sorry, but I'm not giving you a single yen. What are you, stupid? After we were nice enough to give you a chance to settle out of court? Now you're just messing with us. Alright, it's fine. Cute. Oh, hey, it's a track! Hold up, it's a track. This track is amazing. Hold. Whoa! Tiger drop. I just wanted to hear the music a little bit. You done? We're sorry. We must have been confused. Hey, I think getting hit fixed my shoulder. Oh, is this the callback to the Kiwami 1 has a callback to this. Unless it's the OG. It might be the OG. This might be the OG. Like the Kiwami 1 is just the OG of this one. This might be the callback. Oh, you did finish this one? Okay. Really? Did you hear that, mister? You fixed the shoulder. We hope this covers your trouble. Well, gotta be going. Heh heh, ha ha ha. It's executed the same way too. Even the the line and the way they react is the same. That's so great. There's something over here. What's over here? Shimasen? Thank you for listening. This was an Okinawan folk song called The Rose Balsam. It's actually pretty good. I mean, I wouldn't know. A lot of Okinawan folk songs have themes of love, like this next tune about a young man pining for a woman. It's called The Moon's Beauty. If you have some time to spare, why not stay a while and listen? Not a bad idea, alright. And now, without further ado, The Moon's Beauty. Hey, what the heck do you think you're doing? Who gave you permission to pollute the airways with that wailing? You there, scram, nothing left to see here, get moving. And you, how many times do we gotta tell you to quit the howling? I can perform whatever I want. You don't get to decide where I can and can't sing. We'll see who decides what once I wire your trap shut. We've had it up to here with you and your stupid old-time ditties? Hey, what are you doing? Please, not my... Oh, grandson. Oh, okay. That important to you? Don't worry then. We'll make a real smash hit out of it. Okay, well. Just remember, Majima totally calls Kiryu out for being a poser when he enjoys the cheap alcohol. Oh, true. True. Yeah, the... true. He gave him, like, just... he just made up a name. Made up a name for the liquor, and it's like, no, it's just some cheap stuff that I decide to rebrand. Yep, let's get started. Let's stop him. You punks the only thing getting smashed today? Yeah, the Mazima. And who the heck are you? Mind your own business, Pops. You want to stand up for this butt wipe? Then it's your turn. No. This... Oh, it's the normal guy. So we crushed him with prejudice. With incredible prejudice. Whoops. That's not incredible prejudice. I messed up my QTE on that. You're gonna be sorry. Just you wait. Next time you're oh, there's a next time. Okay. Well, we'll see you with your Aniki or something. Thank you so much. I really owe you for stepping in like that. Don't mention it. Listening to that nice song of yours was all the thanks I needed. Oh, you mean the Rose Balsam? I learned that song from my grandmother when she first taught me how to play the sanshin. Interesting. When your parents, with your parents' counsel as your compass, with virtue as your shield, you can face this world with a will as strong as steel. Oh, true. There's a chance that guy might recognize. Oh, well, here's the catch. We're in Okinawa. There is a chance they still recognize Kiryu, but because they hang out with I keep forgetting his name, but the Ryudo group, which is the old guy. I forgot the old the patriarch's name, like the given name. But Ryudo is the family here. That guy has the same shirt that Rikia has, or very similar. For a moment there, I thought that was Rikia. All my grandmother's life lessons are right there in the lyrics. I bet that's why it's the first one she had me learn how to play. It's a beautiful song. I agree. And it's even more important to me nowadays. My grandma, she passed away last year. She once told me that music is all I have, so the kindness of strangers is all I can rely on to make my way in the world. I sing that song in her memory so that I never forget the lessons she taught me. Sounds like she'd be proud of you. Hang in there, alright? I'll do my best. Thanks again for your help. Oh, and here, please take this. It's an Okinawan delicacy. Kind of like a donut. Sata andagi? Sounds delightful. Looks sus. That thumbnail looks sus. Thanks to you, I can keep singing here, sharing my grandmother's song with everyone. Keep it up. I'll be cheering you on. What's a one take? uh... Does the... No? Okay. The other thing didn't show up. Alright. Let's, I don't know how we're not following each other. Like, the sub-stories aren't just unlocking. Because there are, we're still missing technically 23, not including Amon's thing. We still got 23 of them. Actually, yes, 23 of them. Oops. You know what? Let's go to the bottom. Okay. Oh. All right. Cabaret Club hostess thing time? Maybe? We gotta run around this guy. No good. Up to no good. Oh, this must be the other, like, hostess thing. Oh, there might be 3 sub-stories for Jewel, Club Jewel. That's 6 right there, okay. The music, though. That's really a very, old school J-pop. J-pop, music. Will you be visiting our club today? Yes. Let's go. Did you want to request a specific host? We have 3 here. Mika Tsuchiya. Okay. Mika-san then. Right this way, sir. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's have some fun, okay? Sounds good to me. What would you like? This is a Steam achievement, so we'll buy the gold, gold champagne. Now have this? Oh, I like that too. Of course you do. Wait. Is this actually a minigame? Wait, do I have, Do I have an achievement related to this other than the one that I just did? No. Right? Yeah, no. So, all right. It's so good. Yeah, it's so expensive too. Would you like something to eat? Okay. I just go big for now. There you go. You like that too? All right. It's one of my favorites. Okay. So you get half a heart?
すいません。
All right. A full heart and half a heart. Okay.
乾杯。
はい、どうぞ。
Here you go. Okay. Hey Kiryu, you're from Tokyo, right? In a broad sense, yeah. Cool. Cool. I'm actually from Tokyo too. Oh, here we go. Really? What part? I used to live in Narima. I grew up in Kanagawa, where my family lives, but I moved to the city for work. I certainly spend more time than a few evenings living it up in Kamurocho. Is that so? Heh. Kamurocho's great. There's always something new and exciting to do. No matter the time of day, the city never sleeps. You're right about that. I have to admit though, I do miss Tokyo. How'd you end up in Okinawa? Everyone asks me that. It's cause I like I'm not from around here. Is it cause I look like I'm not from around here? Even with the flowers and the tan? Aw, man. Well, I like to tell people that I was completely enchanted by the warm tropical sun and the beautiful clear ocean. I just couldn't leave them behind. That's a quarter heart. Not too hard to believe. Alright. Kiryu-san, have you had any trouble understanding the words and phrases they use here in Okinawa? It's a little mixed bag. A little, yeah. The people here have all sorts of words and phrases that I can't even start to understand. For example, they refer to themselves as mainlanders totally differently. Oh, yeah. Hold up. I gotta blow my nose. Oh. I think you and I misinterpreted it in the same way. I think they say they're referring to themselves and mainlanders different, but not like referring to themselves as mainlanders. If you know what I mean. I kind of thought that in the first place. Here's a funny idea about the whole refer to them as separate from mainlanders. True. I actually think they have different terms, is what she means. Like the point of reference is different. Not that they're different. But it's implied that, like, it can be both. What I mean is, them defining the difference. because they're referring to themselves totally differently, not their calling themselves differently. Or I don't know where I'm going with this. But here's the catch about your joke. All the bodies of water, all the bodies of land is in a body of water. So every place is an island. That's the thing about arbitrary, undefined lines of distinction. The reason why this, there's a deep cut in this. The example, the reason why I think of this example is because the original topic this particular content creator was talking about was the classification of planets, and then how we use planet classifications, what constitutes as a planet, and the concern about Pluto. And it's the same way to illustrate that mainlanders and islanders are arbitrary, and it demonstrates the limitation of the language. Language is ultimately a reductive way of expressing the ideas that are going on in our heads. But it is our best facsimile of what's going on in our heads to communicate it. But generally speaking, all lands are islands. It's John Green is the person I'm referring to, but he said it far more eloquently about the relationship between language and communication, and then the defining features. I'm pretty sure it was him. Was talking about like how we identify what constitute what a planet is. It could be Hank though. Right. Take Shimanchu and Uchinanchu, for example. I know Shima meant island, but the rest completely bewildered me. Yeah, so she's referring to the terms they use. She's referring to how Okinawans are using different terms in the point of reference. Kind of like, my parents still use like the Chinese terms, referring to like the new world and the old world. You know, like old world livers, like the OG world or the main world, and then the other world. That's how the translations kind of work. It's like people from outer world and the home world or the homeland versus the stranger land. That's kind of what I mean. I don't know if you know what I mean. The phrase, how I translate it as someone who doesn't speak Mandarin, like inherently, the closest sentiments that the way to translate the meaning, to still capture the meaning for me, is that the phrase that they use is the world, like the world number one, the important land, the homeland, versus every other land. Or like, this is northeast of the mainland, like, or the homeland. I'm like, yeah, well, Earth is the planet, which we arbitrarily designate, and everything else is an island on the planet, one could interpret, for example. Which is what the whole discussion was about. The land, yeah, the land that matters and everything else. Yeah. We all know, you know, if the way, like, you say Asia is the biggest continent, right? That joke, Asia is the biggest continent, therefore everyone outside of Asia is an islander. All the land originated from the one land, so they are all mainland by transitive property. So you're using the transitive property that you use for that joke. It would mean all the lands are still part of the same land. Wouldn't that be interesting if people thought that way? And we have to remember that the Middle East is still technically connected to Asia, which is still connected to Western Europe, and it's still connected to Africa. Arbitrary geography terms. Anyways. It's kind of funny. It was more of a light note. The like YouTube video that I'm talking about, it's more of a light note. Is to make it appreciate language, you know, like appreciate the limits, the limitations, and the spuriousness of language. And it's not to make like what's better or worse or what's good or bad. It's just to understand that English, or not English specifically, but language is limited. It will inherently and fundamentally always be limited in descriptions. You can't describe the holistic entirety of what's being experienced in language, and that translates to what constitutes as an island and what type of words you use to describe relative situations. The first time I heard someone refer to themselves that way, I was completely lost. I don't know if I've ever been... have I been in a situation like that? The closest experience I can share is probably going to New Zealand and having New Zealanders refer to themselves as Kiwi on a trip to see a kiwi. Kiwi, the fruit, the kiwi fruit is not as ubiquitous in terms of getting them mixed up. But after my experience in New Zealand, I typically still use kiwi as the designation for kiwi fruits, but I do think about saying kiwi fruits most of the time as opposed to kiwi, because there's the kiwi bird and the kiwi people. Anyways, context. Yeah, I was definitely confused by that at first. Alright, you. What else? Oh, they call trash cans Chiribako instead of Gomibako. So dust cans instead of trash cans. I think that's really cute. I'm trying to think if there's a dude, kiwis can because of the acidity, if you eat too much kiwis, they can scratch the crap out of your lips. I don't know if you've eaten enough kiwis where it starts like the acid starts cutting into your lips if you make too much contact with the outside of your lips. I've eaten a lot of kiwis as well. Maybe a little too much. My father buys kiwis when they're in season, as opposed to like imported kiwis. You can probably get kiwis year round. Just he's a seasonal kind of guy. So right now we're for fruits are apples and bananas, and then I guess it's time for like blueberries and raspberries, like blackberries and stuff. Well, you didn't eat enough. You didn't eat enough kiwi, my man. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm trying to think of one, like a waste bin, a dust can. I'm not sure a dust can versus a trash can, but a waste bin versus like a waste bin versus like a paper waste, or like this is gonna be obviously really hard to convey because it's about the Japanese language, and they're trying to find a facsimile of it in English. But dust can, not so much.
そうそう
Oh, it's not how often you eat kiwi, it's how much you eat kiwi at one time. So it's kind of like eating very, very sour like candy over and over again, or eating tons and tons of potato chips. So if you eat a lot of salty potato chips, it'll probably end up cutting the roof of your mouth at some point. Yeah. I really there was a time when I consumed a lot of kiwis. Kiwi is loosely considered a superfruit, I guess, if you like popular trends. Kiwi is pretty boss in the as a thing to really like to eat. Like for something that you really like to eat, kiwi is a pretty solid choice. They're like so cool out there. They're basically Australian, but not really. I don't know how I feel about that statement, Josh. Wait, were you talking about the fruit? Yeah, I was talking about the fruit. I mean, I was talking about the bird too. They're pretty cute. In fact, the bird kind of looks like a kiwi, if you know what I mean. I don't know if you've seen a kiwi bird, but when they like huddle up, they kind of look like a kiwi. All right, let's move along. Oh, I thought of another thing. In Tokyo, pretty much everyone else, when you leave work, you kind of half apologize for not being the last one to leave, right? I can see that. But here in Okinawa, they aren't formal about it at all. They pretty much just say, okay, I'm out of here, bye. I can relate to that. I can definitely relate to that. Unfortunately, you can't really see kiwi birds anymore. You can only see them in captivity, and even then, they're nocturnal, so it's very unlikely that they're awake when they're... We went to a zoo trying to see a kiwi, but it's nocturnal, so it was like out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. Like there was a kiwi there. We went to attempt to see a kiwi bird. We didn't see one. Yeah, kiwi birds are endangered, like are challenged. They might be endangered actually. I think they're still endangered because of it's a long history about New Zealand and bringing over like vermins, and then using countering the vermins with other things, and then kiwi birds were largely outs because they are flightless. You went to see, yeah, fair enough. But here in Okinawa, they aren't, yeah, right. That's a pretty drastic difference, yeah. Yeah, the idea of familiarity being assumed, implied to face culture. So this is a thing that does happen, crossing between a Western dominant culture, like a hustle bustle Western dominant culture, to a Eastern one, but it can also be felt in a Western culture between city life and the countryside. Often loose informalities are lost due to implied familiarity, in my opinion. I'm only saying this because it's a connection that individuals don't typically associate with each other. So what I'm saying here is, because it's a local place and people are very familiar with each other, you drop formalities. And even in Western and Eastern, the similarities are associated, where you can be happy because like informal because everyone largely knows each other, or it's implied that they relatively know each other, so they use the informal and casual. In a city life, it's very difficult to know, so you uphold like decorum, and so formalities tend to take hold. Nocturnal gonna be hard to catch. Well, they're hard to catch already because there aren't many of them either. Gosh, it's a really sad state of affairs, unfortunate state of affairs, but they're also rare. Like habitually, you know, like I mean not habitually, but statistically. All right. I've really taken an interest in all the little languages differences between here and the mainland. I can tell you some more if you like. I'd love to hear more sometime. Thanks for the lesson. Feel free to ask me about cool Okinawan words anytime. I love talking about them. I definitely will. Sounds good. There's just one thing you have to do for me. And what's that? You have to tell me more about yourself, Kiryu-san. We got a half a heart. Half a heart. You got it. Okay. It's about time for us to wrap things up. Wait, you only have 2 opportunities? Alright. Is this cumulative? Well, it was nice talking to you. Hope you had a good time. Definitely. Business card. Okay. Alright. We got Fat Cat. That's the name of the Steam achievement. You have to use, you have to spend 300,000 in one visit, which is basically buying the gold champagne. So we just suss this? Oh. Okay. What is this? Is this her? Thank you for requesting me today. Isn't Okinawa wonderful? I hope you have lots of fun here in Okinawa. Fun is a choice word. I'm guessing we have to like hit her up until she's maxed. We're going in order, guys. Order. Welcome. Please relax. Kiryu-san, you look pretty great today. What did he change? I guess we got a quarter of a heart though. Should I give a gift? Oh, we're supposed to come bearing gifts? Oh no. What are gift choices? Is there like a list of gift choices that I could use? Uh, 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 um, okay. No gifts. Well, we can try. Let's see what. Give her a watch. How about this one? Huh? What is that? Sorry, but I don't really want this. Okay. The answer is no. What would you like? Do we still let's see if you go down do you get less hearts? I imagine free is not good. Oh, but it's a Owamori. Let's try orange juice. How many do we get for orange juice? I'll have this. Oh, so that's what you like to drink. Oh my gosh, you lose hearts. You lose half a heart for that. What the heck? How about pickled vegetables? That isn't. Oh my gosh, it's all gone. Okay, all right. So maybe it's proportional to how much it's worth. Wait, don't we? That means we have to spend a lot of money. Holy heck. We just lost like almost all the progress we made. Okay, sit back and relax. Okay. So no to orange juice. Okay. As much as I love going out on town in Kamurocho and the rest of Tokyo too, I really didn't have much time to party. I was always so busy with work. What did you do for work over there? I was the secretary for the president of a brokerage firm. Wow. I think you can imagine how busy that kept me. After all the things they had me doing for the company, I feel like I came out of it as a jack of all trades. Sounds like a tough job. You've got that right. Despite how busy it was, I got a lot of valuable experience out of it. For example, I learned how to make reservations at somewhat shady restaurants. That's awfully sus. And how to lie about our company's dealing to the president's wife. That is unnecessarily specific. To be honest, sometimes I found myself thinking, wait, should this even be part of my job? Secretary to the President, huh? That's right. Hey, now you're not getting any weird ideas about that, are you? No. Oh, please. I know that look on your face. You were definitely getting some weird ideas about— Whoa, what is up with this hostility? Whenever I tell men I was the secretary to the president of a company, they start asking me if I did any extra favors for him or how rough the work was. That's not what I was going for. Okay, so she just wanted us to pander to her. Hiru-san, have you heard of Okinawa time? Okinawa time. Is that like a special time zone? Hehe, I guess you aren't in the know. I don't like her. Well, what is it then? It's an old Okinawan custom, or at least that's what the locals said. Is that like when people are... Don't know. Okay, what's it all about? So let's say you plan to meet up with someone. Oh yeah. It's more of an Eastern culture thing. Like what I mean is very specific Eastern culture stuff. Actually, it's Western Europe does it quite a bit too. You expect to show up around 12, right? Well, a native Okinawan would show up an hour later or worse. That's Okinawa time. That's a little generalization. That's not just Okinawa, but I guess Okinawans have it too. At least 1 hour late, I know. Really? That's a thing? My parents do the thing where we're gonna be they always tell you that they're gonna be there 30 minutes later than when they're going to be there. So like they're gonna tell you they're gonna be there at 12:30 and they're gonna be there at 12. And then wait out the 30. Like it's often like 30 minutes in advance, and then you just wait out there, and then they do the thing where like someone says like, oh, I hope you weren't waiting long. It's like, no, we just got here. You know? You know? Whenever it's a public thing. When it's a public thing. They just wanted to say we just got here every single time. Yeah. Like no, as a younger kid, I didn't speak much, but if it was most kids would say like, "Nuh-uh, we were here. I was bored for 30 minutes or something like that." But I wasn't a very I was dealing with things in my head that doesn't deal with the current situation most of the time. Anyways. Yes, really. Of course, there are Okinawans who like to be on time, but I think most natives tend to show up on the later side. Continuing my example though, they won't show up at 12, but they'll text you at 12, and it won't be what you expect. Guess what do you think they say? Sorry, I'm gonna be late. No? They'll ask, hey, when you're leaving? Really? Can't say I'd be happy to get that text. Right? But I suppose that's just how they do things in Okinawa. But like I said before, not every Okinawan's like that. So that's what usually happens around here. Do we just agree with her? Must be the Okinawan way. Wow, Kiryu-san. Do those kind of things not bother you? You don't mind if people are late? I'm not sure, to be honest. But I can understand why living on an island might make people stop caring as much about being on time. Hehehe, I totally get what you mean. That's what makes Okinawa such an amazing place to live. We got half a heart. We lost like 2.5 hearts because of experimentation. You got that right. Alright. Kiryu-san, do you have any pets growing up? That's true. He didn't have pets. No, but she's from Tokyo. You know? Technically. No, never had one actually. Neither did I. When I moved to Okinawa though, I got a cat. But I had no idea how I was supposed to take care of them. You don't say. You've never had a cat before, and you pick up a cat and you had no idea how you're supposed to take care of them. You don't say. Nah, she's a poser, okay? Just give her like a trivia test or something. He constantly meows at me. I would always meow right back at him. That's cute. I named him Tuna. Of course you would. The reason's pretty silly. The first thing I fed him, I gave him canned tuna, and he just couldn't get enough of it. You don't say. From that moment on, I started calling him my little Tuna. Recently though, Tuna's gotten really picky about his food. He'll only eat the beef and chicken flavor, and only the expensive brand too. What am I going to do with this cat? Sounds like a fussy feline. Wait, did Kiryu just make a comment about women? Isn't it because he was hungry? Probably. I feel like there was a double meaning there, if you know what I mean. Like, because Kiryu is talking to Mika, right? I feel like there was a double on double entendre going on with that line delivery right there. Good alliteration though. Yes, and it's taking a toll on my wallet. Dude, that's a good name. I feel like we're just gonna agree with her, right? What a spoiled cat. He sure is. Sometimes I think he's being evil on purpose. Oh, we're supposed to be encouraging. We just lost half a heart. Should I say a little prayer for it then? You should pray for Tuna to be a little less picky. I've tried giving him food that's a bit easier on my bank account, but he takes one look at it and walks off. I never knew cats could be this choosy. I guess beggars can't be choosers sometimes. And be chooser. I guess we can extend it. Looks like your glass is empty. Would you like another? Alright, let's test out all the drinks, right? So instead, we're gonna do the reverse. We're gonna go downward. So let's do the black champagne. That's half a heart. Okay. I didn't know you like that. It's kind of surprising, actually. Okay. Would you like something to eat? Let's go with a chicken basket. True. Here's some funds for your cat. I'll have this. You like that too? Okay. It's one of your favorites. All right. All right. We got a full heart back. We're still negative from this session. Okay. Just think of this encounter as one of your cabaret club things. It's not going well. Trouble is about to happen. Kiryu is about to bop her. You know? You know, when I moved to Okinawa, I realized there's a big difference between people here and people from the mainland. I mean, okay, you already said that earlier. What's that? People from Okinawa have completely different attitudes. Okay. I'm not sure how to describe it exactly. Alright. It feels like the walls they put up between each other are much lower. Does that make sense? You can see it the way they speak or how they approach one another. They're straightforward about how they feel about people, and they're so warm and friendly to everyone. Okay. You think so? I know so. When they're walking down the street, they'll greet everyone, even strangers, with a friendly, "Hey, what's up, brother?" It's so sweet. They aren't shy at all, and when they talk to you, they make you feel like you've known them forever. There's this level of friendliness that you never see in Tokyo. Man, she came off as very cognizant about generalization, and then suddenly she just goes into full-blown absolutism. Boy. Maybe that's because you're from Tokyo? We could learn something from them? Yeah, sure. That sounds encouraging, right? We could learn something from them. You might have a point there. But I don't think that's really possible. At least not with the way things are in real life. I have no idea where this is going. I truly and utterly do not resonate with Mika. She's something else. She's swaying back and forth between hypocrisy, absolutism, and maybe some conscientiousness. And a poser. Like, she superficially thinks she's competent about things. Is what the character is right now. Why not? Well, for one, our lives run at a much faster pace than they do here in Okinawa. Sure. If you went to Tokyo and tried to strike up a casual conversation with someone, they think you were crazy. You've got a point. Okay. So, have you done any sightseeing around Okinawa since you moved here? You know, I don't think I have. Well, if you ever have to go outside of the city, you should definitely get a car. The monorail doesn't run outside the city, so you really have no choice. It's either a car or bus. I'll remember that. I live a bit far from the city myself, but I own a car. I own a bicycle. A bicycle. Must be good exercise. It is! My thighs are nice and toned now. That's not how that works. That's just not how that works. I mean, it's indirectly would contribute to that, but that's not a causal link. Again, selectively competent. Superficially and selectively competent. When I first started here, everyone was so shocked to hear that I bike to work every day. Okay, that checks out too. Imagine how shocked they were to see me walking out of the changing room in full riding gear at the end of the day. Borderline sociopath. No, I'm just kidding. You certainly don't see that every day. Sometimes when I have a little too much to drink, I'll give in and call a taxi. I'm not that crazy. There are so many great reasons to ride a bike though. It's environmentally friendly, it saves money, it's super fun, and the best of all, it's healthy for you. Weird flex, but okay. Yeah. It doesn't save money. Like, that's an oversimplification. It's a compartmentalization of not understanding the bigger picture. So it's kind of fitting that the person who likes Okinawan culture to have a selective bias of not understanding why Tokyo culture is like different but similar at the same time. You don't save money by using more time. You save money because it makes you feel better that you saved money. Like, you think you saved money and it makes you feel better. That's a positive. It's a win. It doesn't make it true though. If you took a taxi, she would be making more money too with the time she saved. Super fun. Can't argue with that. That is not measurable, right? Like, that's a subjective thing. And then health. That's a solid win. Environmentally friendly. Hard to quantify. Very difficult to quantify. What kind of bicycle do you ride? Okay, must be great for your health. Yeah. How long does it take to get here? Jerry told me it's great for health, so do we just ask her? What kind of bicycle do you ride? I ride a racing bicycle. Well, really? That's a surprise. I know, it's a little weird, right?
Yeah.
No, not at all. Sounds pretty practical. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what I would have done if you told me I'd look better on a girly cruiser bike with the big basket. $2009. It's the year 2009. I still think that's out of character, even for 2009. That's more of a closed-minded island speak, in my opinion. Ironically, or paradoxically, I'm making a generalization now, but you know. I'm sure you look good riding one of those, too. I mean, yeah. Kiryu-san, do you have any hobbies? Not really, to be honest. That's so not true. Well, mine's a different mine's a different than what mine's a little different than mine's different. I feel like the is a typo, right? Well, mine's different than what you might think. I'm really into bodyboarding. Wow, you're right. I would never have guessed that. I started doing it last year, but now I've gotten better at it. I'm having so much fun. It's good to find a hobby you enjoy doing, that's for sure. The only downside is that because I'm out in the sun, body surfing all the time, I've gotten really tan. And a lot of skin cancer, probably. I can see that, yeah. You know, despite the stereotypes, you can still find some pale-skinned people here in Okinawa. Fair skin is a beauty standard for sure. There's too many to list. Yeah, I know, right? If you have too many activities you're doing, then I suppose that would necessarily disqualify them as hobbies. If you know what I mean. A hobby deals with specialized and partial investments. And when someone asks me if I have any hobbies, it can be very difficult to answer that question, because a hobby requires partialness, and rarely do I say the things I do out of high frequency is largely due to emotional partialness. I do tell people though, when someone asks me if I have hobbies, I ask them, do they mean the thing I do most frequently? But it's slightly not true as well, because the thing that I don't do most frequently is eat and sleep, because those are guaranteed to happen. So that is a when I say that, I'm playing on the person's stereotypes. So when someone asks me, do I have any hobbies, I frame it in a manner that plays on the person's stereotypes. I leave it open-ended so that it doesn't feel like I'm not relating to them, or they're not able to relate to me, which detracts from a conversation. Unfortunately, Mika is doing that very thing that makes me not be able to resonate with her. She is biased, self-centered, and remarkably inconsistent about her communication. Or, I mean, one could say it's reflected in the dialogue or the writing, but this is rough. I think Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2, all three games show a maturity in this situation in terms of the localization. Not in terms of the dialogue, like the Japanese, whatever the Japanese thing, because we can't make a remark about the Japanese one, but this is remarkably inconsistent compared to the last three we played. Yeah, hobby is like islands, you know, right? Limitation of the language. Hobby is like calling a mainlander, an island, an islander, or calling Pluto a planet. Once again. So you have to qualify it. And the only thing I can qualify that distinguishes a hobby from a not hobby for most people is how frequently I do them. I can't say that the thing I do most frequently I like. In fact, I like the things I do most infrequently. And that's the opposite characterization of a hobby. Most people would associate it with something they choose to do and with the most frequency. But often the truth comes out that the most frequent things they do are the things they actually typically don't like as much or care about or think about all the time, which is eating and sleeping. No, I do that very frequently. But it's not the most frequent thing I do. It also means that I don't particularly like or dislike digressing. The things I like most are the things that don't occur expectedly. So, and they are also the ones I dislike the most too. So, it's a 50-50. It's not really a 50-50, but it can have different outcomes.
そうか
That's true. Though everyone seems to buy into the stereotype that all Okinawans have dark tan skin. So like she's trying to be conscientious, but then she just spouts non-conscientious things. Oof. Most tourists just assume I'm another native Okinawan. Again, she's like a self-criticizing person. It's so weird. But she doesn't see it. I prefer women with lighter skin. You tell him, Kiryu. I like a girl with a healthy tan. I'll probably make the same mistake. She's more tan than any... Yeah, let's see. So do you cater to her needs or flatter her? No, let's just do... I like a girl with a healthy tan. Really?
あ
You bet. Hehehe. Here I was thinking you might be into girls who are more pale than Kiryu-san. I mean, the women in his life that he fell for, the characters are super fair skinned. No, like statistically, the women he bump into will be fairer than her. You know what I mean? Like just because of the nature of what he does and where he is, he will likely bump into women that aren't tanned. Yeah, well, it's about time for us to wrap things up. All right. So we basically ended up super negative and also a lot poorer for it.
足元気をつけてくださいね。
He still doesn't spend most of the time in... Yeah, he does, I guess. Now. It's implied that he spends more time. We're not very successful at this. I think we're gonna go broke just doing this.
いらっしゃいませ。
Mika is gonna bankrupt us.
来てくれたんですね。
Alright, let's see how far we
楽
can
しんで
get.
いってくださいね。
How low we can go. Alright, we get the free quarter, right? Oh no. We don't have any gifts, unfortunately. But that doesn't affect it, so that's good. What would you like? Let's try the rose. Let's go down. Do we get half a heart? We get half a heart. Okay. It's kind of surprising. Okay. How about the vegetable sticks? Did we get a quarter? Okay. Okay, it's neutral. It's neutral, so we have to go above 1. The CAD funding, yeah. Okay, so we can get away with the rose champagne. We can't get away with the vegetable platter. That's where the neutral is. I'm pretty sure it's based on how much money you spend. But we'll find out if any of the other girls hate specifically some of those things. Have you noticed how things are a little more expensive here in Okinawa? Yeah, it's an island. Are you gonna give me a lecture on how economy works in Okinawa? I'm just kidding. That was a little mean. Sorry. Just slightly mean. You think so? Oh, definitely. Everything's priced a little higher. Even the vegetables can be way more expensive here than on the mainland. On the other hand, rent is so wonderfully cheap. Supply and demand. Is she gonna tell me about supply and demand? I couldn't imagine paying rent this low in Tokyo. Go on. And here, you don't need to pay any gratuity fees when you move in. So many deep cuts everywhere. We're not gonna go into that. We've lost so much time. Is that right? Gratuity fees? What are those? I have no idea, but I can tell you one thing. It's fees. It's because city life requires more funding than island life when it comes to the infrastructure of. Well, I'm guessing gratuity fees means the included service gratuity. So what I mean is like you know, like in the United States, tipping is a normal thing, right? But gratuity fees are tacked on to a check, so you don't have to tip. It's part of supporting the service. So the wage is the, you know, like the amount you pay is the amount you pay. And I'm guessing that's what the gratuity fee means. And she's got to explain the logistics. Oh man, dude, supply and demand, man. Tipping the movers in this case, I have no idea. I'm taking a jab. Yes, and plenty of places in the city don't even make you put down a security deposit. It's great. Okay. That's pretty nice. I got a miraculous deal when I started renting the place I'm living at now. They let me sign the lease without putting down a security deposit or paying a gratuity fee. Okay. I even haggled my landlord into a better deal on rent. Okay. Oh, that's pretty miraculous. Yes, it's only costing me 5,000 yen a month to live here. $50 a month? In 2009? Hot dog. What is the... Yo. Yo. This... I'm gonna be real. This is the closest thing you could say that you can start Twitch streaming and you can actually pay off your rent. There is a chance you can pay off your rent. The beginning of starting Twitch. $50,000 yen is not even enough to pay my car insurance every month. And I don't even use my car. Question is, if you have good enough internet to... Yeah, it's true, because they're on an island, right? Although one could make an argument, if you have an island, you can probably use a 5G hotspot instead. Or what I mean is, you can probably tether and use hotspot instead. Just put one hotspot in the middle of the island and you're good to go. No infrastructure, not too much infrastructure required, just low cost and less interference, because there's, you know, that would be that, right? That would be kind of interesting. I don't know how they do it. I haven't ever lived. I could tell you New Zealand was rough. It was pretty rough. But who knows? Obviously, we're talking about 2010 here, so it's not a thing. Like, it's not a thing then. But I'm curious what it's like in Okinawa now. I couldn't ask for a better landlord. That's suspicious, but what's the place like? How'd you trick him into that? That's some intense haggling. Is this like half? Is this like a quarter heart? And this would be... Okay. That's some intense haggling. Really? Oh, it's bad. She doesn't take it as a compliment. I don't think it was that intense. Okay, so they're using the word intense as in undesirable. I threw the number out there just to see if it would work, and the landlord said it'd be okay. That was all. Nothing too special. There's got to be something wrong with the apartment then. Oh, he's going the other direction. Wow. Would you not say that, please? I love my apartment. It's a really nice place to live. Sorry. So he went the other way. Not as in trying to compliment her tenacity. He went the suspicious route. Yeah, the writing is really inconsistent, in my opinion. Like, this is easily one of the most inconsistent to date. None of these, most of these localizations don't pan out, in my opinion, linguistically. It's really detached. And it's haphazard, the response, so far. Like, I've been great about RGG stuff, but this is pretty, it's taking the cake. You know, something happened to me recently that made me find a new appreciation for the people of Okinawa. Yeah? What happened? One of the roads I used to get home is a really busy street with tons of traffic. It's a pretty dangerous road for pedestrians and bikers. Despite that, there was this old lady trying to jaywalk across the street, right in the middle. Uh-oh. I got off my bike and went to go help her. But before I got to her, all the cars slowed down to a stop so she could cross. Really? Yep. Traffic was backed up for a long time while they waited for her to get across the street. I asked my friend about it afterwards and she told me Okinawans always let their grandma do as they please. Okay. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, everyone in Okinawa calls old men and women grandpa or grandma. And because Okinawan women are such hard workers, grandmas sit right at the top of the totem pole, so everyone let them do what they want. I never knew that. That's why nobody complains, even if there's a grandma jaywalking across 6 lines of traffic. It's just another wonderful part of the Okinawan culture I've come to love and cherish. What about grandpas? Alright. Guess we just agree. I'll have to agree. I'm glad you do. It's lovely the kind of respect that Okinawans have for their elders. Maybe one day when I'm a grandma, I'll jaywalk just like she did. I bet you would. Maybe you should put that dream on the back burner. Maybe. That was neutral. We didn't get anything for that. So I guess there's a neutral, a positive, and a negative? I've got a problem, Kitty-san. Will you hear me out? Of course. Shoot. A lot of younger guys have been taking a liking to me nowadays. I know I'm just being picky, but I wish they wouldn't. You don't like younger guys? I mean, I'm into older guys. Every guy I've ever dated have been 10 or more years older than you. But the chances are, they all probably aren't interested in you. Because you talk like a 12-year-old, in my opinion. It sounds brutal, but younger guys, if I had to take a wager, younger guys are more into her because she talks like a younger person. She doesn't talk like an older person. I feel like Kiryu is having to lie or use white lies or like beat around the bush every time she asks him a question. Or, yeah, like all the choices seem to be beating around the bush. Or just agreeing. Because she has this really, really closed off, like, small world perspective. If I had to be realistic about this. There's so much to learn from older guys. I love that about them. They're just so much fun. I see. So I guess that might be how younger guys think of me. That kind of checks out. They want to learn things from you. They like you because you're amazing. Older guys suit you. It's not a 50-50 anymore. I have no idea where this stuff goes. Like, this statement is not related to the other statements. I actually think I'm gonna need a guide for this because I have no idea. This writing is pretty inconsistent. It's so different. This experience is largely befuddlingly confusing compared to Yakuza 0, 1, and 2. So I guess that might be how younger guys think of you. That this is agreeing, right? Which doesn't really help. This is probably neutral. Whenever you agree with her, is neutral. Sure. Older guy suits you. You think so too, Kiryu-san? Yeah. Oh, thanks. I guess that's agreeing too, so nothing happened? Oh, okay. 3.5 hearts. 3/4 hearts. I'd love to go on a date with someone as cool and composed as you, Kiryu-san. I don't know about that, Chief. Let's extend the session. Let's go down. Maybe it's just champagne. She just wants champagne, right? How about white champagne? White champagne is the cutoff. Alright, so we're sticking to chicken basket and rose champagne. Oof. I don't know what the threshold is to get the sub-story. Maybe the threshold is to learn about something from her?
Kanpai.
Here you go. Okay. So the other day, I was having a bit of a girl talk with a friend of mine, and the topic of relationships came out. I can't help but feel like my love life's in jeopardy. I'm not surprised. Why is that? Well, I was having a really hard time keeping the conversation going with her. She's so much younger than me, and I'm already 29. The words, the dialogue that she's talking about, it's more early 20s. So yeah, feeling that you're older but everything young is interesting to you, that's kind of checks out. Whenever I talk about guys in relationships, I ended up talking about incomes or savings or retirement, stuff like that. Okay, that's different. That's an older characteristic, I suppose. It's like I've completely forgotten about the romance aspect. Like, I'm not expecting it to happen to me at all. She would explain economy. Yeah, that is a very unfortunate misconception in my opinion, that not being concerned with romance is one that it correlates with age, but sampling different cultures, that would suggest it's a bell curve. Early romance, you have your career-oriented stage, but typically it's more like career-oriented stage early on all the way to mid, and then you worry about legacy build. So, but she's specifically talking about romance, as in like passionate romance. So that happens early in stage, typically, universally. So that's what they're referring to. And then they're stereotyping the middle age, approaching mid-age with career-oriented or legacy-oriented stuff. It's too late for you now. Abort. Yeah, it's too late for you. Get out. Depends on your mental state. Has it been a while for you then? Oh my god. Joshing, that's... Listen, you need to calm down. Has it been a while for you? I guess this might be neutral? Maybe like 1 heart? Has it been a while for you then? Huh? What do you mean? Has it been a while since you were last in love?
そんな
You're no, okay. Like, Kiryu is constantly coming off as someone who's making an assumption as opposed to asking or being inquisitive. So the responses are really different from the other ones. And Mika is like dramatically annoying. And besides, why on earth would I answer that question? Have some man... Yeah.
気になることがあって
It didn't do anything though. It was a neutral response. So... So why did you come to Okinawa? Was it for the long-term vacation or something like that? This is where Kiryu would deflect and say, just because I came to Okinawa doesn't mean I'm here for like doing the same exact thing that Mika does all the time. Dude, she is bottom rung, man. Bottom rung. How's she a hostess? I that's a really like that's a honest like question. This is hey, Kiryu's run a cabaret club before, alright? Majima would have something to say about this too. Alright. So why'd you alright. Yeah, that's about right.
うん
Is she? Oh, I mean, did I misread the last email? Alright. We'll take a look at it again. It's in the phone data. Maybe I misread it. That sounds nice. Everyone thinks of Okinawa as the perfect place to go on vacation with all the resorts and all. See, this is what I mean. Kiryu is beating around the bush because she only sends double barrel questions. Yeah, I agree. I thought the same way too, at least before I moved over here. But once I settled in, I started to learn all about the problems in Okinawa, like its high unemployment rate. You don't say. I had trouble finding a job here too. I suppose it's not as easy for a woman in her late 20s, huh? That's not true. That is focusing on your insecurities to excuse that. Employment might just be low. It's more likely that the vast majority is just demand is low. In a place where you can spend 1,500 yen for rent and you don't think you're haggling, so it's a generous, acceptable rent, employment must be low. Like, connect the dots, lady. Luckily, I ended up getting a job offer at this club and meeting a bunch of nice customers. I count my blessings every day. Yeah, because, hot take, all your customers are probably trying to be nice to you and not the other way around. Like, I don't know who the hostess is right now. I feel like Kiryu is the host for Mika, not the other way around. Like, you're trying your hardest to make Mika feel better, as opposed to the reverse situation. Man. Guess life isn't all that easy in Okinawa. You really are lucky to work here. It's hard to see past the vacation. We're not agreeing with her. We're just gonna make another statement. Guess life isn't all that easy in Okinawa. Yeah. I don't think the problem is limited to Okinawa either. Things are getting pretty tough all over the country. That's a deflection. But okay. You're telling me. Still, though, it just goes to show you how amazing the people of Okinawa really are. And everywhere else. And everywhere else. Like, closed off. She's so closed off. At least Majima was doing it in the name of training. Yeah, I know, right? Kiryu has to freaking pay to get this. They never let their dire situation get them down. And everywhere else. Or like, and most other places. They just take it one day at a time. Probably still applies to pretty much everywhere else. Nice and easy, yeah. There's so much we can learn from them. You're right. Right? Hey, do you remember my cat Tuna? Your fish Tuna? Yes. Yeah, how's he doing? He must be doing great. Because you're paying, like, Kiryu's paying for it. Yeah, man, I can love talking about Okanons like they're a different species. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling. It's kind of turning me off. Like, what I mean is, she's so... I get it, but it's talking to someone who's has a misplaced passion, and most of the things she's complaining about is the short-sightedness in her misplaced passion. So, relatively, she's 29, but she's like a 16-year-old trapped in a 29-year-old body. There are a few indications that they use stereotypical writing to make her sound older, but most of the stuff is like a reverse thing. She's highly enthusiastic, overgeneralizing, focusing on passion and sentimentalism. That's generally younger things, younger peeps. She likes older guys, but if we were trying to be realistic on what she's written so far, like what's written for her, older guys or older people in general find her very disagreeable. Like what I'm saying right now. Most of the stuff she says is very disagreeable. But then, since Kiryu is the older guy, he's kind of saying like, yeah, more or less. Like, yeah, kind of like what you said. You know, like, yeah, you're about true. It's like, okay, I agree. Like, that's kind of what the older person has to say, because her worldview is so tiny. It's super small. It's really focused. When you have that, the older person is going to be agreeable, but just to be agreeable, not to be enthusiastic. So she dislikes younger guys, even though the younger guys would be more likely to passionately agree with her on things. Finding a younger guy who loves the Okinawan culture is probably a lot more consistent than trying to find an older person being as enthusiastic about Okinawan culture as she is, in my opinion. But this is like talking about an actual person, not written for a fictional character, right? Entirely. He's doing great, cute as always, and he still insists on eating beef and chicken despite the whole reason I named him Tuna. Well, gee, it's like Tuna isn't a cat or something, but you know. Is that right? So the other day, I was hanging out with Tuna and this weird thought popped into my head. I think I might have been a dog in my past life. What? A dog? What makes you say that? Well, you know how everyone thinks of dogs as being submissive and obedient? I really thought I was gonna get to Yakuza 4 today, but where do you think this is going? Okay, I'm gonna be real. She got a cat, named it Tuna. She's a cat. Like if she had to describe herself, right? She's a cat. She's not a dog. Also, how aggressively she accuses Kiryu when he says the wrong thing. Submissive and obedient. Yeah, right. Yep. Checks out. Definitely, definitely checks out right there. Submissive and obedient, alright. Haggled your way to a low rent. Submissive and obedient. Yikes. I mean, if you want to take it a little further, they're collared, chained, and strictly chained. Are you suggesting you are this? In a way, I feel like that's how I lived my life. Chained up like a dog. BDSM. So, what part of abandoning Tokyo and going to Okinawa, doing everything because you feel like it's interesting and passionate, is considered chained up like a dog? And following status and completely, constantly fighting against status quo. And then only embracing the thing that you enjoy have anything to do with what she just described about a dog. She's a cat. Like, if we had to do a personification test, like just drawing parallels, she's a cat. She goes where she pleases. She says what she pleases. And she are upfront, aggressive, and disagreeable to company who clearly is trying to be agreeable. That is not a dog. That is a cat. If we had to pick one between dogs and cats. Because she's probably comparing it to a cat. That's me. I'm trapped in this lifestyle doing nothing all day and do whatever I feel like. Yeah. That's cat person. And she got a cat. Kitty's like ... Okay. I don't know where this is going, but I'm in trouble now. Eggshells. Actually relatable Mika moment. I wish I could live life as carefree as Tuna does. So you're suggesting a dog doesn't live a carefree life? Is that how that works? Are we how do we just suddenly shift to Tuna? He's not tied down by anything or anyone. You? Yeah. But you? He's not tied down by anything or anyone. You? It's kind of like Mika is... Okay. I was joking about the sociopath thing, but man, she's written like a sociopath. Like, slightly. Like, she's a narcissist. She's written like a narcissist. Alright, and we're not gonna go too ham on sociopathy, but she's a narcissist. Like a type 1, like a really aggressive narcissist. Basically, she always removes herself from the equation when it's negative, but when she wants to self-pity herself, she adds herself in, describing herself in a favorable way that isn't her. So she is not responsible for tying Tuna down or complaining about what Tuna eats and likes and everything. He can go wherever he wants. Oh, really? Do whatever he wants, as in, and eat expensive canned food without caring about what it costs. G. You only talk about the things that are relevant to you. You're only tied down by your past. You're free to do what you want now, right? I'm jealous of Tuna too. I don't know. I don't know where this is going. You're only tied down by your past. I mean, that's true. She is being tied down by her past, but... You're free to do what you want now? I feel like that's gonna get a negative response, right? Because she's gotta be right. Is this considered humor? Or just agreeing? I mean, at most, this is neutral, right? Yeah, I'm the victim of every action. I have no responsibility. No responsibility in all the things that happen to me and the rest of the world that are negative. Of course. Alright, we'll go with this. This seems okay. I'm jealous of Tuna too. Really? I wish I were a cat. Lounging around without a care in the world. Maybe that's how everyone feels nowadays. You are so out of touch with human beings, Mika. You might have forgotten that your feelings are very similar to everyone else's. Of all the things to say, holy heck. I know I'm secretly more than the same person. Oh no, Josh. You're you're empathizing with Mika? Maybe. Could be that they're all tired of the stress of real life. Well, this conversation took a dark turn, didn't it? Yeah, sorry. It's a neutral response, as expected. It's about time for, yeah. Oh no, this is gonna be a struggle. This is gonna be a struggle. And I like it. I love this. I mean, I don't agree with, like, I find it really harsh and stuff, but man, it's great. I don't know what I'm getting myself into. Okay, let's reread the email. Yeah, it says, oh, she said, I didn't think you really come again and request me. As in, like, she was surprised that I requested her again. I mean, it did go terribly. The second one, it went terrible. Like, I said all the wrong things. Like, there's just everything she disliked hearing. How long are you going to be in Okinawa, Kiryu-san? I get a little sad thinking there might come a day I won't see you anymore. I will always be at a club, so come by. Realistically, I would just yeet out of here, but we're going back in. We gotta learn. We have obligated ourselves to Mika, alright? We have obligated ourselves. We must learn the Mika ways. The other ones might not be as interesting, by the way, because they might just be very... one that is very predictable, right? But this is not. This is... I am struggling like a madman. Okay, we get the free heart. We don't have any gifts. We should bring some gifts, I suppose. Maybe we should give her a tuna. What do we just go fish, pull up a tuna, and then just give it to Mika? Yeah, the dog one goes pretty hard. Okay, what would you like? We know it has to be Rose. Rose is the last. Yeah, we get our half a heart. Alright. And then for food, it's a chicken basket. Alright. Alright, let's move on. I'm gonna do that even if you don't. Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me how it works out. Okay. I love... see, these are the experiences. You know, these are the things. People have to tell me about these things. Like, if someone's like watching the video, right? they're like, oh, I remember this. And then they're like, oh, I definitely didn't do that. I want them to tell me what they ended up doing. Like what they decided. It's like, nah. That's one game series that did this really well, that implemented it well, was Telltale Games. The people who made the Walking Dead series and all the other ones, where they do because it's part of their game mechanics, right? It's the core mechanics. They tell you the statistics on the pivotal choices, and you get to see what people made, even if you don't go out of your way to do it. But you could still do it with these games if you have like a community that ends up doing that, or you can turn it into a Twitch integrated feature. Oh my gosh, RGG would be so boss for this, where you or someone can mod this and make the dialogue decisions and the sub story decisions a Twitch integrated stuff, if you have an audience, obviously, like people who are willing. The prerequisite first is a community based thing. And this isn't a new idea, it's just RGG is in a position with a series that is popular enough to do that. But where I'm taking this idea from like classic RPGs, the people that are still making CRPGs, where they do Twitch integrated decision making, so that the audience can weigh in on what they would do, and wanted to show the community. Yeah, or real time. It's already been done this way, like Lorien with, maybe not Lorien, but maybe it's one of the Pathfinder games, like Pathfinder offsuits, like Solasta. I think Solasta had a choice making thing. I don't know if Baldur's Gate 3 has one, but it's a great opportunity for a topic that I feel is not fantasy. When you have fantasy topics, it's often, there's a lot of baggage. The closest thing you can have is sentimentalism and bias towards the character that's making that decision to whatever the situation is. But in this case, there's so much more baggage. There's cultural baggage, like the situation. It's, oh man, RGG, please make it happen. In my opinion, it would be so great. I would love it. I mean, it would be, if this happens in later Yakuza, later Like a Dragon games, I will feel like they were making the game for me. But if it happens, it's really, in reality, it's a coincidence. But nevertheless, that would be a dream feature for a Like a Dragon game for me. I don't know how difficult it is to do that, like technologically, but creatively, it would not be adding more creative work, like risk-taking or creative work. It would be an option designed specifically to go with the times, right? So anyways, if an indie dev group was able to integrate a feature like that, I feel like it's safe to say a group that has over a decade to 2 decades of experience, that might be a worthwhile venture. Anyways, that was a slight small cut. Oh hey, have you ever done a crossword puzzle, Kiryu-san? Never again. Never. Oh wait, never mind, that was Majima. I guess Kiryu would say it's fine. Do you know what I'm talking about, Joshing? This is a callback. That freaking hard crossword that Majima had to do to propose to the girl in Yakuza 0. Dude, that guy was a Papega. Holy heck, those questions. Freaking Papega. Never again. But it's Kiryu, so Kiryu hasn't done a crossword puzzle. It's fine. Alright. Alright. No, I can't recall. I can't really say that I have. So maybe the Yakuza 0. Maybe Yakuza 0. Zero's like the couple thing was a callback to this. To this situation. So Kiryu technically, not chronologically, but technically Kiryu was the first to be asked about crosswords, but technically in the life of this universe, Majima was the first to come across a crossword puzzle out of the two of them. No, I can't really say that I have. Really? Well, I've been really getting into them lately. Once I start one, I can't stop till I'm done. Says a very select, statistically minority of 29-year-olds in the year 2009 in Okinawa? Maybe? I feel like it's a kind of bold and awfully specific, but I think it's kind of safe to say, right? Is that right? Has that ever happened to you? Where you started something and just couldn't stop until you finished? You, Mika. You. The answer is you. When you started something and you couldn't just stop until you're finished. You, Mika. Sorry, fourth wall break. My bad. My bad. I couldn't help it. Fourth wall break. That happens to me every time. Oh, really? Every time. Once I get going, I gotta finish it, even if it means staying up way past sunrise. Spoken like a not 29-year-old. You spent a lot of nights alone then. Oof! I mean, that is a brutal way of describing what I just said about the statistical likelihood of that happening, like being passionate about that stuff. Oof. Like, she is definitely not sharing that experience with a lot of people. You should go to bed early. That sounds like lecturing. What's so fun about crossword puzzle? Now the wording is kind of aggressive, huh? I feel like this might be a negative or a neutral. Let's just ask. What's so fun about crosswords? The best thing about crossword puzzle. Okay, he actually asked it sincerely, as opposed to, what's so fun about crossword? And she gets all offended, right? It's like, what do you mean, what's so fun about crossword puzzles? They're the best things in the world or something. I was kind of afraid of that. The best thing about crossword puzzle is filling in the last clue. That feeling of satisfaction is second to none. Like a proposal? Yeah, you were. Okay, me too. Like, it's walking on eggshells every time you ask a question. I basically picked most of the questions, and they blew back on my face. Like, Kiryu's face, but still, like, most of the time when you're responding a question with another question, it's either neutral or negative. I don't know if this is negative yet, or neutral yet. I don't get it. Alright, fine then. Yep. There it is. I'll just have to teach you, Kiryu-san. I'm going to show you how much fun. Oh! Wait, did we even get a heart? Oh, is it capped at 5 until you do something? Bring it on. Okay, alright. That worked. Man, guys sure... You have to spend all night... Man, guys sure do have it easy. Oh my gosh, here we go. Why do you say that? Well, for one, you don't have to take care of your skin like we do. Yeah, you're right. Guys definitely don't have problems with skin cancer when they stay out in the sun for too long. And of all the cultures that are concerned with skin, like it's actually a little bit worse when people have beards or facial hair, but that's a whole different property of skin that is unrelatable to the majority of females. But you know, between my age, we're still in the mindset of 2010, but that's not that far. Like, a decade is not that far from what she's saying. But it's more of a closed off island approach. What I mean is maybe she moved to Okinawa that much that she's been separated from the city life too much now. Having a beard is so weird. Yeah. Between my age and my bodyboarding hobby, taking care of my skin has started to become a real hassle. I mean, okay, I can see the age thing, sure. But have you not considered that the bodyboarding part has something to do with the skin thing? I have to make sure I eat collagen-rich food, drink plenty of water, and have enough vegetables too. Like all the guys. All the men as well. If they were into bodyboarding. And... I'm sorry, this is gonna be a deep cut into you, Josh, but... It doesn't matter. It's always harder for me. Everyone I say is working so much harder than working so much less harder than me. Everything I do is especially hard and especially special, like eating good food and healthy food for myself and working out and staying healthy and drinking plenty of water, eating vegetables. It's just harder for me. I'm trying harder than everyone else in the world. That's kind of how I feel about what she's saying. Like, all the way up, there's no... The beginning, like the very first one, there was some indicator that she was conscientious about other people. Like, she talked about, oh, but that's a generalization, but she was flipping it to give Okinawans the benefit of the doubt, not the other way around. So she's double standarding everything. Everything, like, so far... Maybe no, not everything. There might be one or two statements that were being fair, and Kiryu said, well, that's fair, right? But the vast majority of her statements currently are double standards. They're all double standards. She's assuming whatever she's talking about is not doing what she's doing. Man, it's so... Mika, please. It's, you haven't done this yet, so I won't say anything too much, but you get two hostesses like this. It's a carryover. Kiwami 1 is the originator of this style, where you go to a host club and you woo the girls. So in Kiwami 1, you have two choices, and I'm pretty sure they were in the original game. So those two share differing personalities. Oh, you started talking to Rina? Rina. Like, Rina. Mika is Rina turned up, like, to 12. Like, Rina... But here's the catch. There's redemption. I feel like Kiryu is gonna slap some sense into her, but we'll see. Rina is the one. What was the other girl's name? You don't get Rina? I don't get Rina either. I did not get her. I was struggling really, really hard. But the other girl is made to contrast with Rina. So you'll probably click really, really well with the other girl. Yui. I think Yui is her name. It's either Yui or Yuki. I've forgotten. It starts with a Y. I think. But anyways. Ooh. Sounds rough. Just being agreeable. Good job, Kiryu. That's all you can say. Oh, it's Yui? Okay. Kiryu is just being agreeable. That's all you can do in this situation. I use a lot of face cream too, and that stuff isn't cheap. Kinda like Tuna wanting... Oh my gosh, she's gonna pick on Tuna! I was gonna say, kinda like Tuna only wanting to eat chicken and beef, but not Tuna. Like, oh no. And Tuna's picky eating aren't making it easier on my wallet either. I'm gonna be honest though. there is a chance chicken and beef is more expensive on an island like Okinawa than tuna, but generally speaking, if her cat has expensive taste, the tuna would likely be more expensive than the chicken and beef. Not saying that I know what Okinawa's price is. There's a chance being an island, being an island, tuna comes way cheaper, even the good tuna. So maybe chicken and beef are a lot more expensive. Well, beef definitely can rival that. Absolutely. But chicken? That must be some exotic chicken. Holy heck. But again, island. We have to keep in mind island, and I haven't. Honestly, produce tends to be the most expensive. Like vegetables. I mean, I don't know what the technology is in Okinawa and stuff nowadays, but produce that require a lot of land mass tends to be the more expensive thing. Like in New Zealand, this is even before the events of this. Like, it's around this time. Wait, let me think about it. 2005. This game is occurring 1 year after I went to New Zealand to study abroad in New Zealand. It might actually be the year. It's between 2008 and 2009. So around this time, I was in New Zealand, and the price difference dramatically tends to be produce, like vegetables and fruits, because it's difficult to raise, like, have farmland when you don't have a lot of land. And being an island, I would probably argue that vegetables are probably pretty difficult. Maybe not so much fruit based on the climate and stuff, but vegetables? That sounds kind of expensive too, but I only say that because she talked about vegetables, like eating good vegetables and whatnot, but who knows? You can taste the price tag of the food. Yeah, I know, right? Chicken are pretty robust. Heck, I don't know much about horticulture, so it's fine. Or like the price of horticulture. Sounds like a lot of effort. I suppose guys don't have to do much. Yeah, that's agreeing, right? That's a neutral or a positive. You don't have to do all of that. That sounds... These two are agree, right? So it's just be like neutral. Neutral or positive. Let's just go with this. Sounds like a lot of effort. That's right. That's why you guys should be a little bit more appreciative of the efforts us girls put into our appearances. Will do. Kiryu-san, you're a little out of touch with these sort of things, huh? I suppose you could say that? Hehe. You look really cute when you were thinking on that just now, Kiryu-san. Oh, it does go past 5 hearts. Someone needs a fire lit under her butt, but alright. Huh? What? So, recently I've gotten into the habit of stretching before bed. Reasonable. Now, I'm finding that I'm not tired in the mornings anymore. Yeah, that's causality. Yeah. That's... Yep. You nailed it, Mika. You nailed it. Wow, really? I can't help but read Kiryu's lines as sarcasm, but... And it's not only that, it's helping with my dieting too, and it makes me feel so much more relaxed. Go on. Who knew stretching would be so good for me? Never would have guessed it myself. You're right. I wouldn't have guessed that would be the conclusion I would come up with as well. Stay flexy. Yeah. Stay flexy. But you know what David would do? David would fill in the gap between being flexible and how it gets to a better quality of sleep, which the better quality of sleep is attached to pretty much all her observations that she's talking about, and it could be the fundamentals of both, like all of it, not like overselling being, you know, doing stretches and stuff, right? David would not oversell it, which is what she's doing, which is very dangerous. She belongs in the 2020s, I tell you. This is the 2020 hustle life right here. She, oh, you know what? Okay. This is a hot take. I'm saying this purely as a joke, but she sounds like a TikTok feed. Like she, but most of the stuff that, or like an Instagram feed, like the hottest trending, like hustle culture, clickbaity stuff you can possibly find. That's what she sounds like. And here's a kicker though. Maybe when this game was written, right? When this was written, the social media was a different time. I don't actually remember what it was like in 2010. It's very difficult to well, what I mean is when they wrote it and when is it now, and they're representing 2010, right? They have to have written it before it was released at the place it was taken. So I don't know if this game was, you know what, let's just answer this because I really want to know. It comes up so often. Yakuza 3, and it has to be the remastered version because there's a chance they might have localized it differently again, like cleaned up the thing, cleaned up the dialogue, but or updated the dialogue. 2009, so it was actually released for the time it was supposed to represent. So let's give it like plus or minus 5 years. So it would be very difficult to anticipate the social trends because social trends rapidly evolved during the last decade. So maybe they were like trying to hit the nail on the like right on the head. They anticipated that it was this rapid because 2010 was like when this type of bombastic generalization was taking off. And then in the last 10 years or so, there's been pushback, like trying to normalize the stuff. But the metagame is so strong. Like now, people are fighting hyperbolic statements with more hyperbolic statements. So they're playing the same game to get traction to outbid each other for influence. Like doing, a reaction to someone's hot take, and then someone reacts to that reaction, and then it's just, but it's hot taking on hot taking. So you're just using hot takes to create more hot takes, and that just feels like Mika. Very 2010. Well played. My body's gotten so much more flexible too. I can even do the splits now. Coincidentally, I am also working on my splits, but it is not. It is rough going. You could give it a try too, Kiryu-san. Don't forget to like, click, and subscribe. I feel RGG knew, in my opinion. I think they called it when they were writing the game. Like what would appeal, like the localization. I guess remastering, yeah. I feel like they were updating it. The localization. I want to see you do the splits. Whoa. Whoa now. Kiryu, please. That sounds like a thirst comment. I'll let you help me relax instead. That sounds like a thirst comment too. What the? I guess I'll give it a shot. Yeah, this one. I'll let you help me relax instead? What the? Guess I'll give it a shot. Hehe. The best thing is you don't need any special equipment. Yep. That's true. If you do the stretches wrong, though, you could end up injuring yourself. Be careful. That is something David would not get behind. There's more to that. That is I'm not like I need some clarity, but you know, yeah, like wrong as in like hurt yourself. Wrong, yeah, got it. Stretching is harder than it sounds. Stretching is harder than it sounds. That's a great neutral statement. I could teach you how to stretch then. It might be a little embarrassing, but I'll push through. Narcissism. That's narcissism. Have you tried to do a split? Josh. Stretching isn't that easy to get wrong as long as you keep in mind that pain is— yes. That's what I would feel like David would get behind that. Don't stretch into pain is what he says. Not exactly verbatim the quote, but the general rule of thumb is do not stretch into pain. But this word, holy heck, that is the most narcissistic what is this called? I almost want to say there's a phrase for this, like sacrificial. It's not moral grandstanding, but it's like narcissistic self-sacrificing behavior where like, oh, don't worry, I'm doing you a favor. Don't worry, I'll get over it. Like, or something like, oh, this is gonna be really hard, but don't worry. Don't worry. For you, I'll step up to the game. I'll do extra just for you though. Remember that though. It's inconveniencing me, but I'm reminding you that I'm doing it for you. Sounds great. We're extending. Let's go. Does he ever say we don't have enough money if we like run low on funds? You're a massive inconvenience to my life, but I'll still be your friend. Yeah. I love that. I love the use of massive. All right, we got our free not our free, our paid likes. We got our paid likes because you know, we're basically within top tier viral TikToker, right? So we paid for our likes. We gotta pay for more likes here. Let's go. Alright. So she has 2 rounds of champagne and 2 rounds of chicken. Is she not tuna? Like, we're paying for chicken basket 2 times. Purchase on Doge Hype or whatever the new site is that's going. Yeah. Oh, you know what I just noticed? He's wearing a Swiss watch. Kiryu's watch. that's the Swiss watch model that's been carried over for all the games. Pretty sure that's the Swiss watch model. Yeah, it's been carried the entire time, at least for the time being. The thing that you pawn off, or it's in Lamarck, I can buy. Pretty sure that's it. The asset. Kiryu-san, I have a huge problem. Is it narcissism? What's wrong? One of my friends from college is getting married. That doesn't sound like much of a problem. Good for them. Of course it's a problem. With her getting married, I'm the last one of us who's still single. Narcissism. Okay, well, alright. Alright. Is that a problem then? They sent me an email about it the other day. And the very last line read, I hope you find someone great before you turn 30, Mika. Oof. Yikes. Ouch. Can you react the same way? Is that the same word? Yeah, ouch. Yeah, that's that's an ouch. So far in my playthrough of Yakuza 0 all the way up to this very moment, I think it's happened maybe, I'm gonna say like 8 or 9 times where we just read a dialogue and I said something that was oddly specific and RGG just calls me out on it. Like they just localize what I just said and I'm like, dude. Those moments are like, this game was made for me. And then you start thinking like, no, it's just a coincidence. It's a very Asian thing to vocalize, but you know, what have you. I've listened to this background music loop for so long. Have you noticed when the loop is? It actually has a bridge section, the background music. Anyways, that was cruel and completely unnecessary, don't you think? You sure are running out of time. Almost 30, huh? Oh, this bit us in the butt. This is a suspicious, huh? Not a, this is a shady, huh? Not the, I don't know what to say, huh? So, what would the answer? Oh, the secretary thing. The secretary thing, like secretary of the president, huh? I thought that was more of a reactionary, like, I don't know what to say. But this is a sus one, so we're just gonna say the third one. I don't know, man. You probably reminded him you were still single before that. Oh, yeah. Probably. 30. No big deal. But it is. Oh, my gosh. It's the big 3-0. There's not much difference between 29 and 30. Don't worry about it so much. Aw, well, when you put it that way, I can't help but agree with you. I thought that was gonna go south. I really thought that was gonna go south. Kiryu-san, you're really good at convincing people to think differently. That was the first time I picked a response where she actually agreed with Kiryu. Instead of Kiryu agreeing with her. You think so? I have a question for you, Kiryu-san. What would you say is the most attractive part of a woman to you? Or... Okay. If Kiryu was a bitter person who doesn't tolerate double standards, his first response would be That's an offensive question. Why would I want to answer that question? It's awfully personal, isn't it? Because Mika did the same exact thing. Double standards. But she just comes back and asks something like that. Where's this question come from? I'm just curious, and it's offensive, but alright. Double standards be darned, you know? I guess I want to know what you like about me. Okay, so we're going there. And well, you don't usually start any conversation, so I had to take the initiative. Must resist. So, Kiryu-san, what's my most attractive asset? Let's see. Your tan. I just kidding. Controls? Wait. There's more to this? Wait. Hold up. Controls. Use. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? To control my gaze? Press A to stare at any particular area. Hold down to focus? Oh no. What are we gonna go for? Looking at different areas will provoke different reactions. Okay. Her calming eyes. Her sweet lips. Her hair. Her chest? Wait. Okay. I can't see them because of her dress, but her legs? What? I mean, she's really proud of her body, but can we highlight her dainty hands? Oh, that's right. Her thighs are toned, right? She did. Wait, was it her thighs that she was talking about? Oh, okay. We'll do this. I agree. Oh yeah, from cycling. That's right, the bicycle thing. All right. Your legs. What? I don't think you see my legs though, have you? Even tucked under your dress, I can tell they must be pretty. Aw, they're pretty beefy though. Thanks to all the bodyboarding I do. Okay. Is that so? We got it. That's fine. I'll leave that up to your imagination. All right. Safe. So here's the thing, right? I wasn't worried about what we were gonna do. I wasn't worried about what Kiryu thought. I was worried about offending her. You know what I mean? Like, I was worried about losing hearts. I didn't care about like how much hearts we gained. I was trying to prevent losing hearts. Good call. Excellent call. Solid call on the cycling and the legs. Okay. Yeah? One of my customers proposed to me the other day. Alright. Really? I mean, we would have been complete by now. You know what I mean? Yeah, you have other customers. Well, I mean, that's what Kiryu is really implying, right? Really? Worried, Kiryu-san? No. No, I am not. My heart belongs to someone else. Actually, at the current moment, it doesn't, but... Well, don't be. I turned him down. Wow. Gee. Amazing. I see. I have this awful bad habit, and my customers always take it the wrong way. That is a weird flex, but she turned something questionable into something... a weird flex. No, I wasn't worried. Negative hearts. Can't be too bad if they're proposing to you over it. Hey! See, when I get drunk, I get really cheerful and friendly. I don't think that checks out. Sorry. Dang, maybe you should be drunk. And then I start getting touchy-feely and end up latching on to my customers. So you're telling Kiryu that you're not drunk right now. Alright. Doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. I snuggle right in. Then because of that, my customer gets really excited about me, thinking we might have something special. Sounds like a you problem. Or a skill problem. Can I get touchy-feely with... Oh my gosh, that's so much thirst. Are you not drunk enough? Oh my gosh. That's so savage. He's implying that she's not friendly. Man, that is so sad. Yeah, right. That is a We're just gonna agree with her. I don't know. Let's. You're right. That is a bad habit. I knew it. I'm sure anyone would think you were getting serious with them if you started clinging to them. No, you're right. Don't overdo it with the drinking, alright? I never imagined I'd be getting a lecture from oh my gosh. Son of a... So what could we have picked? Like, what? I don't understand how the other two would not lead into a negative was it a all-lose situation? Like, it's a freaking entrapment. So Kitty and I, oh my gosh, dude. So you're not drunk right now? Yeah, I guess. I'm sorry. On a vote. Oh, I learned something really cool the other day. How to not be self-centered. What you learn? How to make my own lotion. It's really easy. You just have to mix urea and glycerin with water. Imagine that. Okay. I'm not gonna go into this. I'm not gonna go into this, man. It's not like that. You can buy all the ingredients for cheap too, so the lotion's good for my skin and my wallet. I hope so. And this home handmade lotion is a really great moisturizer. Perfect for those days when my skin is bone dry. You don't say. I mean, at this rate, it might be anything. Have you tried butter? I reckon butter is not too expensive either. And you can cook and smell nice. No, just kidding. And the person who taught me how to do this had incredibly smooth skin, so it must be good. For 3 installment payments of $29.99, you can get Mika's skin product handmade lotion. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Because I have great skin. This product works for me. Hey guys, you want to know the secret to 6-pack abs like the one you see here? Do this. Guaranteed to have 6-pack abs. Absolutely. You want to lose some weight? Look at how skinny I am. I'm a paid actor. To be skinny, I do a lot of things that isn't part of this program, but all for a low price of 40 bucks. You can get skinny just like this person. You just used a testimonial or an observing, not like she just used a leap of logic to convince herself a lifestyle change. Holy heck. The only one I want, the only advice from Kiryu, he's so cool. That's great to hear. As soon as I get home, I'm gonna whip up a batch. What next? Clipping coupons. What is going on? I'm starting to like lose my edge on here. I don't understand what's going on anymore. We already know she has money troubles, right? So we don't ask that. Maybe we just ask this, right? How much money are you saving? I guess on average, compared to buying it from the store, I think you save about 50% just by making it yourself. I hope you also get 50% value off of your health of your skin as well in like 10 years. Maybe we'll still playing Yakuza by then, you know? Actually, 10 years is only 5 more years after the events of Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon, so maybe Yakuza 8 is actually 10 years from now, you know? And then we'll meet Mika somehow, and we'll know. He's so cool, someone named their VTuber persona. Yeah, you did mention that. And proceeded to land a role as a hostess in a... Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that person landed a role as... Oh, that's cool. You'll have to point that out when we... You know, you already talked about it, yeah. You already mentioned the person. Yeah, that's cool. I would love to also voice something. I already am familiar with that type of thing, but in a different way. So there's... I don't know if you're familiar with... I don't want to use names too much, but Carnage. He was one of the voices of the earliest NPC that was featured in Cyberpunk 2077 because of his role in playing solos, you know, his constant interest in playing games of solo RPG experience. He's kind of one of the few that I still gravitate towards when they play RPG games. So he had a role in that too. I think actually, if I'm not sure if Max ever got a role. But yeah, it happens. Yeah. It would be cool. It would be pretty awesome. But as long as you don't end up playing a character like Mika. No, I'm just kidding. It's role playing is a lot of fun. Especially playing a role that you're not familiar with. But you know, there's the lucky role where you play yourself, right? But at the same time, it is great to be able to get out of yourself and do like probably some slight method acting into a role that you're not used to get a better lens on, like grow and have an alternative perspective by playing a different role. Kind of like how D&D works. Like the attraction of D&D tends to be, that's the idea of role playing, right? That's why Kiryu is a great character, because I'm legitimately not even close to Kiryu, and like there's such a rare sense. The reactions are fine, like being the decorum of the way he's just an agreeable protagonist is appreciated, but I rarely empathize with Kiryu's course of actions. Tabletop RPG is so hard. The role playing is tough. You have to keep on it. I'm so self-centered. How to think outside myself? Well, just have Kiryu bop you sober. No. Oh, right, that's right. You are playing one. Oh, that's still going, huh? Good on you. I guess on average, comparing to... Okay. That's pretty good. Hehe, I hit the jackpot. I'm sure you think that. I should really stock up on it too, knowing how fast I go through it. Okay. Don't overdo it now. That's my thought. If it's too good to sound, if it sounds good to, too good to be true? Cautious optimism. It's the default for an older person, a more experienced person. It's about time for us to wrap things up. All right. Okay. Largely successful, but we're incredibly running out of cash. That champagne ain't cheap, man. Okay. I went bodyboarding. The waves were great today, except for one point, when I ate a huge wave and tore my bikini top right off. Thank goodness nobody was around. Maybe you should come with me next time. See you later. She went bodyboarding alone. That's like... Monka? She's so narcissistic that she's more concerned that she wiped out with nobody around than having someone embarrass her. Priorities. Priorities, my friend. Priorities. Some scary priorities right there. Alright, we're going back in. Would you prefer someone else? Hmm? Wait, what? I'm terribly sorry. Mika isn't working today. Would you prefer someone else? Wait. Could have died without anyone knowing, but she would be glad no one... Yeah. Wait. Alright. Let's sample. Let's go. I guess. Let's see if it resolves itself. Nayo Kaneshiro. Okay, Kaneshiro, huh? Nayo-san then, right? Okay. That's... Okay. Likewise. Don't judge a book by its cover. Wrong business, Joshing. Wrong business. You're in the wrong industry if you truly think that. Stop judging. I can hear you judge all the way over. Josh, you're in the wrong business. There's appropriateness and then there's sentimentalism. This is the wrong business for that. Of all the things, you go in with that to a cabaret club is something else. Majima would not approve, and manager Kiryu would not approve. For a successful cabaret club. It's not personal, it's business. Judging by book by its cover can be a very practical thing when it comes to business. So in the service business, if your waiter comes in with baggy pants and jeans and refuse to wear a uniform, and your justification is don't judge a book by its cover, that is poor business. And Japan, when it comes to social decorum, probably even less likely that a people from that situation would live by that. But it is Kiryu though. And Kiryu would say that. Because Kiryu said it a couple times actually. I think although here's the kicker, right? Here's the kicker. When Kiryu said that once, it worked out. The one instance that the other instance, he had to judge a book by its cover to have been able to help the person, but he did not. So he failed that person. But then that person had to mitigate and learn from that, as opposed to the other way. So that advice, there are examples where that advice failed, and then there are advice when that example occurred. So the thing is, there's a difference between acting on that judgment and using it as a form of reference. So it's tough if you think, I mean, you could be Kiryu. You could try to resonate with Kiryu, where he is absolutely 100% trusting to a fault. And again, I don't resonate with that, right? I'm a pragmatic. I'm more geared towards pragmatism and logical reasoning and deduction. If you are Kiryu and you use that type of logic or use that type of sentimentalism, and you can't. It's difficult to suggest that isn't affecting your reasoning skills in any way. So, can be the purest of heart like Kiryu and punch your way out of everything. So Kiryu gets like stuck with beating up people when he didn't want to because he's incredibly trusting, which is great for a character. Mika has a job here. I'm sure their standards are just in a different league. Oh no, but it's gonna be hard to sync more confusing than Mika, I hope. And by gaming convention, right, this character is used to distinguish between Mika. I doubt reasonably in a pragmatic way that they would write 3 characters identical to each other. Actually, that would be pretty funny. That would be metagaming. If RGG decides to write 3 hostesses that are exactly identical and then like write a funny joke in there, it's like, man, this club has all, like, Kiryu writes like a self-fourth wall break, like, man, why are all the hostesses the same in this club? That would be metagaming. I would appreciate that quite a bit. If they metagamed it, like, you thought we were gonna write 3 different hostesses with different takes on hostess. Alright, let's start with the lowest acceptable or like neutral choice that Mika had. So this was the neutral choice, not the positive choice. So let's try this. I'll have this. Alrighty. Nope, still the neutral choice. How about vegetable sticks? Neutral. Okay, so it's already determined. It's gonna be the same for all the girls. They don't have a particular, or at least I'm not aware they have a particular one, but I'm not gonna go through and bootstrap them. So we'll just assume. At least we can get some positive hearts, right? Alright. They know their, yeah. The club, yes, they know their audience. The club know their audience. So last month, I decided to see a fortune teller. And you know what the first thing she said? You will meet a guy who is the Giga Chat Sigma of all gaming, that runs an orphanage with 9 kids and have a brush with death at least 5 times already in the last 5 years. A person of great importance will soon appear in your life. Oh no. It is No. Yeah, it's the same fortune teller. Oh, by the way, that fortune teller is both present in Okinawa, which is where this club is, and Kamurocho. Like, suspension of disbelief, but she is located in both Kamurocho and Okinawa. That fortune teller. That fortune teller. That specific one. There's actually another sub-story about a different fortune teller that was scamming people. No relations to the actual fortune teller. This fortune teller has 5 sons, and you beat the living snot out of all 5 of their sons. But that's... I'm digressing. I'm digressing from the game to another point of the game. So when I saw you all of a sudden, it hits me. You're that person, Kiryu-san. What do you mean by that? Is that really accurate? Maybe our meeting was fate? Oh no. Do we go ham? Is she a hammer? I feel like she's the romantic type. I mean, she went to a fortune teller, right? Ham time, let's go. Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. Maybe it's fate that we're sitting here like this. You mean it? Of course. Anyone would say the same if they meet such a great woman. Hehe, you're such a flirt, Kiryu-san. A quarter? A quarter of a heart? That can't be the best. Not really? Hey, but if what the fortune teller said was true, the game's rigged. Absolutely rigged. She does have a pretty good reputation after all. Maybe we really meant to be. Kiryu-san, have you ever won a Bengata? Is this another Okinawan term? I don't even know what that is. I had a feeling you say that. So, a Bengata is basically an Okinawan kimono. Okay. But with a couple differences. Bright colors, tropical design, unique dyes. Alright, fair, sure. Okay. Why did you say... In the first... Anyway, my family's... I know she knew, but, you know, maybe she didn't want to assume, you know? My family's been making Bengatas since way back. My great-grandpa made the ones that's hanging up here as a matter of fact. Hey, that's impressive. Isn't it? Bengatas are part of Okinawa's traditional culture. You should try one on when you get the chance. Okay. Kimonos are great, aren't they? Show me how to wear one sometime. That sounds like a thirst statement. It's hard to preserve tradition. That's an odd statement. Ham. Ham. We go ham. Oh, wait. Show me how to wear what? Oh no, but which one's hammer though? Like one is like, oh yeah, they're so great, right? Cause like perky, but one is like Seuss? Alright, we're gonna do this one. I wanna show me how to wear one sometime. Okay. You are my person of great importance after all. Maybe that's not all I'll end up showing you. Hehehe. In all seriousness, if you do come visit my house, you'd be better prepared. What do you mean? For starters, my Nana is gonna want to come and meet you. Then she'll make a big old fuss about something, and before the night is done, everyone will end up drunk. That doesn't sound entirely bad. Yeah, well, If I told the family you're a man of great importance, they might not let you leave. Oh snap, extra bonus points. Sounds like they care about you a lot. Oh, is time up? Something like that. Oh, we don't get to extend until the second visit. We get her business card. It's the eyeshadow. This is what I'm like standing back a little. The eyeshadow and the lashes, like the lash extension and the eyeshadows is incredibly bold. Okay, man. This is Niao. I want to say it like a cat, but thank you for requesting me. You're so. I love how mature you are. I'm looking forward to. Okay. Yeah, Niao Niao. That's instead of Nao. Like Niao Niao. Right? Yeah. that's what I want to say. Kind of like yeah. Wait, but we have to check if Mika's back. Hold up. Let's see if Mika's back. We gotta finish what we started. Oh, she's just permanently gone. Okay. Oh. I guess we have to find her somewhere. Alright. Yep. I don't have a gift. We're giftless. It's fine. Yep. Chicken basket too? They say different things though, but our money. It's good enough. We got some hearts in. Alright, now let's go. Okay. So, my Nana had her birthday the other day. Oh, congratulations. How old is she? She's 79 years young. That's great. Hope she stays happy and healthy. Oh, she will. She's full of energy now, and believe me, she's got plenty left in the tank. I would know, because she's practically raised me all by herself. Is that right? Yeah. My dad had a terminal illness, and he died right before I started elementary school. Yikes. From then on, my mom took over the family Bigata business, and she was hardly ever at home. I haven't really talked to my mom since then. So yeah, my Nana deserves nothing but the best. Okinawa is known for its high life expectancy. That's true. That is very true. That's one of the few statistical anomalies in biology, like in sociology, anthropology, and biology in general. Okinawa. That's probably the only thing that I know about Okinawa going into this game. Outside of it's an island, you know, like the geography. But the first statement is the popularized trendy statement from outside Okinawa. Especially in the field of biology. There's way more. It's a deep cut, but we're not gonna go into that today. Why, how life expectancy ties in scientifically to my interest. And it's not about like longevity or anything. It's about telomerase. Yeah, it did decline though. Yep. The modern world sucks. Do you still not get along with your mother? Guess you're a grandma's girl. Wait, hold up. Where are we even going with this? Is this ham? I feel like this is out of the blue, but I let's just go with this one. Grandma girl is kind of ham. Yeah, let's go with this one. Guess you're a grandma's girl. Pretty much. My Nana's always been there for me, no matter what the situation, as a caretaker and as a friend. That's special. Yup. Don't know what I would have done without her. Ham it is. With any luck, she'll keep on kicking way past 100. Yeah. Centennial? Or, yeah. Hey, what do you think when you hear someone speak standard Japanese? You know, the Tokyo dialect. I feel there are particular Japanese people right now who do not like what that's implying. There are at least three regions of Japanese people that are not quite happy with that statement, but you know. We'll make this a little bit more relatable. My English accent, my American English accent, is classically traditionalized outside of the United States as the basic American accent. Like not Southern, not like Midwest up to the north, but I have the boring, basic American accent that is indistinguishable to an entire region of people. But the catcher is if I go and drive 3 hours in any direction, they would tell me my American English sounds like I came from here. They would be able to almost pinpoint which state I am from if I just drove 3 miles northeast. Because what's northeast and southeast and like east of here in general? Well, there's New Jersey, New York, and Maryland. And then to my left or to our south, we get to Virginia. And then the Midwest starts to the west. So all of them have reached the very startling regional differences. It's a coincidence though. Like there's large areas of the United States that have regionally more than one state side. It's just a funny coincidence. But yes, I have what most people outside of the United States would say the basic American accent, outside of the most really stereotyped one, which is the Kekona accent, Southern drawl, right? The Southern things. But this would be the basic one, the boring one that people associate with like, probably just a mediocre American. This is the accent, apparently. And then all the other ones are exotic, like the New York accent or the Boston accent or Minnesota, and then all the southern states. If you're not exotic here. Yeah. Anyways, that's how we relate to this. Not sure. I hear it all the time. So, which by the way, for Chinese, for like the dialects, like my Fujianese is regionally based. So when I speak Fujianese to the only other person that I knew Fujianese, we had trouble understanding each other, and that's from the same province, like province in China. So, like, you know, like. Yeah, like my Fujianese is. Anyways, that's another fun thing. Like, I couldn't understand the other person too. It was mutual. We had trouble understanding each other because our Fujianese had different accents. So it was tough. Anyways, well, to me, it gives off the sophisticated sort of vibe, like you're from the center of civilization. That would be the basic American accent. But it trades off with being cold and snobby, potentially pretentious. Wow, that was an alliteration for you. As opposed to Southern hospitality, which is stereotyped with simpleton, countryside, but it gains the notion of hospitality, friendliness, welcoming, clarity, commitment, like, you know, like simple times. But the basic American accent is associated with bickering, lots of perspectives, tons of opinions, like the quote-unquote the liberal agenda. That's what is stereotyped outside of the United States when it comes to the basic American stereotype. The vibe that the base American stereotype with dialect would have. I meet someone on exchange who learned a very specific and rare dialect of one of the interesting. The my only encounter with Indian dialect is Punjabi, like Punjabi people. I don't know what it's called, like what their local dialect they were speaking, but and then someone from Southern Island, South India, but I forgot what she was referring to herself. Oh, Punjabi, yeah, Punjabi. But there was a North Indian and a South Indian in the same like group, and they were talking about and comparing and contrasting. But I distinctly remembering when they could differentiate between themselves by conversing with people either from the South or the North. But I have no idea what it is. Yeah, and it's like. It's crazy, but you know, language is amazing. It's confusing, aggravating, frustrating, exciting, etc. It's all the emotions, you know. Hard to convey. Like they're from the center of civilization, right? Snobbery, you know, ethnocentrism, the vibe of sophistication, but it also gives an air of cosmopolitan. Like, you know, just lots of sophistication. Fair enough. And no matter how cool someone is, it always sounds a little funny when they let out a word or a phrase that only a local would say. It's true. So, oh yeah, standard Hindi through Bollywood movies, yep. Yep, the Punjabi, yep. This one, it's because of conditioning, right? So like if I say K-Kona, it kind of sounds weird from someone who actually says K-Kona, if you know what I mean, like the appropriate one. So when I say things, it's not as earnest. It sounds more weird and ironic because of my accent, because of the conditioned and normalization of the associated sounds. So when I would say, if I go outside and say Monka S, it's gonna be weird. It is gonna be very weird here. But I don't think it comes off as weird if it was associated with being simple, like being carefree and more like genuine to self, which the Southern accent is associated with that. It's normalized with that. They're normalized with saying very non-standardized things, very flowy, like fluid, you know. It's kind of like there's a character in King of the Hill I'm thinking of where he just mumbles the whole thing because of that stereotype and normalization of unrefined standardization in the Southern accents. It becomes more flexible to be tolerant of weird words, as opposed to if you're in the city life or the north, sophistication comes with rules and complications. If you say Monkas out loud, I would lol in response. Hoping copium is catching on. Yeah. Anyways, I feel I can empathize with it. It's a very a good observation. So right now, what have we learned? Nao likes to observe people and talk about the things she observes. But she is very positive about the things. She's using euphemisms like cool, it's funny, she's enthusiastic. She have yet to make it about herself. Have yet. But we'll see. So yeah, seeing a strong, handsome guy like you speaking standard Japanese is really impressive. Very complimentary too. Yeah, she's a bag of sunshine and rainbows. It does feel that way. Kinda gets my heart racing. I admire those local dialects. I'll say something Okinawan. What the? Oh, that's kind of cute. That's going ham because he's gonna have an accent, right? He's gonna have a Tokyo accent, and he's gonna say something weird because it's a local dialect. So you like the way I talk? I'm not sure if that's ham enough. We're going ham, right? This is good. We're gonna go ham. Let's see if he like makes it cute or something. We'll see. Here we go. Hakuna Matata? Wait, what the? No. Wait. Hold on. What they're trying to do here, it's a little bit deeper than that. They're trying to capture, yeah, they're trying to capture what he tried to say. So the feeling, and I think that's good. I think this is great. Hakuna Matata? That's great. So he basically said like something Keikona 4chan had ain't no way Monka S, you know what I mean? Like he just didn't give. He basically said it means no worries. Like he just went for it and he said something in Okinawan. That's great. I love it. Oh man, this is a good moment. I like this. This is a great moment. This moment, oof. Well done. Well played. Well played, localization team. I wonder if it's the same localization team that they kept between all the games. Didn't say Ohana. Oh my gosh, you're such a nerd. Same studio, it's fine. Same property, okay? Same world. What else could they have said instead of Hakuna Matata? Oh, I wanted to make a Phil Collins reference, but I can't seem to remember. I can't seem to remember the Lion King song. Where Nala and Simba was having a moment. What is it called? What? It's a love ballad. Oh man, I totally forgot. Well, it'll come back to me. It's fine. Oh man, it's like something about love, right? It's been so long. Yeah, it's oh no, can you feel the love tonight? Is it like, can you feel the love tonight? Yeah, that song. I think that's a Phil Collins song, right? Phil Collins wrote all the Lion King songs, but he just say that in Okinawan, whatever that means, and he just goes ham, you know. Anyways, next, Hakuna Matata, of course. Oh, that's not Okinawan at all. I think you meant Nankuru Naisa? Nankuru Naisa? Wait, there's a phrase that sounds like Hakuna Matata? Hold up. Oh, it's Elton John. Sorry, Elton John, not Phil Collins. It actually means no. Are you serious? So wait. Non ooh non kuru naise. Nisa. Non kuru nisa. It means everything is gonna be alright. Oh my gosh. It's actually really close to Hakuna Matata. It's quite literally Hakuna Matata. I can't believe it. Weird flex time. Can't believe I know Japanese to guess that. Wait. Wait. Are you sure? Can you feel the love tonight? Is oh, what am I thinking of? Oh, I think I'm thinking of Tarzan. Tarzan is largely written by Phil Collins. Elton John. Yeah, Elton John. My bad. Sorry. Sorry, British people. The lyrics was written by someone else? That's interesting. I was not aware that it was written by yeah, Phil I was getting Phil Collins's Tarzan stuff mixed up with Elton John's Lion King stuff. Similar genre, but definitely very, very different vibe. Yeah. Nankuru Naisa. That's a great phrase. Hakuna Matata. Oh my gosh, I've learned so much from this game about Okinawa that is probably gonna make people groan. Like, if there's ever, I don't know how in touch with the internet Okinawans are, right? That comes into comes into contact, but with the internet nowadays. But I can only imagine them groaning like, oh, that's so superficial stuff. It's like, but when I'm starting from zero, you know, the only thing I know is the biological anomaly that is the life expectancy, the longevity of Okinawans and their diets. We gotta start somewhere. I would love to visit Okinawa though. I like to visit Okinawa well before this game as well. Actually, it's one of the destinations. But it's so far off the typical beaten path, and it's very difficult unless you're really familiar with the local. I don't know how Okinawans now are, and in fact, in this game, it explores in 2009, 2010 ish time, the concern about Okinawan tourism, like how to approach Okinawan tourism. Like, should they modernize or not modernize? And I already kind of know what happens later. Like, I don't know, they don't come back to Okinawa, by the way. Not in the sense of exploring the greater Okinawan island, how modernization changed it quite a bit. But we kind of know from real history, like the actual history, what happens in the next 10 years or so to Okinawa. There is some modernization, but far less modernization than like Tokyo. It's a very like it's an understatement, obviously, but you know. I guess I should give you some credit. Both of those phrases do have a similar meaning. It'll all work out. Oh, she even explains it. They literally I want the Kiryu voice actor to say Hakuna Matata. I need this. I need someone in the future when Kiryu comes back in Yakuza, when Kiryu comes back in Like a Dragon 8, right? I need someone to request the Kiryu voice actors say Hakuna Matata. This has to come back. Anyways, that should be Kiryu's new adopted catchphrase. In before Disney like copyright strikes. Infringement suit against RGG. Right. I knew that. You sure? You should probably stick to standard Japanese, Kiryu-san. Oof. Ham didn't work out. Ham did not work out. She didn't think it was cute. It gave us 0 for being brave. What kind of guy? Oh, here we go. What kind of guys do you like? No. Huh? Where's this coming from? Wait. She said the same exact phrase that Kiryu said when Mika just randomly like said, "What was my most attractive quality? What do you think is my most attractive quality?" Oh, I was just curious. It's the same phrasing. It's only reversed. That's exactly what Mika said. No, like literally, I think it's the same words. It's kind of funny. Although, I do have to admit, when you were doing the Hostess Club stuff, there are repeats. Like, the phrasing is exactly identical because it sets up for, like, the compare and contrast between the different hostess and whatnot. But anyways, it's just slight corner cutting. I'm telling you, slight corner cutting. Not really sure if I had an answer for that. I mean, I never really got to know any of the guys I dated. We always broke up before I could figure them out. So I probably don't have a type. Or if I do, I have no clue what it is. That's fair. Very ground to earth statement. How is that possible? What the frick, did you? Is it hard for you to reject guys? That's an honest question. That's pretty good. You go out with someone you didn't know? Both of these are kind of, they're implying different things, but they also get a similar, potentially a similar answer. Every girl I ever met type is is me. What do you mean? Kiryu narcissism. Kiryu Giga Chad Sigma Man. Is it hard for you? Maybe it's. We're gonna go with implying that she is a yes person because she's a bottle of sunshine, right? Is it hard for you to reject guys or something? It is. I just feel so bad letting them down. I'm sure being popular doesn't help either. Haha, I wish. There we go. I'm so unpopular with guys, it's almost scary. And there it is. The bottle of sunshine agreeability, but at the sacrifice of being self-deprecating. There it is. There's the I can't measure up to anything because everyone seems so much better than me approach. The other extreme of Mika. So the anti-narcissism. The extreme end where she has very low self-esteem. Yeah, the polar opposite. The person who's constantly being grateful for everything other people can do and how lucky she is, but she doesn't self-love too much. Like there's no appreciation for self-love, so constantly self-deprecating, but she's not concerned with herself. Which there it is. There's the opposite character type, or a contrasting character type. It's not completely opposite, but it draws a very strong comparison. We're gonna extend. Let's go. Time to meet up with Nao and just cry about it together. Ouch. I know these are okay. All right. We're gonna go hit that some more. We're gonna go broke from this. Emotional support is on the way. Let's go. She's receptive to emotional support, so this is my wheelhouse right here. I'm far more resonating with Kiryu now because Kiryu is acting. He's in his element now. His statements are going to be very caring and nurturing because Kiryu is a go-getter. He's an enabler, as opposed to the weird lack of chemistry with Mika. He's more like, whoa, what have I gotten myself into? Yeah, Mika is metagame. Mika metas Kiryu. The counterpick. Hey, Kiryu-san? This is kind of embarrassing, but could I ask you something? Of course. What kind of place is Tokyo? What the? Yeah, she's innocent and naive. It's great. Yeah, it's the opposite. She's too trusting. She's the Kiryu. She's the Kiryu match. But she also has naivety. It's full of danger. Better not get too close to it. I was like, you get burned. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with. Oh man. All of these are frightening to her. Maybe it's full of people is less frightening. Basically, she finds it as an opportunity. Like, it's filled with people that she can interact with, become friends with. This would play to her insecurity. And this would definitely play into her insecurity. So I think we're going to go with the first one. Emotional support. It's full of people. Oh, so it's true. Yeah, it's crowded pretty much anywhere you go. Then how do people walk around without bumping into each other? Especially in places like, let's say, Shibuya Crossing. Dude, I want to visit Shibuya Crossing. I know it's a tourist trap and it's not as eventful. Like, a lot of the locals would say, oh, you should go here instead. You know, like as the middle ground and stuff. But I have to at least go to Shibuya Crossing. You know what I mean? You just called out every Yakuza player yet. Bumping into everyone. It's like, how do you walk? You don't. You just bump into everyone. Like, how do you walk around? You just bump into them and get them out of the way. Relatable experience. My family is my extended family and my immediate family started in New York City, and that's pretty much it. Like, if they bump into you, it's normal. Like, shoulder to shoulder rubbing, that's just it's normalized. It's just shoulder to shoulder walking all the time. If someone runs into you, it's expected. So you got to get good balance, good constitution, center of gravity. If you fall down, you're not a New Yorker. That's all I can really say. Like, when you go to Chinatown, like, well, not the Manhattan Chinatown anymore, but like in Flushings where the concentration's high, everyone's shoulder to shoulder. It's just weave, bob and weave, sardines, slippery. Dang, people at least try not to bump into each other. It's really common. Like, it happens quite often. And what I mean by quite often, I'm talking about comparing it to not bumping at all, if you know what I mean. Like, comparing to not accidentally grazing and like running backpacks against each other and bags hitting your legs and stuff. Compared to that, how frequently that happens here, you actually have to go to someone's house likely, because the closest you're gonna get is the width of the car lane is generally the closest you would probably get to a person. Like, where I live, the distance between one car in a lane and the next car in the lane is probably the closer average distance to a stranger. When I'm running, like, a person, since I run every morning, like my neighbors, you know, my closest neighbors, they would be walking a dog, right? They would see me coming running and they would cross the street just to give me my space on running so that they understand that, like, oh yeah, I see you running over here. I don't want to be in your way. That kind of thing. It's not like a stranger danger kind of thing. It's more like I want to give you your space. So whenever I see someone doesn't know that I'm running behind them, you know, like I'm approaching them, I would cross well in advance on the outside. And then I'll come back in. So, and that compared to your shoulder rubbing and then your back's like getting whacked back and forth between the next person, that's pretty much this. The city life. I kind of like it. I don't mind it at all. I don't mind either of them, but they have their charms. It's very lived in. In the city, it's so lived in. It's so vibrantly filled with life. Not absolutely steamrolling. Yeah, true though. Yeah. not absolute real life without running. Yeah. But Kiryu knocks people aside. Kiryu is a bumper. It's like bumper cars with him. Especially in this game. If they remastered this game with if they remade this game with a Dragon Engine, like the density of the characters, oh boy. You want me to, the amount of characters were pretty reasonable, but you were colliding like crazy. But in this game, it's like they're actually in your way. They're legitimately gonna just stockade you. Anyways. I thought it was pretty funny though, how populated it is. It's even more so, I think it's about the same, I guess, in Yakuza 4. I bet it's fun to go people watching over there. I mean, city life, people watching. Go to a cafe, pull up a work that you're doing, and just chill. Just watch the hustle bustle. Some interesting things happen all the time in the city. For better or for worse, I suppose. Maybe so. I gotta say, even hearing something small like that about Tokyo gets me really pumped up to go. Hope I can take a vacation sometime. Yeah, there are so many. You get plenty of targets. Plenty of targets. So everyone's been talking about gemstones lately. Oh no, she's a crystal person too. Sunshine and rainbows. We're going from fortune telling to crystals. Gemstones. You know, like amethyst and turquoise. They're precious. They're pretty. Okay. Anyway, each one has a different purpose. You can tell by the color and the pattern. Okay. And when you put one on your body, you can tap into some of its power. Okay, interesting. Oh, but they're kind of expensive. You don't say? No, that much doesn't surprise me. Yeah, still doesn't stop me from wanting one though. Then I'll buy all the stones you want. What kind of power do they come with? I like one of the gemstones myself. Aw, Ham. I have the power. Alright, let's go. Then I'll buy all the stones you want. Huh? Oh. I guess it did kind of sound like I was asking. Sorry, it came. Aww. Dang it. She just wanted to be asked the question. Oh, I was going ham. That's okay. No need to be so modest about it. No, seriously. I appreciate the offer, but that, okay, she doesn't want something for herself, which is agreeable, I suppose. She doesn't think she's worth it. Like, what I mean is, this is the, yeah, she wants it, but she can't because of guilty conscience. Right? So she's not doing it, she's not like saying you got it all wrong, like, Kitty, you got it all wrong, is she doesn't want someone to buy something for her, which is or asking for something, which is very in line. I just wanted to go ham just to see what happens, though. Fair enough. I can't get over it out of my head. What's the matter? It feels like I haven't been doing it enough. It's like, no matter how much I love and attention I give it, it's never moist and happy like it usually is. Yeah, plants? Is she talking about a plant? Like a bonsai? Quick get her gold champagne. Love and attention is such a plant owner phrase. It really is. So yeah, I'm thinking plants too. I'm thinking it's a plant as well. I agree. At this rate, I'm worried it'll dry out completely. Wait, did we skip a... I feel like I accidentally maybe double A tapped and skipped something. We might have skipped a message. I can help with that. What? This is out of context? Oh no, you don't think... This is so out of context? Okay, you haven't met anyone good? Oh, okay, they're still talking about love. Moist? Dried out love? Are you saying you're lonely? You haven't met anyone good? I can help. This? Are you saying you're lonely? I guess you could say that. You guess. Yeah, I mean, I do give a good rinse before and after I leave for work? Her hair? I think it's her hair. She's talking about her hair, right? I'm pretty sure she's talking about her hair. Love intention to the hair. It's definitely her hair. But some thirst thoughts could go somewhere else, I suppose. But, you know. Yeah, it's her hair. Maybe it just needs to be fertilized? What? It's just... Okay, we're going back to plants. We're going back to plants. All right. What is... It could be something else, too. What the... Yo. Fertilized? How? That's the thing. The guy at the gardening shop? Okay, it's a plant. Told me it wouldn't require any sort of special care. That's the only reason I decided to take it home. Wait, are you saying your plant is the one that's in danger of drying out? What? Hey, it could have been moisturizer. She could have swapped it to moisturizer, okay? It was close. What else would I be talking about? It's called Lucky Bamboo. Oh, a bamboo. Whoa, she just broke out the scientific name. It was either going to be a bonsai or a bamboo, but I guess bonsais are hardier than bamboo, maybe. My parents keep bamboo plants, for sure. But its scientific name is Dracena sanduriana. I didn't even know that, but that's okay. And it's got the cutest leaves too. The leaves are pretty cute on a bamboo thing because there aren't too many of them, and they're just like they stick out quite a bit. They're not commonplace on bamboo. Makes the other bamboo species look like overgrown bushes. Oh, is she talking about a very... Hold up. They're the ones that I'm more familiar with, I think. Yeah. The house bamboo plants. The ones specifically made that was popularized for the home. Yeah, the cute ones. Not to be confused with the ones that like actually grow outside. They're like those are a little different. But yes, I mean some of them they might still grow outside. It's a very specific type. that they use to sell to homeowners. Uh-huh. Oh, it's time up? Oh my gosh. This has been a roller coaster ride. Oh, they were? I didn't even check. This has been a roller coaster ride. Oh, holy heck, man. Wait. It's Mika. Hello, is this Kiryu-san? This is Mika from Flawless. Oh, hey. What's going on? I was just feeling a little lonely, so I was wondering if you were free right now. Sure, I'm free. Great. Can we meet up at Smile Burger on Ryukyu Boulevard? Okay. Alright, okay. I'll meet you there. Thanks. Mika the Flawless. And then we got... Now we feel like we're two-timing, right? Thank you for requesting, and thank you for going along with my weird conversational topics. What an understatement. When I'm with you, I feel like I can talk about anything. Like moist things and fertilizing from a transition from love. Like that was a I feel like I really did skip a prompt, but holy heck. That was a bait and switch right there. Mid conversation bait and switch. Moist. Moist. Alright. There she is. Oh, Kiryu-san. I'm so excited. I decided to show up early. Kiryu-san, what's up? You see that guy at the table over there? He's been staring at me for a while. Really? Maybe I'm just imagining things, but I think I've seen him before. Where do you think you know him from? Never mind. Forget it. Let's just go, okay? Okay. So, where are we going? You know I gotta do it, right? There's only one choice. I mean, you guys might see 5 choices, but there's only one choice. There's only the correct choice. In any situation, there is only one choice. Want to go sing some karaoke? Karaoke, you know, I'm a pretty decent singer. I'm sure you think that. Alright, looked it up and I can confirm. Didn't skip a thing. Oh, okay. Wow. Ooh. I think RGG was having fun. Yeah. I think RGG was having a lot of fun there. It's kind of funny. Alright, you're gonna sing your heart out? Alright, let's get going. Please, unique track. Or, no, it's probably not a unique track, but what track is she gonna pick? Alright, let's go. What track is she gonna pick? We've already spent 1.5 million yen. We might not even make it through. Okay. Sure. But why did we get a tutorial on karaoke? Alright. Saturday Night Live, Saturday Night Lover? I don't remember when. Okay. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. Yeah, lively always. Oh man, dude, slider baiting is so strong in this one. Rap God. Woohoo! Oh my gosh, the slider speed change. Dude. Da na na na. Dude. This is Yao, it has Yao Sobi vibes over it before Yao Sobi. You know? You know? Oh wait, Yoya. Sorry. I got the I got the vowels backwards for whatever reason. Oh, it's because of Nayo. Because of Nayo's name. Yeah, Yoya Sobi. I flipped the O and the A because of Nayo. so much more common to say Noah as opposed to Nayo. Nya nya, yeah, now now. You know? Alright. Oh, we get to sing one. Which one do we pick? Oh, he always goes for the lullaby. Dude, this one's hard actually. He always go for the Kamurocho lullaby. Kiryu goes hard.
流れゆく夜の蝶怪しく惑わせて欲情も愛情も純恋歌にカムロ町優しく夜に抱かれ涙ほろりほろり舞い散る雪は飾る人で汚れた街でさえも花咲いても花散るとも眩しい雪月花
It goes so hard.
ありがとうございました
Yeah, he needs to get over his past, right? On the rapper patch, just having a big gap between the first tap and the rest of them, just... Yeah, yep. It's actually really hard. It's a pretty hard piece. Because the sliders, the slider speed changes, it's normalized to the lyrics text. And then in the very beginning, when it's wedge, you have to focus on the last line and then hit the downbeat at the beginning of the sliders. And there are so few. There are so few. And to get the CP, you need a 900 plus. Oh no, actually you need less. You need an 850 plus in this game. So karaoke doesn't require, it's not too stringent. Usually it's 900 for the other games, and then it's 950 for Haruka's Trust, but no, pretty slow, pretty low.
上手。
Really? Thanks. Of course.
またどうぞ。
We did it. You still 1K-less? Oh. That was really fun. It felt so good to sing like that. You choose some great songs. You really know how to have a good time, Kiryu-san. Take me out again sometime, okay? Anyway, I should get going now. I still didn't get the sub-story though. No sub-stories. Oh wait, Flawless is this way. It puts us right next to Flawless, so that's kind of useful. Leave me alone. Oh, that's a good point. Oh no. Are we Mika-ing again? Mika-san then. Oh, okay. Ain't no way. Are you kidding me? That after-hour date was so much fun. Alright. Kiryu-san, you look pretty great today. I don't have any gifts, lady. I don't even know. Yeah, it gets bigger. It gets bigger.
何にします？
My wallet is not good enough for this. What would you like? Oh no, my wallet is not big enough for this. Okay. The same text. We've eaten so many chicken baskets. It's unreal. We've eaten more chicken baskets than
す
tuna.
いません。
Tuna, her cat, not tuna, the fish. Hey! Sorry, the track. The standard J-pop days with the Euro trans inspiration. Who's the real tuna now? I know, right? She's the real tuna. I would say around my 20s. My 20s, this was my jam. I was really into Eurotrance. Like early Eurotrance. And J-pop, the J-pop scene was into Eurotrance too. Like back in the days of Initial D and whatnot, right? This was like standard layering and looping with the very traditional voice sampling. Just layer, loop, build up, close the gap, and then beat drop, and then loop again. Right there, and then beat drop, and then continue, and then just keep going. And nowadays, the more modernized versions are harder beat drops, right? They would do like bass, double kicks, and stuff on the beat, even harder, as opposed to using the mid-range sounds, like this sounds, like the keyboardish sound in the mid-range. Anyways, just a little thing. It reminds me of my younger self, which kind of breathes some life into my otherwise rather unpassionate. That, yeah. Gotta crank up the bass and EQ, yeah. This stuff doesn't happen very often anymore. It's like, it's a relic of J-pop nowadays, where you have the lighter, less low end. Nowadays, modernized versions of this is heavier on the lower end. And then borderline hard style kind of thing, where the almost this type of thing gets overshadowed by the lower end. Anyways, Kiryu-san, I haven't been out on the town in a long time. Have you heard any interesting stories? I'd love to hear them if you have. Here's a callback. Have you heard of a radio announcer, Doche? Because boy, have I written postcards with some amazing stories about my exploits. You know, some 13 years ago, under the pseudonym Judgment Kazi. But she's talking about Okinawa, which we do have a lot of stories about Okinawa. Like the Dine and Dasher from Kamurocho that now settles in Okinawa. Ueda, he come by, he's an instant ramen guy, he's back in Kamurocho now. There are a lot of sub stories here as well, so it's all good. We helped the guy from jumping off the bridge into the river or becoming a fish, you know, several times over. Took down the local patriarch. The Kamashiro family. We got plenty. Interesting stories. Let's see. I got nothing. Tell her about the Goya burger. Fair enough. Tell her about Rafute. See, Rafute, there it is. There's the soba thing that's related to Ueda and the instant ramen stuff. Tell her about Aqua Sky's appetizer. Oh, these are all the things we collected. So, these are all the stuff that we walked around. I never figured out what Tankatan is. It's a liquor. It's a spirit. Made from perilla leaves. Or infused with perilla leaves. It's a drinking. It's a drink. Infused with perilla leaves. Is what they said. But we can, so everything we learned around town, like, so we bumped into random like green arrows I thought was sub stories. We can tell them about it in the cabaret club thing, and it literally told you, oh, this would be something interesting to share at a cabaret club. And we've been holding it off for a bit because I figured there's, but which one would interest her? Yay! That's right. The backdrop. Let's. How about the Tan Takatan? You would heckin' love alcohol as a low. Yeah. Yeah. She would. Wait. She would love it or not love it? Probably not, right? I think Goya burger might work. Oh, actually, soba noodle might work too. Is wild that way? I don't think so. Let's talk about the soba. Let's talk about the soba. I heard the Rafute soba over at the Okinawan soba place in the Kiryu arcade is really delicious and rich in collagen. Oh yeah, that's right. It is rich in collagen because it's tonkotsu. It's tonkotsu inspired. It has. That was a pure coincidence, by the way. Soba is really hearty, and it's kind of a really... If you had a noodle soup and a noodle type, soba would be a great place to go, right? The direction would be soba. That's where I was going, but I forgot the broth had a lot of collagen. That's where the guy got his inspiration for the tonkotsu instant ramen. Ueda had the inspiration for it. Oh, I've heard of that. It's at that little shop in front of the entrance to Public Market, right? Sure is. I'll go there to eat with one of my bodyboarding friends every now and then. Okay, I see. Really? Yep. It tastes even better after a long day on the waves. We didn't get anything for it, but anyways. Kiryu-san, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I had a lot of fun. I did too. Let's go again sometime. Sounds good. Still though, what is it? I swear I saw someone fishy staring at us. Did you see them? We did. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I still feel like I'm being followed. Okay. Want me to walk you home? Oh yes! Thank you, Kiryu-san. I'm sure I feel much safer with you by my side. Don't be shy about it either. Call me anytime.
ありがとう。
Thank you, Kiryu-san. I feel so much better already. You mean it then? When I feel scared or worried, I can call you? She has no problems asking for help, obviously. That would totally possibly turn Nayo off for sure.
ね。
You better offer help or else. I know, right? Or else I'm gonna deduct hearts from you if you didn't offer help. Feels bad, man. Holding completion points, holding the sub-story credit as hostage. A few days ago, I got a call from one of my aunts. We hadn't spoken in a while, so it was a bit of a surprise. Oh yeah? She was pretty mad at me, demanding that I give my parents a call. You haven't called them? No, I moved here without telling them. I know the two people in the background, they're crying and then there's one behind the back. What'd you call it? So what was this about being a dog? Chained down? And not being able to do things that she wants? I'm just saying. I mean I listen, right? My parents must be so worried. I'm a terrible daughter. Oh no, the self-pity points are going up. Why don't you give them a call every now and then? I probably should, but I doubt my father will forgive me. Not for running off to Okinawa without a word to anyone. I'm sure if he sees you're doing well, he'll change his tune. I hope so, but still I just... Want me to go with you? Hehe, I'll be fine. You don't have to do that for me, Kiryu-san. Alright. You're so sweet, Kiryu-san. Alright.
私ね。
So, I went on a date with someone from Okinawa a while back. It ended up being a total letdown. The guy was such a lazy meister. Oh, a lazy meister. Okay. I haven't seen it written out before. A lazy meister? With a Z? And an E to match? Wow. That... Interesting. A lazy meister? Was he that much of a loser? Yeah, my friend all said they had dates like that here too. Maybe there's something about Okinawa that makes you more likely to run into lazy good-for-nothings? Well. It's a deep cut, but when she chooses to only focus on the good things that she likes and don't sit back and look at the full picture of the associations, one's expectation is marred by one's rosy colored goggle versions of reality. That'll be a slight deep cut, but we have no time to digress anymore because we've digressed once already. And then all these stuff is just relevant. So what I'm saying is you have a place that's very low crowded, low demand in occupation. The rent is good, low demand, probably ample supply. You come here to relieve yourself from the hustle bustle, hustle culture of the city. Is someone's expectations a little bit lost? Focusing on the qualities that they trade off for the qualities that they want in the city to be also present in Okinawa. Because like if you're expecting someone to be hustle bustle in a laid back Okinawan area, you don't get both, man, Missy. You don't get the icing and the cake. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. You don't get the cake and eat it. I was trying to make a clever wrap up, but anyways. And then calling that lazy good for nothings, like being someone who's probably lazy or more laid back, good for nothings, man, that's a double standard right there. Okinawa has a pretty high rate of unemployment, I'm not surprised, and a high divorce rate too. That's a little... That's going from unemployed... Okay, that's a little big leap, but okay. You don't get icing and the frosting on your cake. I get whipped cream on my cake. Icing and frosting is a little bit too edgy for me. I like it light, okay? I'm a light person. Don't be giving me that heavy sauce. I don't know why I call it sauce, but let's just avoid that. I've heard that, yeah. Of course, I'm sure there are some wonderful Okinawan guys out there, but I'm sorry to say that if I was told to imagine a typical Okinawan man, I think of some slacker. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm looking at a slacker right now. Double standard much? I wonder why that is. Huh. I wonder too. I would probably expect someone to be wondering when they only choose to look at the glass half full, but also a glass of the only thing they're sipping that they want to sip, if you know what I mean. Not only do they look at the glass half full, it's only full of the things they like to sip. It makes the customers do all the work. I know, right? Maybe the heat fries their brains? Where is that coming from, Kiryu? Kiryu, you're so out of your element. Could just be that one guy you went out with? Guys just want freedom? Dude, Kiryu's gone. Kiryu has left the building. I can't see any. I guess we're just gonna go with this one. This is it. Just he's breaking character. No, because we can't say this one because she already said she disagrees. Like the more she knows, but she. Oh no! Like what do you? I don't. What? I almost want to go with maybe the heat fried their brains. I actually feel like this is okay. Darn, that's crazy, bro. It sucks to hear. Alright, we're going with this. Wait. Maybe it's okay if... We're gonna go with this. Let's see. Relax. Guys just want to have freedom in their life. Huh? Do you mean that? Nah, I was just joking. Oh, thank goodness. It was the joke. He was going for the joke. Because I think the fry brain thing was... I thought that was going to be a joke. Like... okay. Nah, I was just joking. Oh, jeez. Oh, no, but... it's still bad. Like, oh my gosh. Mika is... Don't tell me you're like that bum I dated. Oh my gosh, Mika. Not on my life. I've always been a man of my word. You're right. Besides, you don't look like you'd be that kind of guy, Kiryu-san. You know, the Okinawan saying, Nankuru naisa. Wait. Isn't... Did she just... Wait. Wait. Did... Was that intentional? Like, did we need to do the... Nayo? Yeah, was it gated? Like, we needed to know Nayo? And then it triggers the sub-story for Mika? Yo, that's next level. That's next level. It's all worked out, yeah? I've heard of it. That's the one. It's supposed to mean living without worry. But to be honest, I don't think that's the best way to live your life all the time. I mean, that's fair, but she acts like it is, if you know what I mean. Yeah, yeah, but that's how you're living right now. Yeah, like, Mika's literally doing that. She's being non-compassionate, non-conscientious. Most of the stuff she spills out of her mouth is narcissistic. I suppose you're right. Oof. Kiryu, the ever-enabler. It's fair if she had a learning lesson and she's self-aware, but I don't think she's self-aware. Because she asks, like, obvious questions like, I wonder why Okinawan guys are so lazy. Not even self-aware of what she's saying. So the other day, I was in the store and I saw this little girl throwing a tantrum over a toy. What was I saying about self-awareness? She kept screaming at her mother, I want it! I want it! To be honest, I got a little jealous. Jealous? What for? Well, when I was a little girl, I never did anything like that to my parents. I don't believe it for a second. I believe she turned a blind eye to what she thinks she is. So, if I were to evaluate someone now, I think she did that all the time. She just think it's not throwing a tantrum. Oh yeah, if she didn't do that, she wouldn't be able to relate as well. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know where this is going, but we're gonna be trapped. We're in problem territory. I guess I was a bit jealous that the kid in the store could do that. Grass is greener on the other side, but Uncharacteristic? You were a good kid then. Did you ever want to do something like that? You're still the same girl now? Were you were a good wait. Questions are bad. Like questions are oof. Like they bit us in the butt so many times. You're still the same girl now? What does that even mean? That does play to her delusions, in my opinion. It's enabling her. No. I think she's saying she's like what she used to be like, right? Now, like she's holding back or like not. Like she's being a good girl still now. I don't know. I'm lost. Let's go with it. You're still the same girl now. Huh? You moved out here to Okinawa without telling them first? When you put it that way, yeah, you're right. My parents never really scolded me for anything. Oh, thank goodness. Oh. She is a little self-aware. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. She has some self-awareness. It is there. It's possible. So I get a little jealous of kids who have parents who will scold them. Oh, it still works. It still checks out. It's fine. I'm having a hard time processing this, but it's fine. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make things weird. Oh, it was a neutral thing. We didn't even get any hearts. Ugh. All right. Let's spend more money. I'm gonna spend more money because that's the only way we can click with her. Money. Throw money at the problem. I don't advise this, but throw money at the problem. Surely there's a cheaper option. Resonating with Mika, maybe? It's tough. It's really tough. I'm so lost. I'm like trying really hard to think around this, but man, I do not click. This is tough. It's like Rina. It's like Rina in Kiwami 1. It is so tough for me to be attached in any way. You know, I've started to understand why it is that we drink. Is that so? You know how if you drink too much, you start to forget things? Oh no. Yeah? I think I understand why people want to drink themselves into a stupor. That's why I've been drinking a bit more than usual lately. Whoa. You shouldn't use alcohol like that. That's what I would say, sort of. Not in those exact words, that's too direct. It's telling someone what they should or should not use. But yeah, the Tankatan, the Tantakatan, I can help you forget. What the freak, Kiryu? Dude. Kiryu is all sorts of breaking character. This would be what Kiryu would say, but whoa. Are you stressed out? That's what Kiryu would kind of say too, but okay. Are you stressed out? Maybe. Sometimes I get anxious about whether I'm doing the right thing or not. Other times, I get these rushes of panic. Well, unfortunately for that situation, thinking there are right things to do and wrong things to do for someone's anxiety, that's no bueno. That's a vicious feedback loop. Other times I get these rushes of panic, feedback loop. It's very associated with the idea of being concerned with one's right and wrong actions, especially one that doesn't have, especially a person that has a dissonance between what they're expecting and what they're self-aware about. So like, for example, am I doing the right thing to be the best me? Well, if your expectations are really narrow, right? Like what you're paying attention to, the likelihood of that lining up is going to be catastrophically inconsistent. It's going to be so inconsistent that anxiety and panic will just keep building because you're inconsistently considering enough factors to give you a level-headed expectation. So one of the classical ways to comfort someone, at least in my opinion, is Hakuna Matata. No, I'm just kidding. Not Hakuna Matata. But the idea is to find comfort in understanding that things do not have to be the best things or the right things, but things that move you forward in like steady at a time. So you start building W's, and then the W's hopefully should expand the choices and be exposed to myriads of results, and then those different results create enough noise to make it feel like they're not concerned with, oh no, like I have 16 choices or something, what is the best choice? Well, any choice that leads to a happy outcome is sufficient. That's kind of it. And then you need that to repeat, right? Higher frequencies, just keep repeating, and you kind of normalize having to constantly make those choices, and the anxiety and panic becomes a little bit more bearable. Like it will normalize instead of weighing everything on one decision or one big decision, which causes panic and constant anxiety. So she might be leading to a really serious question that I have no answers to. Let's find out. Hey, cheer up, alright? That's about as much as you can do in this situation. I'll try. You're having a good time drinking with me. Try thinking of it that way. Oh, I'm totally fine when I'm with you, Kiryu-san. It's just when I'm with other customers. I'll just keep requesting you then. Aw, thank you for worrying about me. We got one! Oh, we got two! Whoa! Well then, could you let me stay by your side tonight? Sure. I feel like living in Okinawa fills you with this special kind of power. To relax, maybe? To relax? That's the idea. To be lazy? Some might even say to laze around. You know, to unwind, perhaps? What do you mean? I mean, you can see it in the rolling waves and the bright blue skies, and the people who live here too. They're so full of energy, you know? It's that special Okinawan. I almost feel like it's the opposite. The vibe is to chill out. But I think she means like in a not a literal way, energy, like energetic, but more of a happiness, like a brimming of carefreeness, clarity. You've got a point there. I've got to step up my game if I'm going to be as energetic as the natives. That's why today I wore something Okinawan to try and absorb a little bit of that special Okinawan power. I don't know. I don't know where she's going. She's like... First, she just generalized Okinawan, at least males, double standard by the way, as commonly lazy and lacking of power, and then suddenly she's going on about how Okinawans are energetic. Let's see if you can guess what the most Okinawan part of my outfit's today, okay? Something Okinawan, huh? Oh no. It's the hair, isn't it? Is it the flower? It's gotta be the flower. Yeah, it's the flower. Yeah, they're absolute slackers too. There's a lot of parallelisms drawing to New Zealand, but we're not gonna go into that for the time being. They have, but she's been dressed like this the entire time. She's been dressed like this the whole time. It's just gotta be the flower, right? I wonder what the voice sample is actually saying. It sounds like something that I don't want to. How about them? I'm gonna go with the flower. Let's go. Is it that flower? Yep, that's right. It's my hibiscus flower. Was that too obvious? No, it's the same outfit. Goshing. Contain yourself. So, do you know what the hibiscus flower represents? No, I don't. It represents a blossoming new romance. Maybe it means there's something special blossoming between you and I, Kiryu-san. Cannot compute. Cannot compute. I hope so. No, Kiryu, you don't mean that. Kiryu, please. Abort! Oh, so I just won an internet auction for a cat tree. Good job, Tuna. You're the true winner of this triangular relationship. This love triangle, Tuna is the winner. A cat tree? The heck is that? How to put it? It's like a jungle gym, but for a cat. Does that help? Oh, alright. Usually this one would sell for about 20,000 yen. I got it for 2,500. That's solid. That's a pretty good deal. I can't believe my luck. Internet auctions are so great. I might need to dive a little deeper into them. Buy me a little something too? Maybe there's a reason it was that cheap? Ooh, we went down that. Oof. We accidentally went down that path. That did not go well. What's an internet auction, by the way? Huh? You don't know about the internet auction, Kiryu-san? I mean, that is something he would ask, because Kiryu is technologically challenged. He's a boomer. No, I don't. Then again, you don't seem like the type to be spending time at home, fiddling around online. Did she just throw shade at... Oh, she just did it. She just throws shade at non-grass touchers. Oh no. Oh no. How about I teach you how to look for an auction sometime? Sure. Safe. As much as I love going out in town in Kamurocho and the rest of Tokyo too, I really didn't have much time to party. I was always so busy with work. I wonder if we're buffered with the hearts. If we cap and it has buffer cap, you know? What did you do for work over there? Wait, is this a repeat? I think we have exhausted it. I was the secretary of... Yeah, this is a repeat. Yep. Yeah, alright, so we've exhausted the bank. We chose the second one, and it totally gave off the incorrect vibe. So... I'm gonna go with a safe one, because the last one sounds incriminating as well, based on her response to this one. A brokerage firm. Sounds like they kept you busy. It really was. Everyone there worked long into the night most days. I'm impressed you all could handle it. Many couldn't. A lot just up and quit after a few months. I didn't though. I stayed a secretary the whole time. I see. Okay, it was neutral. Alright, cool. My money! We're getting close to 2 million spent. Kiryu-san. Thank you for today. No problem. See you again. Oh yeah. They use the same progression in Kiwami 1. Okay. I have to admit, I do get a little lonely when I go home. My only company here is my cat. I really wish I had a boyfriend. I asked you, Kiryu-san, but I don't know. It just be a bother. I'm waiting for you at the club. Okay, maybe we don't. We just need to wait for... Maybe we'll wait. Let's wait. We already capped, right? And we exhausted the dialogue pool. So let's go back to Nayo. Nyanyo. Nyanyo. Nyao nyao. Alright, here we go. Alright. No gifts. We're out of cash, man. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright. Nayo, come on. Alright. Nyao nyao. What does nyao nyao want to talk about? Kiryu-san, are you the type who gets all affectionate when you're in love? Absolutely no. But would Kiryu lie here? Huh. Now there's a question. What do you think I am? You judged a book by its cover? No, Kiryu... Oh, wait. Sorry, that's a little spoilery. But the answer is no. Kiryu doesn't get affectionate. He doesn't get affectionate. He gets protective, though. He's very protective. But not the way Nyao Nyao is probably saying. He gets extremely protective, for sure. Like sacrificial protective, but definitely not like romantic. He's actually pretty terrible. Kiryu does the like, I'm protecting you, tough love, and get over it, just give it straight kind of thing. Like super like rough, but super protective, like father feel a lot. I'm guessing you're the affectionate type? No? Wait, really? Interesting. I'm the type who plays hard to get? I can see that. I can see that, but not in the way, not in the, not in like a teasing way, but more of a like more of a insecurity way. And before you know it, he's swinging tables and yeah, I know, right? He gets really protective. That I would agree with. Unconditionally protective. Do you now? Yep. It's hard for me to be affectionate with a partner, so I let them do the work instead. That's a curveball. That is a weird curveball. Huh. That is a weird curveball. I see. Is that a good thing? What about me? I feel like this is neutral. I see. Sometimes I wonder if that's really okay though. Oh. She wanted us to ask. Wow, that's actually kind of a guilt trip. So she's not entirely agreeable. Feels like I'm relying on other people to make all the moves, which in turn decides the relationship. Okay, now she's back to what a response would typically be, but that was weird. I mean, I guess she's talking about like dependence, like one-sided dependence, not codependence. Fair enough. But all the responses, I don't know where they would go. So I went out with a guy from Tokyo before. Oh yeah? The company he worked at had an office in Okinawa, so he came to the club pretty often whenever he was here on business. I was just about to ask, like, how did the person come to Okinawa? I actually had a thing for him, and he said he liked me too. Liked. Okay. But when the business trip was done, he would just go back home. It went on like that for half a year. I just couldn't bear it anymore. It wasn't his fault either. He did have a job and all, so she's playing the tolerance card, but still ultimately made a selfish act. And then now she's directing the hate inward for her inability to tolerate it. Fair enough. It was hard for both of us, and we both knew it. I don't think I could survive a long-distance relationship if that's how it's gonna be. Fair enough. That's how it goes sometimes. Do you still think of him? You didn't want to chase after him. That's selfish. Do you still think of him? That's selfish. Bygones be bygones? That's how it goes sometimes. I guess so. Yep. If you were in my situation, would you feel the same way? Let's see. That's a tough question. I bet you would wait patiently for your lover. You seem like that kind of guy. Absolutely. Kiryu would take it to his grave. I mean, really deep cut, slightly spoilery. He's still waiting for Karu. Just a little inkling of hope. Opium. No, I'm pretty hopeless when it comes to that sort of thing. You say that now, but you'd probably wait forever if it was me, right? Probably not. Yeah, it probably is. I mean, if he's in character, that's the way to go. So, I got my fortune told today. Here we go. By the same fortune teller as before? Yeah, it got me pretty hooked after the first time. So, question for you. What kind of reading did she give me? Her motivation to share would imply that it's something to do with a relationship. But let's just go with it. Ham. Something to do with relationships? Oh, okay. It's about her life in general. Kind of funny that you mention it though. I usually seek relationship advice, but not this time around. Okay. I'm more interested in finding out about my future. So life in general, right? It's a neutral response, so. Ham. My money! My money! Throw money at the problem. Okay. Kanpai. Is everything okay? You're looking at me kind of funny. Oh, well, I was just thinking how nice it is to talk to a lady like you. Smooth. Haha, you sure that's not just the alcohol talking? Pretty sure. No, it's the truth. Then, what part of me do you like the most? You do have an answer for me, right? It's that time again. Hmm. Delicate hand. Fishnet stockings. They're something. Okay. Her reaction is telling you things. What about her hands? No reaction. I think we're gonna go with her hair. Yeah, it's her hair. Your hair, it's beautiful. Hehe. I figure you were coming to see me. So I put even more work into them today. I'm kind of curious if she was really actually talking about her hair and not a plant. Just saying. Well, I'm glad you found some fertilizer for your hair. Meow meow. It paid off. Are you blushing, Kiryu-san? You're turning a little red. There's no way. I don't blush. Whew. Giga Chad. You're so cute when you're pretending, Kiryu-san. You don't have to hide it from me. Kiryu-san? Will you hear me out without judging me? Is it about your, plant? Sure. What's the matter? I, love smelling things. That's cool, I guess. Oh? You're not weirded out? No, in fact, I think it's fine to enjoy this sense of smell. Human beings are built that way, right? That's a deep cut. That's a very deep cut. And there's actually a very, really interesting, incredibly deep cut of this that I've been exploring for another day. Oh, thank goodness somebody gets it. I knew you see things my way. Everyone else I know would probably look at me like I'm gross. Everyone else you know? Man, what kind of people are around you? I guess it all depends on how you phrase it. That's fair. That's fair. Let me put it to you this way. I have this habit of sniffing everything. Flowers, food, shampoo, clothes, you name it. I mean, those sound like normal things, but okay. Very normalized things. Alright. She has low self-esteem, so she obviously thinks everyone... Yes. Exactly. She has low self-esteem, so she's very overly conscientious about the things around her, and she rarely ever have narcissistic tendencies, so most of the focus would deal with people's opinions about her, because that's how she frames her identity, as opposed to the other way around, the other extreme, where that person basically don't care about what other people think, and it leads to the Mika. It leads to Mika confusion, which that means anything goes, right? Mika can have incredibly dissonant or wildly different opinions, but since she is not concerned with other people's thoughts, it can be anywhere. It can go anywhere, and it's chaotic. So chaotic. But she has the classical over hyper focus on the validity of her identity based on a outward validation on what's inside. Meanwhile, Mika's just projecting constantly. She's just projecting on and on. It's like, that's not nice. It's like, wait a minute, that's not nice to me. Ugh, so much projection. Sometimes I smell something I really like and smile to myself out of nowhere. I mean, that seems perfectly reasonable. Is smelling really that much fun? What's your favorite smell? How about my smell? What's your favorite smell? I can't narrow it down to anything specific, but whenever I encounter a scent I like, I get goosebumps. Like, it really makes me happy. You know this is the other area, right? Oh yeah, I bet Kiryu smells like a dragon. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Smells like a dragon. Got it. What'd you call it? So she's kind of floaty, right? We have fortune telling. I'm surprised we didn't talk about astrology. We did talk about crystals. And there's another stereotype, aromatherapy. Like another classical alternative, like, you know, alt happiness thing is aromatherapy. So she's talking about that right now. There are others like acupuncture. I know that that's a little bit of a contentious point, but what acupuncture can do, or like alternative chiropractics, that kind of stuff. So they're building on a character trope of placebo. Positive thinking. Positive thinking makes the person ultimately, you know, consistently happier. But the downside is it's being mixed with a low self-esteem. And yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. She's very dependent, man. I would say my teen years are very similar to that. When I was younger, I was that was pretty much it. I trust now with your life. You don't want to trust her with your life? Surely she only recommends the good stuff. Does that make me weird? No. The word I would use here, and I don't know if Kiryu is gonna use it, is the word hopeful. She's very hopeful. So sunshine and rainbows. She's very hopeful, but the downside is she's hopeful because everything seems uncontrollable. Like she has no control of her life. Her foundation is based on things she can't control, which are other people's opinions.
Yeah.
No, not at all. And that's all he. Oh, okay, he didn't. Do you remember when we talked about plants? No. we didn't. Here it is. Here's the good stuff. Bamboo talk. This is it. How could I forget? It's moist, or with love. Well, apparently it doesn't have good feng shui. There it is. There's the other one. Yeah. There it is. We got the feng shui. Positive energy. Let's go. It didn't have fun doing what now? Yeah, you were close. You were close. You missed one syllable. That's all. Since it's Latin, right? You just missed one syllable. It's alright. You're fine. Calm down. For some reason, we'll always remember that now for the longest time. What the scientific, the species and genus of the classical house bamboo plant. You're now French. Last syllable is optional. Well played. Touche. Gosh. Touche. You heard me. Feng Shui, Kiryu-san. I was reading this magazine and there was an article about how to rearrange your house in order to maximize your luck. Dang, he got me with an accented vowel ending words so that the last syllable is I mean, you know, you gotta wordplay. You gotta seize the opportunity. Okay. If you put a plant somewhere that doesn't have a good flow of chi, it'll weaken and start withering. My mother actually did something similar. So it's kind of a, I mean, she knows it's a superstition, but it's still nice to breathe room. Positive energy. It's a placebo in my opinion, but you know. I respect whatever that allows people to feel good about themselves. It's a practical application as long as it emotionally uplifts someone's outlook in life. That's the standardization, in my opinion. Like, that's the commonality in everything. So whether it's true or not is irrelevant if the outlook of a person executing the logic ends up with a better outcome in their life, in my opinion. My house have been feng shuied as well, but didn't update. It's a yearly subscription, but we didn't renew, basically. I see. So when I tested it out and moved where it was supposed to be, it came back to life like magic. I have a very, very like condescending, sarcastic remark about this. Did she move it near a window, point it at a certain direction where the sun rises? That I'm sorry. No, we Nyao Nyao. We love Nyao Nyao. She's naive and innocent, pure, very pure. Lucky Bamboo doesn't need sun, does it? I don't know. I have no idea. They're relatively hardy though. Bamboo is the household bamboo is relatively hardy. Less temperamental than bonsai, but still not as hardy as a cactus. Definitely not as hardy as a cactus. Filter sunlight, no direct. Really now? Yeah. The article was full of interesting stuff, like how you're supposed to give your partner a sapphire if you want to keep them from cheating. Feng Shui can be pretty fun once you get it down. I think the article writer is just asking for a sapphire from there. Yeah, maybe. Projection. The article writer is projecting. The difference between opportunistic writer and a like maybe say a less indifferent objective writer or a task-based writer is that they're projecting their desires in the writing. They want to see what they want to see and then want their audience to see what they see. So there you go. Unbelievable! Prevent cheating, huh? I'm glad your plan is better. I'm glad your plan is better. Oh, thank you. The leaves are green and perky again. Guess that means Sandy's finally happy. You named your plant Sandy? That's actually really cute. I like that name. So we have a plant named Sandy and a cat named Tuna. Got it. I'm looking forward to the third hostess and what she named her pet. Because technically a plant is also a pet. You know, it's a living creature and it responds to stimuli and can die. So we're not gonna make any more judgment on now having a pet plant. It's almost like they're trying to reflect the character, if you know what I mean. Like Tuna, the cat, is more like Mika. The bamboo, Sandy, gonna be real, share a lot of characteristics of what Meow Meow is like. I can't, but I hear judgment and I'm about to cry from losing Nishiki's friendship. Oh no, feels bad, man. Yeah, my plant's a... Well, yeah, you already said that. Okay, so yeah, my plant's a... Oh, Sandy! Oh! Dang! My mind is blown. That's what I mean. It's so brilliant. I mean, you could also have called it Draca. But Sandy, wow. My mind is blown. Yep. Some might say we love her Meow, you know? Sorry, I had to get that in. We love her even more now, you know? We love Meow even more now. Now you know what I mean. Sorry, I'm done. I'm done. So my friend threw a Nabe party the other day. Yeah, I was about to say we've always loved her. True. So my friend threw a Nabe party. She's from Kyushu. So she made it Chanko style. And let me tell you, it was some serious too. Oh, I learned a little bit about Kyushu because of one of the games. I don't remember which game it is. It might actually be Yakuza 0. Where they made a reference. Oh yeah, it is. Kyushu. It's about Yakuza 0. And Kiwami 2 because of Majima. So the parts where Majima is, we were looking at the backstory about the dialect, the Osakan dialect, right? The Kansai dialect, and I was digging like, so the the stereotype that keeps getting reinforced, the trope that gets reinforced, is that the Kyushu area is often referred to as, what's an empathetic analogy? The Keikona of Japan. So like, it's often considered stereotypically, or on the outside, or generally there's some rivalry between the refinement that is depicted in the Kyushu area versus, it's like a what is it, a west and an east thing, which is the analogous standpoint would be south and the north in the United States. So the whole like constant poking at fun of Majima's Kansai accent deals with that, like a refinement, right? The idea that if you're in the if you're in the east, you speak like the east, and you don't want to give the idea that you're less refined or coming from a area that's associated with the greater Kyushu area. So that's kind of but I don't know what the I don't know what Chanko style means. We don't do a lot of nabe here, and I still don't know what a nabe is here in Okinawa, so I practically gorge myself. Gotta get it while the getting's good. Is it a dish? Right on. But the nabe I has something in it that I absolutely cannot stand. Oh, nabe is hot pot. Oh, right. Man, that term was not used a lot. Okay. It's hot pot. Okay. What was that? Chili peppers. Shiitake mushrooms? Get out. She's gone. Deal breaker. Absolute deal breaker. I'm done. I've checked out. I'm done. Next, she's gonna tell me she hates what is the stringy mushrooms? Why am I drawing a blank now? That's in hot pot. I love those shrooms. I also like shiitake though. Enoki, yeah, enoki mushrooms. She's gonna tell me like she hates mushrooms. Oh, really? Yes, really. Shiitakes are disgusting. They're slimy, they're squishy, and whatever you bite into them, this rancid, sweaty sock flavor starts seeping into your mouth. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be true. That is what happens, but not the subjective words. But it does. That's what it is. Though. It soaks up the broth. That's such an aggressive way of describing shiitake mushrooms. That's a very strong opinion. I can't understand how people eat those funguses. Whatever. Oh, I could hear that. I could hear that already. You hate it that much, huh? Do you hate other mushrooms too? I want to know. Not all funguses are bad. Wait. I want to know. I have to know. Do you hate other mushrooms too? How about matsutake, for example? Hehe. I love matsutake. Okay, alright, sure. So, it's fine. I'll take it. How does that work? He looked away. Whoa, that was weird. It's a totally different mushroom, Kiryu-san. Matsutakes are smooth and silky. Their shape is strong and sturdy. They're good enough to gobble in one bite. Wait, is she like low-key just describe Kiryu? Anyways. Oh, and the smell. It has such a lovely smell. Matsutake Take? I don't know what a matsutake smells like. I know what shiitakes smell like. I don't think it smells like a rancid gym sock. Or sweaty gym. But it is a fungus too. Fungus lives matter, okay? Yeah, I know. But all things considered, isn't it a little like a bamboo shoot? Wait, you have something against a bamboo shoot? If you say so. Dude, did she just throw shade at bamboo shoots as well? Yeah, time's up. Deal breakers are coming through. Alright.
またです。待ってますね。
Maki? Mika? I said Maki. Mika? Hello, Kiryu-san. This is Mika. Oh, hey, what's going on? Are you coming to the club today? If so, would you like to spend some time with me before it opens? Sure, sounds great. Okay then, can you meet me at the Smile Burger? Wait, what the? Alright, fine. It's been a long time since I met up with someone outside of work. I'll see you soon, okay? Meow here. I saw so many couples when I went out on a walk the other day. I got a little jealous. I'm going to a beauty spa now. Some of these emotes are great. Alright, we'll do this and then we'll save. I don't know. There is a host. So there are 3 more, by the way. There are 6. No. There are 10, I think. There are 10 hostesses. I think. I don't know where the other 4 are coming from, I think. But there's 3 there. There's definitely 3 at Shine. Not Shine. At Jewel in Kamurocho. Maybe there's 4 somewhere in another club. No, there might be 4. There's 4 somewhere else. So there are 3 locations. This is great. I'm going to the Smile Burger. Okay. And when I said I'm going to the Smile Burger, I don't mean going in the opposite direction and then running into a thug. Oh, I couldn't even grab him. What's your recovery rate, dude? Come here. Doesn't get old. Just lift up the legs. You know, lift by the legs, toss them. Over and over again. So reliable. The heck with defending, you know? Is that guy up to no good? We're gonna walk out here. Alright. Oh, the weird guy's not there anymore. In the table. On the table. In this corner. In the table. Oh, Kiryu-san. He. I was so excited. I decided to show up early. Okay. By the way, Kiryu-san. There's something I wanted to ask you about. What is it? Remember that weird guy I pointed out on our last date? I found out my father sent him to spy on me. Okay. My mom told me about it when I called home the other day. Dad's in Okinawa right now. He said he wasn't going to force me to come home, but he said I needed to give him a good reason for why I'm staying out here. What did you tell him? Well, Told him I'm staying here because I'm in love. Oh no, are we going down the pretending to be a boyfriend deal? Kitty-san, I have a huge favor to ask you. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend? Okay. Alright. Alright. There it is. What? Just for a day. Pretend to be my boyfriend when I go to meet with my dad. Please?
あり
Alright.
がとう
Thank you so much, Kiryu-san. I didn't know who else to ask. I'll get in touch with you when we figure out what day we're meeting. We'll meet up. Alright? So, where are we going? Alright, alright. We'll play some darts. That sounds nice. I didn't know you played darts. Wait, do you? I only just started playing recently. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Alright. Over and over and over. Oh, we're playing count up? Okay. And over and over and over and over and over. Okay. Oh no. Oh, I thought she was gonna hustle me for a moment. Whoops. Oh. It's actually better than the average darts player. We already did our darts opponent challenge, so it was tough actually. Not too tough. Yeah, she's quite good. Well, that was quite a match. As a matter of fact, we're offering a little promotion here for couples who play together. Would you care to try it out? What kind of promotion? It's called Prize Roulette. The names of the prize will be written on the dartboard. You can win whenever you hit whatever your dart hits. Simple, right? Your lady friend will have to work extra hard for some of these prizes. What do you say? Sounds fun. Oh, interesting. Oh, I love this. They keep spinning up the game stuff. Oh my, what the freak? Okay. Okay. Wow. That is different. Oh, hey, I got the Rising Dragon trophy. I forgot about this. First rank in Mahjong. Alright, let's go. Okay. Okay. Yep, time to head over to the club. Have a few drinks at the club. We're just going straight into it? Oh, okay. I get to spend all day with you, Kiryu-san. Alright. Oh my gosh, we're going straight into it? Alright, fine. Extra innings. Let's go. Let's go. I didn't think we were going straight into this. Wow. There's more. Okay. But did we exhaust all the... Okay.
Kanpai.
Did we exhaust the dialogue option? Kiryu-san. I haven't been out on it. Okay, yeah. Interesting stories. Okay. So, let's do the Tantakatan. Have you ever heard of Tantakatan? It's a kind of sochu made with red perilla. Appeal to aqua. Tantakatan? Kiryu-san, how do you know what my favorite kind of alcohol is? There it is. Oh, it is? Yes! I love to drink Tantakatan with cranberry juice. Sochu with cranberry juice? That sounds like a solid combo. Sochu or soju in any form, like that type of form with like a fruity, sweetened juice? Fantastic. She knows everything already because she's so good no otaku. That's fair. It's so smooth. I always end up drinking way too much. You don't say. Actually, cranberry juice with distilled like sochu kind of reminds me of a cranberry vodka. It's very similar, like because I'm guessing it's distilled spirit, and then it was infused with perilla leaves, so it will have a nice floral, at least an earthy floralness to it. How do I know this? I don't know why. I do know why, but I've been around. I had to know a little bit about mixology in order to fit in a social environment, you know? I hold my, I'm the guy that's holding on to a gin and tonic on the side while drinking water. I typically drink like some spirits with some sort of sweetened drink with water, and then converse. Thank you for going along with my weird request, Kiryu-san. I didn't think you agreed to pretend to be my boyfriend. Don't worry about it. Do you know why? Because Kiryu's already done this like 4 times. Wait. Actually, I lied. Maybe only like 2 times. 2 or 3 times. And Majima's done it once. He's done it in Yakuza 0. We know which one it is. When are you meeting your father? Wait, is that a callback? That's probably a callback, right? Now that I know, in the other direction. But anyways, my dad hasn't called me yet, so I'm not sure when it'll happen. In Majima's case, in Yakuza 0, the girl asked him to be her boyfriend because she happens to tell her father she has a boyfriend already, and he happens to be a guy who looks exactly like Majima. Coincidence, I know, right? Who would have thought? Now that is like a fate meeting. Alright then. Still, I'm glad I get the chance. Oh, never mind. It's nothing. You sure you want me for the job? What should I say to him? I'm glad we got this chance too. I'm glad I get this chance too. Huh? Even if we're just pretending, I get a chance to be your boyfriend. No,
さん
I don't know what to say. We don't have to pretend, you know. Whoa, Kiryu. Calm down.
やん桐生さんから
Oh, Kiryu. No, 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 no. That's a little too far. There must be something about you, Kiryu-san. Huh? Why is that? Well, whenever I'm with you, I feel like everything makes so much more sense. I could not disagree more. Oh, no, wait. That's a double... I could disagree more. Sorry, I did a double negative. I could absolutely 100% say I could disagree more with that statement. How so? When we first met, I wasn't sure what I was going to do here in Okinawa, or why I was feeling so conflicted. I was so confused about myself and my life, but now it's been 3 years since I moved here, but only now do I finally understand. Understand what now? I ran away from a very fortunate, privileged life, one where my future was guaranteed. Luck superseding life experiences. She had a half start. You can disagree more, so it means the statement wasn't the least agreeable one you've seen in your life? No. She said everything makes sense now, and I could disagree with that. As in not the act of disagreeing with the agreements, but disagreeing with the statement about being on the same page or making sense. We're not agreeing with the statement about making sense. We're disagreeing with the statement itself about the sense. So like, things make sense. I could disagree more. Like, as in, it's already disagreeable statements, but it is far more. But I can see why I would say I could not disagree more, right? So if we were going there, originally I did say what you said, which I could not disagree more, which is the idea of negating the agreement, but it's even more confusing. So the only way I could phrase it is I disagree, and I could totally disagree more as well, to a greater extent, but they don't agree anyway. But I was so confused. Judged, yeah, most confused. But now it kind of makes sense. So she had a fortunate life, right? It pans out. So here's the thing, right? As a slight digression, we're evaluating a fictitious character. And before fictitious makes a snide remark, it's a fictitious character. So the idea is, how consistent is the writing to create a believable, in my opinion, a believable series of backgrounds that contribute to checking out. This character is wildly everywhere, but I still feel like it checks out. Like, I'm trying to connect the dots, I suppose. And having a very fortunate, privileged life and running away from it rebelliously to seek her own direction in life and feeling like she's a caged dog trying to be obedient, that checks out. And then how chaotic her life is after, without order, checks out if she's running away from that early in life where she doesn't experience those ups and downs. So it checks out. I think the writing's pretty good. Doesn't mean I can resonate with it. I never had to struggle with anything. All I had to do was be a good little girl. I've been completely spoiled my whole life. That's the reason I came to Okinawa, I'm sure. I think I just wanted to start over from scratch. You do sound spoiled. Start over as many times as you want. I wish I could start. Nah. Dude, this is breaking character right here. This is breaking character. Kiryu would not say this. Oh, heck no. What if it's just not, yeah, you know. Start over as many times as you want. Yeah, he would not do it differently. He is the opposite of doing something differently. Yeah, the Kiryu is straight as an arrow. Wait, when did that happen? I remember when I said something about straight as an arrow, and then the sub-story suddenly panned to like, man, you're really straight as an arrow. Like as an option, but we didn't choose the option. I forgot what the sub-story was, but it was a dialogue option. Being straight as an arrow. Oh, someone was hitting on him. Someone was hitting on him, and he didn't want to be hit on by this person. So he was gonna say, I'm straight as an arrow. It was someone coming on to him, but it was a guy. A guy was like, but he was making like a double meaning, but I forgot what it was. Like, I could hug you, bro, and something. Was it the rich guy in Yakuza 0? It was a misunderstanding. Oh no, it was a forlorn teenager. Was it? No, it wasn't. Oh, was it Yakuza 3? Oh no, it was pretty funny though when it came up. Anyways, I can't remember all these. There are too many. We're just gonna say you do sound spoiled. Sure. Or start over as many times as you. That doesn't sound. I guess. No. 50-50. We're going with this. You do sound spoiled. There's a lot of people out there who don't have the luxury of living as comfortably as you did. If they heard what you said just now, they'd be dumbfounded. You're right. Oh, that. But I think it's good you were able to realize that on your own. Nope. Completely self-unaware. It was talking to the girl in the fast food. I think so. The forlorn teenager. I think it's that. But I don't remember. At some point he said, I want to be just like you. Like the third or fourth encounter. He's like, I want to model my entire life around you. And then that's where I think it happened. Where like he really wants to be as cool as Kiryu, and so, or live with him or something, or suggesting that, but I don't remember anymore. Oh, you weren't there for that part? Oh, okay. I think it's good. Right. So Brutal honestly just doesn't work. She's just completely unaware, oblivious. Have you heard of? Oh, okay. We know this one. Okinawan time, right? So which one do we choose here? What did we pick before? Oh, she got mad by this. I used must be the Okinawan way, but she said, is it okay to like, do you think it's okay? So I'm gonna say that's no good. I don't remember if she liked it or not. Sure. That's no good. I know, right? That's not an aspect of culture you usually think about. When I came here, I heard of these kind of things happening to my friends, but when it actually happened to me, I got really frustrated. That's called a culture shock, but okay. I can imagine. But once you get used to it, it's no big deal. And the culture shock's gone. The normalization of culture shock. Think of it as operating on, well, a special time zone, like you said. That's when charm sits in. Ally. Oh, it's neutral. Okay. Yeah, I have to peace out too. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck. Enjoy lunch and your day. Good luck with your day. This is a good place to stop. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Alright, alright. We'll get the other choices. Save my wallet. I need my wallet. It's like an endless fever time. We're stuck in an endless fever time. Ugh.
乾杯。
はいどうぞ
Alright. Oh, that's right, Yui.
ね
That's right. Aeon. Oh man, that brings back memes. You know, I moved here, I realized a big difference. Okay, yeah, this is the completely attitude thing. I think we went with this. Oh. I think is we can learn something because she wants them to be more friendlier. No? Oh, that's the one they can't possibly understand each other, which is absolutely incorrect. I keep going to choices that are reasonable. Oh, here's the bicycle thing. I was gonna pick the first one. I don't remember which one I picked. We asked what kind of bike and she said a racing kind. And if we say it must be good for your health, let's see what this does. You get sweaty, though it feels okay. Auto bike to get around town? Not yet. It's a neutral statement. Agreeing is always a neutral statement. Hobby. I think this is the one where we asked her to help us. Oh no, it's the... Yeah, sure. I think this is the one that gets us something. Yeah. All my money. She's taking the award for most disagreeable hostess to grace my four game tenure. Oh, meow. Hello, Kiryu-san. This is okay. Oh, hey, what's going on? Would you like to go on in after hours? Okay. Or sounds great. Do you know where the Smile Burger again? Everyone just meets at the Smile Burger. What the heck? Alright, we're saving. We're good. This is good. I've had a lot of fun today. Man. Yeah, the hostess stuff. So good. So many deep cuts. Alright, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for listening. As always, take care of yourself. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye now.